has their own cherished past, whether painful or joyful, that often lingers in their hearts. In a high-end hotel in the capital of Siam, a muscular, dark-skinned man covered in strange tattoos had Lovelo leaning on his shoulder, her red lips whispering in his ear as if sharing sweet nothings. Asai, would you do anything for me? Asai wanted to kiss her, but only managed to brush his lips against her fingers. Lovelo gently caressed his lips and, with seductive eyes, said, "Go kill Seng, and you will get everything." Asai's smile suddenly vanished, and a murderous intent rose in his eyes. He pressed his hands together at his forehead and silently left the room. He was the bloodiest assassin in Siam, Asai. Lovelo's cyber unit had already begun to crack J&T's core defense, and the provincial governor had indeed received confirmation data from various sources. Now, it was not ruled out that hackers might attack the missile system of the island nation, as the military network fell within J&T's control range. Once breached, the island nation would face an unprecedented crisis. The Prime Minister ordered that all military actions from now on must be personally approved by him before execution, including missile launches and Air Force mobilizations. On the other hand, hackers from the island nation started flooding the Ghost Butterfly forum. Even in the help section, they didn't care about paying €100 to post a topic. They just wanted Ghost Butterfly to appear quickly. Seng spent the afternoon in the office talking with Xiaojia and others. As the workday was coming to an end, Seng said, "All right, everyone, let's go to Karen's house for dinner." Yujia stood up and said, "I'm not going. I have a date tonight." Seng replied, "You have no date at all. Be obedient and come with me." Yujia fell silent. She couldn't resist Seng, which was strange. However, Ka looked around and asked, "Why haven't I seen Siyu?" Xiaojia quickly answered, "She went home with Mengru to see an Aishichi. That old man almost got himself hurt in a scuffle a few days ago. He's been on fire lately, and his urine is almost black." Since that's the case, everyone set off. When Seng picked up his computer, he found that the paper was already filled with his name. His heart tightened, and he quickly folded the paper and tucked it into a book. He couldn't let those words be etched in his heart. It would hurt too much. Before shutting down the computer, Seng checked the Ghost Butterfly forum again, where the island's hackers were still flooding the screen. Who cares? Seng had no intention of taking action. He closed the computer and left the office. When visiting someone, one shouldn't go empty-handed. Seng bought a lot of things, and when he arrived at Karen's house, Fang Zhuanan and Wen Shuwan were busy in the kitchen and hurried out to greet everyone, making them feel at home without any need for courtesy. Wen Shuwan held Seng's hand and said, "Child, why haven't you come to see your godmother for so long? I've been quite busy with work lately and couldn't find the time, but I'll come to see you whenever I can." "Well, that's more like it. Please sit for a while. We'll start the meal right away," Xiao Jie said, and there was no need to introduce Kui. They were all offspring of system officials. However, Karen still introduced Yujia to her parents. Fang Zhuanan and Wen Shuwan had a very good impression of Yujia, making the atmosphere feel like a blind date. During the meal, Seng sat next to Shuwan, while Karen sat next to Fang Zhuanan. Xiao Jia wanted Yujia to sit beside Karen, but Yujia directly sat next to Seng. Seng felt helpless. They were already seated, and he couldn't just ask her to move. Kui sat beside Yujia, and Xiao Jia patted Karen on the shoulder, saying, "Let's sit together." During the meal, Fang Zhuanan said, "Gezi, why didn't you tell me about the library opening? We could have come to support you." Seng replied, "The whole opening was arranged by others. I didn't even know who was invited or who wasn't." Fang Zhuanan raised his glass and took a drink, wanting to pour more wine, but Shuwan tried to stop him. In the end, she couldn't, and Seng noticed that Fang Zhuanan clearly had something to say. Sure enough, Fang Zhuanan sighed and said, "Gezi, I'm asking you for a favor." Seng, hearing the seriousness in his tone, quickly responded, "What do you mean?" "Karen has returned home from military service, and there's no suitable job for him right now. I'd like him to find a job with you. You know, I'm in uniform and can't arrange these things, but you're my godson. So we're family." After listening, Seng chuckled, "There's no need for that. Just let Karen start working tomorrow. I'm in need of people right now." Fang Zhuanan held Seng's hand, touched, and said, "Gezi, thank you." "Oh, don't mention it. We're family, so there's no need for thanks." Fang Zhuanan truly wanted to thank Seng because Karen had struggled to find a suitable job for months after returning home. In other words, he couldn't find a position that suited his qualifications. Now, he had to rely on Shuwan for pocket money, which he knew wasn't the life he wanted. So he considered developing abroad. They only had one son, and how could they bear to let him go? Later, at a military district meeting, Fang Zhuanan heard Xiao Long mention Seng's library, and that's how he learned about it. He thought about letting Karen work with Seng, as he felt it was a favor he could ask. He didn't expect Seng to agree so readily, which made both Fang Zhuanan and Wen Shuwan very happy. Working with Seng was the best choice, and it meant Karen wouldn't have to go abroad. Karen was also very happy because this way, he could see Yujia every day. What could be better than that? Seng was now able to enjoy a few drinks, and the atmosphere was lively, similar to smoking. Once you started, you became more skilled. He and Xiao Jie played rock, paper, scissors. The winner got the chicken leg, and the loser had to eat the chicken's backside. They had such a great time that it felt like they could blow the roof off the place. There is a detail that others did not notice, but Karen did. Every time Sung took a small sip of wine, Yu Jia would hurriedly serve him food and concernedly say, "Can you drink less?" Sung smiled and replied, "It's fine. I can handle a couple of shots of white liquor now. I'm not afraid." A flight from a neighboring country slowly descended onto the runway of the capital city. In the presidential suite of the hotel, Achai opened the curtains and looked at the city under the night sky, his expression blank. When Xiao Jie returned Sung to the villa, it was already midnight. Sing had drunk a bit too much, but he wasn't drunk. This feeling was the best. Siyu would not be coming back tonight, so after Sing got home, he went straight to take a shower. Yuhan made some sweet soup and went upstairs to bring it to Sung. The door was not closed, so she knocked lightly. When there was no response, she pushed the door open and entered. Hearing the sound of water from the bathroom, Yuhan's breathing immediately quickened. She put down the sweet soup, gently closed the door, and then took off her clothes before opening the bathroom door. Dizzy, Sing thought it was Siyu returning and didn't pay much attention. Still standing under the shower with his eyes closed, Yuhan bit her lip and slowly placed her hands on Sing's body. Sing's acquiescence felt like acceptance to her, and she tightly embraced him, letting the water cascade over them, reminiscent of the rain when she left, hoping for a farewell embrace from Sung. However, Sing suddenly felt that the woman in his arms was so thin. He opened his eyes in shock and saw it was Yuhan. He quickly pushed her away, but slipped and fell to the ground. The fall hurt Sung, and he groaned. "After drinking and being under the water, I ended up with a girl. The shower was blurry. I slipped and fell hard. Oh, it hurts." Yuhan hurriedly turned off the shower and rushed to help him, but Sung stopped her, saying, "Don't come over. Go back to your room." "Sung, I don't want to say anything. It's impossible for us. You can only be my sister. Go back to your room right now." Yuhan bit her lip, turned around, and ran out of the bathroom, grabbing her clothes and leaving in tears. She asked the heavens why she could never enter Sing's heart. Why? In the bathroom, Sung, gritting his teeth, leaned against the wall to stand up, thinking, how many women did I ruin in my past life? This fall really hurt Sung badly. He couldn't get out of bed the next day. When Siyu returned, tears welled up in her eyes as she said, "I was only gone for one day, and you broke your tailbone. Are you trying to make me die of anger?" Sing replied, "I'm fine. I'll just find a traditional Chinese doctor to take a look." Yuhan quickly asked Enai Shichi for advice, and following his guidance, Siyu and Tian Wu carried Sung to a reclusive expert. The old man, over 70 and quite plump, swayed as he walked. When he reached out his hand, it looked like a lump of flesh. Seeing Sung, he said, "Get him on the bed first, but up." Tian Wu carefully placed Sung on the bed and then turned him over. Siyu said, "Grandpa Song, please take a look at my husband." "My dad said." Song Gao interrupted, "Don't mention that old man to me. Last time he came here to drink, he even swiped my plates." Singo almost laughed upon hearing this, thinking to himself how everything was taken by Enai Shichi. At this moment, Song Gao continued, "Don't worry, he just strained a muscle. There's no bone injury. So having children won't be a problem." Saying this, he walked closer to Sung Gu and said, "Bear with the pain for a bit. I'll give you a massage first." With that, Song Gao's big hand suddenly pressed down on Sung Ji's back. "This is for you swiping my plates." Singo felt like crying. "Grandpa, Enai Shichi took your plates. Please don't take it out on me. You're the son-in-law of that old man. Just endure it." After a few heavy presses, Sung Ji's tears streamed down. "Grandpa, how many plates did he actually take from you? Stop talking nonsense. If you can't endure this little pain, how can you call yourself a man? As a man, you should have the courage to tough it out." Singu was confused by this reasoning, thinking, who has the time to mess with themselves? At that moment, the old man brought out a piece of plaster and applied it to Gung Yu's injury. To be honest, this plaster was really effective. Singu felt a wave of relief across his back. "This plaster, you can't buy even if you have money. Consider yourself lucky this time. You rascal." Siyu helped Singu up and quickly thanked him. Only then did Song Gao take a careful look at Singu, but just one glance made his brows furrow. "Your name is Singu, right?" Singu nodded, noticing that Song Gao seemed to have something to say. "You are my granddaughter's man. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother with you. Remember, if you notice anything unusual in the next few days, immediately let Siyu tell me." "Got it." Singu felt a bit baffled, but Siyu replied, "Grandpa Song, I remember. All right, I'm off to the park to flirt with some aunties. You two can leave." By noon, Singu was able to walk by himself, and he couldn't help but marvel at Song Gao's medical skills, which were truly amazing. However, that last sentence left Singu a bit perplexed. So he asked Siyu, who told him that Song Gao was a true master beyond the world, and he would soon understand how extraordinary he was. Chapter 440. Assassination. Siyu only briefly spoke to Singu and didn't say much more. Song Gao was a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner and also a master of theology. His legends could fill days of conversation. The warning he gave Sung-gu might not be taken to heart by Sung-gu, but Siyu remembered it. Sung-gu didn't need to go to the library. He stayed in the secret room and surfed the internet. Overnight, the network in the island country nearly collapsed. But the network forces of Love ceased their attacks on the island country. Even so, the economy of the island country had completely crumbled, forcing them to seek help from allied nations. Sung-gu knew they were just lamenting without reason. This economic collapse was only temporary. As long as the island country restored its network environment, everything would slowly return to normal. After all, this was not a full-scale cyber war, but rather a large-scale hacker invasion. Lovro and his network forces have completely vanished. This sudden silence can only be a prelude to a more powerful outbreak, drawing closer to the core of Lovro's plan. The hackers from the island nations have also stopped flooding the screens. Sung glanced at the forum's data. They had posted over 10,000 topics and earned more than 60 million euros, with over 50 million remaining after deducting the creator's share. The total clicks on the forum reached tens of millions in just 2 days, and countless hackers joined every day. As the moon shone in the starry sky, it was night again. Siyu bought a lot of nourishing items for Sung and even made bone soup. Yuan remained silent throughout the night, not expecting Sung to be so severely injured. Guilt and pain constantly tormented her. In the dim light, a shadow slowly approached Sung's community, like a ghost of the night, bringing with it waves of dark mist. He was a Chai, sent by Lovro to kill Sung. Lovro had to do this. She wanted Sung to suffer. His speed was incredibly fast, and he moved silently, directly climbing through the window of Gung Yu's backyard into the villa. At that moment, Yuan was watching TV in her room, Siyu was doing laundry, and Huajie was talking with Tianwu in another room. The living room was empty. Achai did not know which room Sung was in, so he had to listen at each door. Eventually, he heard the sound of the TV in Yuan's room and assumed Sung was in there, so he gently pushed the door open. Although Yuan was watching TV, her heart was entirely with Sung, and she heard nothing. Seeing only one woman in the room, Achai retreated. He then headed upstairs. The wooden stairs creaked slightly when stepped on, and Achai suddenly stopped. Tianwu heard the noise from the stairs and thought nothing of it at first. But when the sound suddenly disappeared, he immediately signaled Huajie to be quiet. He then gently opened the door and stepped outside. Achai's ears perked up. He heard the door creak, but no footsteps, so he quickly drew out his dagger and hid behind the staircase. Just as Tianwu turned the corner of the stairs, Achai lunged down with his dagger. Tianwu was prepared. He deflected Achai's arm with one hand and kicked out with a swift move. Achai jumped onto the stairs, following through with another thrust. His speed was astonishing, catching Tianwu off guard, who quickly dodged back, watching the dagger miss him. He turned and delivered a high kick. Achai protected half of his body with one hand and knee, but Tianwu felt as if he had kicked a stone. Rebounding from the impact, Achai countered with a thrust of his own. Before Tianwu could stabilize himself, he swung his fist to strike Achai's leg to block his assault, but Achai suddenly changed his move, bending one leg, pushing off the ground, and launching into the air with a heavy knee strike directed downwards, smashing into Tianwu's shoulder. With a crisp crack, Tianwu's shoulder shattered completely, causing him to stumble. Had it not been for the table in front of him, he would have almost fallen to the ground. Achai showed no intention of stopping. He twisted the dagger and leaped to stab again. Tianwu rolled on the spot and casually grabbed a chair to throw it. Achai kicked the chair into pieces and brandished a dagger to attack. Although half of Tianwu's body felt numb with pain, he still took the initiative to attack. He executed a whip kick, but Achai tried to block it. Tianwu suddenly changed his move, switching from a kick to a thrust, hitting Achai in the chest. The bastard staggered back a few steps and slammed against the wall. Tianwu then unleashed a series of combos, striking with his legs from all directions. Achai dodged left and right, but ultimately, he was kicked in the stomach hard enough to spit blood. Tianwu was about to continue his assault when Achai suddenly pulled out a chain from behind, which had a skeletal hand attached to it. This was his signature weapon, the Ghost Demon, with the skeletal hand laced with deadly poison. Just a touch would cause one's body to rot away and die. This weapon was extremely sinister. Seeing Tianwu rushing in, Achai ducked and threw the Ghost Demon. Just as Tianwu tried to catch it, he heard a loud bang as the Ghost Demon was knocked away by a washing basin. Siyu, standing on the stairs, had thrown a wet piece of clothing at Achai. The latter dodged back, glancing at Tianwu and then at Siyu. He realized that both of them were skilled fighters and that he couldn't possibly kill either one. He swung the Ghost Demon to fend off Tianwu, then turned and jumped out of the window. By the time Tianwu and Siyu reached the window, Achai had already vanished without a trace. Tianwu leaned against the window and sat down on the floor, his entire arm numb. At that moment, Huajie and Yuan came running out, and Siyu immediately went upstairs to call Sung-gu. A limping Sung-gu arrived downstairs and immediately said, "Call a doctor quickly, Tianwu." "Hold on." Tianwu replied. "Guzi, someone from Siam came. This bastard Siamese boxing is very powerful. You need to report this to Manager Liao immediately. Singge nodded. Just hang in there. The doctor will be here right away. I'll inform Uncle Liao. At that time, Liao Ximin was sitting in the living room watching television, enjoying himself, humming a tune and shaking his head. After receiving Sung Ji's call and hearing what had happened, Liao Ximin jumped up, startling Kui beside him. I'll go over there immediately. You all stay in the villa and don't go anywhere. He cut off the call, grabbed his clothes, and headed for the door. Kui shouted, Dad, what happened? Is it Singge? Someone is trying to assassinate Singge, and Tian Wu is seriously injured. Dad, wait. I want to go with you. Half an hour later, Liao Ximin, accompanied by 5 experts from the Divine Domain and Kui, entered the villa. As soon as they stepped inside, Enai Shichi, Xiao Jie, and Meng Ro also arrived. Kui rushed to the visibly pained Singge and asked with concern, What's wrong? Don't scare me. Chapter 441. The mysterious woman Singge was just anxious and had moved a bit too quickly, causing him pain that made him sweat. However, it was not serious. The arriving doctor quickly assessed the situation and insisted that Tian Wu be taken to the hospital immediately, or he risked losing his arm. Tian Wu whispered to Liao Ximin, someone from Siam came. They're a master. Liao Ximin nodded and said, Don't worry. Go to the hospital. Even if it's someone from the heavens, I will take care of them. Everyone followed the doctor and sent Tian Wu to the hospital, where the doctor immediately prepared for surgery. Liao Ximin stood by the window and said to Seng, This time it's a skilled opponent again. Who do you think sent them? Luofilu. Seng said without hesitation. Only Luofilu knew he was the ghost butterfly. The 2 recent probing attacks on the Fog Nation and the island country were attempts to drag Seng into the fray, but each time they failed. Luofilu definitely had a reason to eliminate him, but what Seng didn't expect was that she had gone to another country. What do you plan to do? The hospital corridor was quiet. It was already midnight, and the city lights were gradually dimming. The sky had no stars, indicating that it might rain again. It's time for her to disappear. There was bound to be a confrontation with Luofilu, and this time, she even resorted to hiring assassins. Every life is precious. But Luofilu had already given up on hers, and it was destined for him to bring it to an end. The operating room light went out, and the doctor and nurse pushed the sleeping Tian Wu out. The surgery was successful, and after a month of rest, he would recover. Seng asked Sister Hua to stay and take care of Tian Wu, so he wouldn't need to go to the library for work during this time. Before leaving, Liao Ximin said to Seng again, Gezi, feel free to stay at home. Everyone around you is ours. Seng nodded, and Siyu helped him leave the hospital, followed closely by 5 special forces soldiers under Liao Ximin. Tian Wu was seriously injured, and Achai was also hurt. On the way back to the hotel, he felt someone following him, turning around several times, but seeing no one. He trusted his instincts. Someone was indeed tailing him. So, he turned and walked into a dark alley, finding a hidden spot to conceal himself. At that moment, a figure appeared at the alley's entrance, moving silently as if aware of his intentions. With every step, the figure emitted a sound akin to metal scraping, which sent chills down the spine. He had the ghost Rakshasa in hand, and just as the mysterious person was 3 meters away, he unexpectedly threw the ghost Rakshasa. However, in front of him flashed a cold light. The ghost Rakshasa missed its target, and his neck was pierced instead. The ghost Rakshasa clattered to the ground as Achai clutched his neck, holding back his breath, wanting to see before he died whether it was a person or a ghost that had attacked him. But the opponents suddenly withdrew their weapon and turned to leave. His tattoos were slowly consumed by blood. With each person he killed, he added a pattern. Now, it was time for him to get a tattoo. But not with a needle. Rather, it would be with his own blood. Back home, Seng finally lay down on the bed. Siyu washed his feet and helped him take off his clothes. Before getting into bed, she rechecked the windows and ensured the curtains were drawn properly before snuggling into Seng's arms. Darling, don't be afraid. I'm here, and no one can hurt you. Sengge chuckled and said, What do I have to be afraid of? These people are bound to die, but I can keep living. Do you know why? Siyu leaned on his shoulder and asked, Why? Because I'm handsome, haha. So vain. Even so, Siyu gently kissed Sengge on the cheek. The next morning, when Sengge got up and moved his body, he felt no discomfort at all. Old Song's medicine was indeed effective. He thought he should ask him for some more next time, just in case. While taking a shower, if any woman burst in again, he could handle it casually. He first went to see Tian Wu with Siyu. Liao Ximin was also there and told Sengge that the assassin from Siam had died last night. This shocked Sengge. Suicide? No, he was killed by someone using a very strange weapon that pierced his neck. A strange weapon? What kind? Achai had 5 puncture wounds on his neck, with the middle one severing an artery and the other for causing him to bleed out. Very vicious. Another person was helping him from the shadows, and Sengge was certain this person was definitely not the same as the one from the bar. Hackers generally lack martial skills. They can create all sorts of weapons in the virtual world, but in reality, they'd hesitate even to kill a chicken let alone a person. Sun Gu asked where Chai had been killed. Liao Min recounted everything to him. Tian Wu felt regret for not having killed him himself. But Sun Gu comforted him, saying, "Don't feel bad. With me around, there will always be various experts appearing. If you want to fight, you'll have plenty of opportunities. Just focus on recovering from your injuries first." After leaving the hospital, he went straight home, entered his secret room, turned on the computer, accessed the city system, and searched for all video footage from last night around the area where Chai was killed. Sun Gu indeed saw a shadow that appeared and disappeared in an instant, but it was hooded, making it impossible to see the face. However, the way she walked didn't seem like that of a man. Could there be a special female team protecting me? He searched for data from other areas, but the shadow did not appear again. There was no rush to find out who they were. He would find out eventually. Right now, what he needed to do was eliminate Luo Fu Luo. He realized that no matter what her plans were, they were all so mysterious and involved the internet. He could deal with them when they started. It wasn't too late. Sun Gu connected to the network of Siam and scanned the data being exchanged. Everything seemed normal, since Luo Fu Luo didn't go online. He had no way of knowing her location. Now, all he could do was wait for her to take action again to make his move. He spent the whole morning in the secret room, but Luo Fu Luo didn't show up. She probably didn't know that Achai had been killed yet and was waiting for news of his death. Siyu hadn't come back for lunch. So Sun Gu thought about getting something to eat, but he found Yuhan cooking in the kitchen. There were several plates of stir-fried dishes on the table, and the aroma wafted through the air, making Sun Ji's mouth water. Is there any for me?" Yuhan smiled and said, "This is made for you. Hurry up and eat. This dish will be ready soon." Senj took a bite and said, "Wow, I didn't expect your cooking to be this good. You are the first man to taste my culinary skills. Is it really that delicious?" she asked. "Hey, don't grab it with your hands." Chapter 442, UNS. Senj was completely captivated by Yuhan's cooking. She said something, but he didn't hear it, as he was busy eating. "Hey, slow down. No one is competing with you. Have some sweet soup first." Senj took a sip of the sweet soup, which was moderately sweet and at just the right temperature. He felt like he was living like an emperor. Of course, most men certainly wouldn't experience this. Why? Because today's women have largely lost their femininity. Can you still expect them to cook for you? Sweet soup? Then sit across from you, looking charming and gently watching you eat? It's a miracle if they don't try to harm you with a kitchen knife, let alone serve you sweet soup. They would at most offer you a mouthful of saliva. I really didn't expect your stir-fried dishes to be so delicious. Who did you learn from? I thought of it myself. If a woman puts her mind to it, she can always achieve it. Then you should think more about food in the future. Men shouldn't worry about that. Better not to strain yourself. Yuhan snorted and said, "Anyway, you've seen me completely exposed. I didn't expect you to have a pretty good figure without clothes." Senj's face turned red immediately. Although he considered himself somewhat manly now, it didn't mean he could indulge himself freely. So he said, "Being playful is fine, but it should be within limits. I'm a person with a family and responsibilities now. Some things shouldn't be pursued." Yuhan just glanced at him and didn't say anything else. After dinner, Senj dove back into the secret room. Although the whole world shares the same internet, there are countless internal and external networks. As a super hacker, he couldn't possibly know where Love would attack next. So, Senj spent most of his time browsing themes on the Ghost Butterfly forum. In the help section, thousands of requests for Ghost Butterfly's assistance were posted every day. It was unclear when it started, but some overseas large financial groups or software companies began posting themes in the help section, asking Ghost Butterfly to help them upgrade systems or design software. And of course, these came with rewards. For example, a company named KNT Global Vision from a certain country offered 50 million euros for Ghost Butterfly to upgrade their servers. With some free time, Senj clicked into this company's website. It turned out they were a company specializing in foreign trade, with a business scope that spanned the globe. Given the current complex international situation and the impact of global finance, changes could occur every second between countries. Therefore, the global data exchange of this company was extremely important, as most financial data would be transmitted online. Over the past few years, the company's servers had faced multiple hacker attacks, resulting in accumulated losses reaching over €1 billion. Their idea was that to prevent theft, they should find the best thief. So the company's executives decided to hire Ghost Butterfly for their system upgrade. They believe that with the temptation of 50 million euros, the Phantom Butterfly will definitely agree to help them. After reading this, Seng felt as if something had been triggered in his mind, suddenly leading him to a question. Lovelo's attacks on the Fog Nation and the Island Nation could very likely be a provocation towards him. But in reality, isn't Lovelo attacking the entire world? 2 cities are already severely damaged and struggling to breathe. If no one stops her, even more countries will fall into a network crisis. To outsiders, the attacks on the networks of these countries may seem insignificant, but the impact of these 2 nations on the global economy is substantial. For instance, their international trade has been interrupted due to the cyber attacks, causing the global trade surplus to drop by several percentage points. Seng also checked the exchange rates. Before the Fog Nation was attacked, the GBP to Euro ratio was 0.81, and now it is 1.71 for the island nation. The JPY to Euro ratio is now 2.171. This means that something that used to cost 80 cents now costs 1.70 euros. The prices for exports and imports are already on the brink of losing control, with both economies depreciating every minute. If more countries are attacked, the global import and export trade will break down, leading to inflation and plunging the world economy into crisis. It turns out Levelo had this in mind. Seng initially thought Levelo was just seeking revenge on him, but in fact, she wants the collapse of the world economy and to eliminate the phantom butterfly in the process. She seems to have calculated that the phantom butterfly would not help these nations, thus redirecting their hatred towards her. For example, some hackers from the island nation and the Fog Nation, as well as their higher-ups, are now blaming the phantom butterfly for not assisting them when they needed help the most. Seng slapped the table and muttered to himself, "Well played, Levelo. You're truly playing a high-stakes game, showing animosity towards the entire world." If it were another hacker, they would be frantically searching for Levelo, ready to unleash their fury. However, Seng remained calm and formulated a plan in his mind. At that moment, the forum refreshed with a news update. The Allied Nations World Cybersecurity Conference is being held in a certain country, focusing on the security issues of the fourth domain globally and determining the top 10 most influential hackers. This news immediately set the forum ablaze with speculation. Some were guessing who would make the top 10 hackers. Others believed that a new combat strategy against hackers would emerge from this conference. And some suggested that the meeting was specifically convened in response to the attacks on the Fog Nation and the Island Nation. The Cybersecurity Office of the Allied Nations really needs to do something, right? Now Levelo is stepping on their heads and making a mess of them, treating their department as if it were just for show while they are being attacked by hackers and still have to seek help from hackers. Seng was curious to hear the content of the meeting, as it would be a piece of cake for him. First, he accessed the homepage of the Alliance, then found the location of the meeting in the external news section, the Alliance conference hall. He activated the Ghost domain module, connected to all data networks in the conference hall, found a computer to log into, and started the audio software to listen to the live broadcast. At that moment, the representative from an island nation was giving a speech. Seng couldn't understand the language of the island nation, which sounded as if the speaker's tongue had developed a rash, so he had to rely on translation software for real-time translation. Chapter 443. Attack on the Alliance. Seng entered the Alliance conference hall, utilizing the Ghost domain module to connect to one of the computers, wanting to hear what they were discussing. The representative from the island nation was speaking, stating, "Our nation has been devastated. These hackers are like the nuclear weapons that were once dropped on us, leaving everyone without hope for survival. They not only attacked our servers, but also destroyed our financial system and the largest hydroelectric station in our country, resulting in hundreds of thousands of people being homeless and hundreds dead, with economic losses reaching billions of euros. Here, on behalf of our Prime Minister, I respectfully urge the officials of the Alliance to come up with practical and effective solutions to eliminate these damned hackers for the sake of the global internet environment and every country and individual that enjoys the internet. We cannot place our hopes on an incompetent hacker. Ghost Butterfly is a coward. This so-called greatest hacker in the world is actually just a jerk who only knows how to charge fees on forums. He could have stopped all of this, but he did nothing. I believe that if such an attack happens again, he will still do nothing. Therefore, I want to strongly condemn Ghost Butterfly on behalf of all the people of the island nation through the Alliance." Hearing this, Seng thought to himself, "Condemn your mother. Yes, I'm kicking you while you're down, but if Levelo hadn't launched the attack, who would have known you were in trouble? You're not condemning Levelo, but here condemning Ghost Butterfly. That is truly deserving of your fate." At this point, the head of Yenti from another nation, Kress, began to speak. He said, "I believe everyone knows that our main network was attacked by a hacker organization calling itself Levelo Network Forces, resulting in most of our network equipment being compromised and thousands of people unable to see a doctor. Many do not believe that the fourth domain is more important than others. Many think the internet is just for leisure and entertainment, and that in warfare, missiles and guns don't rely on the internet. But now I must tell these people that the world has developed to this point where the internet is everything. It controls all the functions around you, not only life and entertainment, but also military, economy, national security, etc., are all under the control of the internet. This means that whoever controls the internet essentially controls the entire world. Countless hackers attempt to do this every day, and some hackers can do it quite easily. For example, this hacker, Ghost Butterfly, could destroy the world in just a few minutes if he wanted to." Seng quickly interjected, "I have no such thoughts. You're wrongfully accusing a good person. In life, the most unbearable thing is when your voice goes unheard. For instance, When you see a certain celebrity or someone who truly deserves criticism, you feel like cursing them out. But who can hear you? They will still act as they please. Or when you get a virus from a certain website that causes your computer to crash, you feel like finding the site owner and shoving them down a drain. Then doing something unspeakable to them, but you can't do that. Your curses can only echo around you, making you feel suffocated. But what can you do? You wish your insults could be heard immediately, but that's simply impossible. You can't just pull an actor out of the television and give them a beating, can you? If that were the case, you'd never see anyone on TV again. Who wouldn't fear getting hit? Just like what Singe heard, even though the attacker was Lovelock. Everyone directed their anger towards him. He was just sitting in a room online, making money, and still caught the backlash. Singe had a good temper. But that didn't mean he had to endure this issue. His personality was melancholic and cultured, not aloof. So, Singe decided to speak up. If he didn't vent his frustrations, these people would ruin things even further. He pressed the control key and pulled all the displays and computer data in the conference hall into the control module. This was a powerful feature of the Ghost domain. All decrypted programs, data, and networks could be controlled by dragging them into this module. In the Allied Nations conference hall, Kress was giving a speech when suddenly all the lights went out, plunging the hall into darkness. As everyone was left bewildered, all the large screens and computer monitors suddenly lit up with a ghostly blue glow. A ghostly butterfly appeared in the blue light, its wings fluttering and emitting layers of eerie flames, seemingly entering everyone's minds with a magical presence, mesmerizing and instilling fear in all. Kress was frantically typing on the keyboard while staff immediately checked the network. But how could they prevent the appearance of the ghostly butterfly? Along with the blue glow, countless flashes of light flickered in succession, causing everyone in the conference hall to rise in disbelief that the UNS had been hacked. Then a deep voice resonated in everyone's ears. Listen carefully. It is not me, the ghost butterfly, who is attacking your countries. Based on your inability to defend against hacking, you cannot shift your resentment onto unrelated people. If you truly wish to do so, I can easily paralyze your nations, especially your island nation and the Fog country. If you cannot control your words, I will make your nations disappear from this world immediately. Kress glanced at the representative from the island nation, and both of their expressions were equally heavy. The phantom butterfly was coming for them, and it was impossible to say they weren't scared. The representative from the island nation just wanted to run to the restroom. He felt he was about to lose control. The representative from the Netherlands, upon seeing this butterfly, recalled everything the phantom butterfly had done to their country. At that moment, cold sweat soaked his clothes, and he trembled as he covered his forehead, whispering, "My God." Singe continued, "Now, the focus of your meeting needs to change. You should only study how to deal with Lovelock cyber forces. Don't waste your boring time on how to hate the phantom butterfly. Don't make me lose my temper, or none of you will be able to bear it. And you, the representative from the island nation, listen well. Your mouth is like Kress's backside." Surprisingly, someone in the hall burst out laughing. At that moment, a man in his 40s, dressed in a suit, walked to the big screen and said, "I am a senior executive of UNS, named Benjiaster." Before he could finish, the phantom butterfly suddenly disappeared from the screen, and all the lights turned back on, stabbing the eyes of those present with a painful glare. Singe showed no respect for Benjiaster, cutting off the connection before he could finish speaking. Benjiaster turned red with embarrassment and could only helplessly say, "He's a hacker, isn't he?" This illustrates that hackers are generally very individualistic. They never communicate in a conventional way. They prefer to communicate using incomprehensible data, which, at least, is real, even if it takes the form of code, far surpassing human language in effectiveness. For Benjiaster, the phantom butterfly was a hacker, but for hackers around the world, the butterfly's actions represented a counterattack against them. The main question was, who had the courage, technique, and audacity to do this? Yet the phantom butterfly managed to pull it off. Moreover, the people from UNS had no means to counter this. They simply watched the butterfly leave, and that was it. They had to bow to a hacker and start comprehensive research on how to deal with Lovelock's potential attacks on other cities. The phantom butterfly's actions were world-renowned. Yet this fame and fortune were not what Singe sought, or rather, he didn't care at all. He would never forget that he was a hacker. And since he was a hacker, he should do what hackers do. For UNS, this would undoubtedly be an unforgettable night. The phantom butterfly's single action created tens of millions of euros in profit for Singe, but in his eyes, there was nothing to be happy about. In the evening, light rain began to fall, drizzling softly, and the air felt oppressive. Singe opened the window, finding a unique charm in the misty rain. If he wanted to be a hacker, he first needed to calm himself and think about what he should do next. Similarly, Lovelo, as a hacker, was contemplating her next move. She had heard about the news regarding Sang hacking UNS and had to admit that the action taken by Ghost Butterfly truly resonated with the hackers community. However, they were ultimately enemies, always attacking and harming each other, which is the essence of a hacker's existence. Her cyber team had already infiltrated a certain country, And this time, she planned to attack it in a different way, aiming to make the country's wealth vanish in an instant. Upon receiving the orders, the cyber team immediately began to crack the financial system of this nation. This time, they operated in secrecy, using no violent methods, but instead accessed the server's data management group through legitimate means. This was relatively easy. First, one just needed to register a username in the financial system. Then log into the membership center, and the computer data would connect with the server's data. Then, using software developed by the cyber team, they intercepted the data being transmitted over the network and modified the matrix code within the data. This software could, in a very short time, locate the desired numerical modules among trillions of matrix modules and then alter the figures. For instance, data worth one currency unit could be transformed into 10 billion once it entered the server. The time for data transmission over the network was nearly synchronous, which meant they had little to no time to modify the data. Hence, they imposed an artificial limitation on the speed of data transfer. This was not merely about throttling the internet speed. The limitation only altered the volume of data being transmitted, such as reducing 50 megabits per second to 10 megabits, while the access to the network data remained unaffected. What the cyber team needed to do was to impact the speed of data access. For example, if several megabits of data accessed the financial system's server simultaneously, it would naturally slow down the access speed. As a result, within just 1 hour, tens of trillions in local currency were withdrawn and converted into euros, amounting to hundreds of billions. This money instantly entered a financial system in Europe, causing a significant stir. Had this nation lost its rationality? How could all the money in the country be sent there? The nation quickly realized what was happening, as a large number of people began withdrawing cash from different ATMs at the same time. Within less than an hour, all ATMs across the nation went offline. This was nationwide, not limited to a single city. The Financial Management Authority of the nation, TMA, had its senior executive, Sharawan Kai, report immediately to the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister was furious, trembling with rage, demanding to know who had the audacity to take all the money from their country. Was this an attempt to bring about the nation's downfall? At that moment, all television stations and public screens simultaneously broadcast a video, where the masked Levelo stated, "The national financial system of your country is now finished. Hundreds of billions in euros have been taken to other countries, and no ATM can dispense cash. You know what you must do." A man from a certain Southeast Asian country, after watching the video on the large screen behind him while withdrawing cash from an ATM, realized that he couldn't withdraw even a single cent. Furious, he shouted, "What the hell? All the hard-earned money is suddenly gone. Are they trying to incite a rebellion?" After exiting the security gate, he saw a large number of soldiers appearing in the city, and in some places, people had already started rioting. He could even hear gunfire in the distance. Just then, the city suddenly experienced a power outage, plunging everything into darkness, and the sharp screams of the citizens echoed throughout the city. Was this the end of the world? Upon receiving the news, the representative from this Southeast Asian country immediately stood up and exclaimed, "I have a terrifying announcement. Our country has suffered a hacker attack. The financial system has been completely destroyed, power supply nationwide has been interrupted, and riots have broken out among the citizens. Our country has now entered a state of maximum alert." After looking at his colleague and the representative from another country, he stood up and said, "Everyone, I suggest we end the meeting. All attending countries should immediately prepare for a massive defense against hacker attacks. Representatives from our country, we will immediately send a cybersecurity team to assist you." In the capital city of another country, a man named Sung took a bite of a spicy pepper, wincing in response. "Wow, why do you women love spicy food so much? This is too hot. My lips feel swollen." Siyu quickly poured him a glass of water and said, "I told you, this is something for women. You insisted on trying it, and now you know how spicy it is, right?" Sung, blowing on his mouth, remarked, "If you can handle something this spicy, no wonder you're all women." Dinner was prepared by Yuehan, and Siyu found it delicious, even insisting on learning cooking skills from her. Yuehan replied, "You should stick to your role. Leave the work for the servants." Sung continued eating, indifferent to their conversation. Siyu, not one to be easily dismissed, responded coolly, "Yuehan, I don't appreciate what you just said. Here, no one sees you as a servant. Are you implying that we treat you poorly?" Yuehan retorted, "Oh, what are you getting upset about? I was just saying it casually. You can't expect people to stay silent, can you? No one is stopping you from speaking. Just because you cook well doesn't make you special. With your status, it's a shame to be doing such work. How will you find a husband to marry later? Don't say we made you miss out on opportunities. That would sound bad, wouldn't it?" Siyu's words were sharp yet devoid of vulgarity, implying that Yuehan wasn't as special as she thought. Yuehan, nearly in tears from anger, slammed her chopsticks down and stormed off to her room. Siyu merely scoffed. "What is so great about that? The thing I dislike the most is pretentiousness." Turning his head, Seng saw that this guy was eating happily, not caring about anything else. It's better not to get involved in the war between women. Otherwise, you might end up getting hurt while they have nothing to lose, which is not worth it. But before long, Yuehan unexpectedly walked out of the room with a suitcase, throwing the keys in front of Seng, saying, "I'm leaving." "How can one just leave like that?" Seng hurriedly stood up, and Siyu pulled him back, but Seng still said, "Wait a minute." Yuehan stood at the door, but did not turn around. Hearing the rain outside, Seng seemed to be transported back to that day when Yuehan left. Although he had no emotional ties with her, even an ordinary farewell could be heart-wrenching. She was waiting for Seng to stop her. She wasn't really planning to leave, just trying to save face. However, Seng said, "By the way, how did you make this dish? I haven't had enough." With that one sentence, Yuehan was so furious that she almost fell to the ground, and Siyu, who was angry, grabbed his hair and started biting him. Hearing Seng scream, 5 Special Forces soldiers outside rushed in through the window. But upon seeing the scene, they initially thought someone was attacking Seng, only to find Siyu was on top of Seng, biting him everywhere. It was a matter between lovers, so they couldn't intervene. One soldier approached Seng and whispered, "Gezi, can you hold on?" Seng pushed Siyu's head aside with force and smiled, "I'm fine. Have you eaten? I can get someone to make something for you." "That's great." Yuehan, seeing this, thought there was no way to leave now and could only go to the kitchen to cook more dishes. Seng finally dragged Siyu back to the bedroom and heavily threw her onto the bed. As he turned to leave, Siyu suddenly jumped on his back, hitting and biting him. Eventually, both of them fell onto the bed, and Seng turned around to hold her tightly. Their eyes met, and then they kissed passionately. 2 hours later, Siyu fell asleep contentedly. Seng poured himself a glass of water and went to the secret room, logging onto the Ghost Butterfly Forum. He saw that the entire forum had exploded. After reading a few key terms, Seng realized that Lovro had begun to take action. The country of Siam had entered a state of maximum alert, with all shops closed, all entertainment halted, and the military taking over major locations in the city for a temporary power takeover. The internet in Siam was nearly paralyzed. The country itself was not strong in terms of cybersecurity, and Lovro had cracked the entire national system with little effort. Interestingly, UNS had also posted a topic on the Ghost Butterfly Forum, warning all hackers to be cautious in their actions, as they had reached an agreement with the Anti-Terrorism Department of the Allied Nations to classify Lovro and his cyber forces as terrorists. Any individual or organization supporting Lovro would also be regarded as terrorists. Seng knew that this theme from the organization was meant for him, but he didn't care about it at all. What kind of terror could they pose? They couldn't even deal with Lavlo. What else could they do? As for Lavlo, it was time for her to disappear. Seng flexed his fingers and activated all the monitors, immediately accessing the network of a certain country. The analysis of the entire network began right away, while Seng first entered the country's power supply system. After briefly examining the programming errors in the power supply system, Seng understood what caused these systems to shut down. After the cyber unit hacked into the system, they locked down the core of the operating system and disabled all output settings, leading to a complete power interruption. For ease of management, the country had connected its entire power supply system to a single server. Once this server was attacked, all connected systems would shut down. The designer of this system must have been foolish. Otherwise, how could they create a system so appealing to hackers? As a hacker, it's like being a sniper, always hoping to cause the maximum damage with the least amount of effort. While data unification is very convenient during usage, once it encounters an attack, the destructive power is immense. This is why hackers favor such systems. They don't have to crack one region at a time. Seng also discovered that the system was locked not by altering core permissions, but by using software to lock it down. To resolve this software issue, one must first decipher the way the software was written. Many skilled programmers can compress a program down to just a few KB, but once decompressed, it is far from small. Think about how large a virus program needs to be. The so-called virus aims to inflict maximum damage to your system in the shortest time possible, while also being easy to hide. If a virus were to be hundreds of megabytes in size, that hacker would surely be in serious trouble. Another characteristic of programs created by experts is that you cannot access the internals of the program. Such programs are considered perfect. If you want to attack them, you can't even find the door, so what can you do? The program Seng was trying to crack was like that. He found he couldn't deconstruct the program file using his own language software. In fact, cracking a program is like navigating a maze. It seems there's no exit. But Seng didn't believe that a truly perfect program could exist in this world. Chapter 446. Paid services. Seng had cracked countless so-called perfect programs, and this one would be no exception. First, he needed to identify the problem. Why couldn't he crack it? Every time he decompressed the program, a new variable would emerge, much like how a system changes every time you input a password. Therefore, to crack this program, controlling its variable settings was essential. This was not difficult for Seng. Each time the program opened, it would automatically close after a fraction of a second. That fraction of a second was more than enough. Seng immediately wrote a termination variable code based on the fusion code. The moment the program opened, the termination variable code could be added to it. Once the program code was ready, he reopened the program's data module, and under the activation of the specific program, the Fusion code quickly integrated Senkei's code into the data module. As a result, the window did not close anymore, and all the language codes of the program were presented before Senkei. He felt no sense of accomplishment in cracking such a program. It took him less than 2 minutes to find the exit of the maze. How could that excite him? After the program was cracked, the power supply system was immediately unlocked, and based on the server's default settings, all system parameters were restored. The power supply in the region quickly returned to normal, and the sounds of people shouting and cheering could still be heard. Almost all the lights in the city turned on simultaneously, and many citizens knelt on the ground, thanking the heavens for restoring their light. However, some people's thoughts were different from those of these ignorant citizens, like the engineers from the network management department, whose minds were nearly overwhelmed trying to crack the power supply system. Faced with pressure from the prime minister and senior officials, they came up with a brilliant idea: to use generators for power. Upon hearing this, the prime minister nearly lost his temper. Once the power supply system suddenly restored, these engineers began to boast, claiming all the credit for themselves. In a luxurious villa by the sea, Lovelo stared unblinkingly at the chandelier above her, her mind in chaos. She received a report from the network forces the moment the power was restored, indicating that their program had been cracked, likely by the ghost butterfly. Lovelo could disregard her own life, but she could not overlook Senkei. He was the only hacker in the world capable of countering her. If the ghost butterfly took action, her plans would instantly fall apart. However, Senkei did just that, throwing Lovelo into chaos as she pondered how to stop him from ruining her plans. But she couldn't come up with anything. The ghost butterfly's attack power was simply too strong, and Lovelo had to adjust the entire plan again. This was her only chance to fight back. If she confronted the ghost butterfly head-on, she would undoubtedly lose, so making tactical adjustments was currently the best course of action. At the same time, under the leadership of UNS Director Benjiaster, 10 chief technical engineers from UNS arrived in the region, personally welcomed by the Prime Minister at the official residence. They believed that with Benjiaster's arrival, the region was saved. After Senkei restored the power supply system, he immediately entered the financial system of the region. The Magic Eye Code had completed the analysis of the entire network and established regional control, allowing Senkei to activate the Ghost Domain module at will. According to Senkei's data analysis, over 100 billion euros had been transferred to the European financial system within the previous hour. However, in the financial data of a certain country, there was no such amount of funds entering. Seng searched through all the records of TMA's super clients, finding that 10 of them were registered before the funds were transferred, and afterward, hundreds of billions were under their names. At this point, Seng couldn't help but laugh, thinking about how outdated TMA's system must be if such simple data manipulation could allow them to take all their money. But the financial data from Europe doesn't care whether this is real or fake. Now, the money from that country is already in their system and can be withdrawn at any time. Those who truly own this wealth have no place to cry, as their money has been taken away. Of course, they can still obtain cash from their government, but the value of that cash might change. What used to cost 100 might now require 5,000 to enjoy the same service. The most unfortunate are the ordinary citizens, whose hard-earned money is no longer enough even for a meal. How are they supposed to survive? Seng looked again at the financial data from Europe, noticing that data exchanges had already taken place, and it seemed that the money from that country could no longer be retrieved. Seng had ways to get this money back, but felt that doing so would only be defensive. His plan was to attack Lovelo, not to restore order in that country. He merely wanted it to serve as a battlefield against Lovelo. Who cares what they have gone through? Therefore, Seng decided not to focus on the money for now, but instead monitored the network data from that country, waiting for Lovelo to make another move. Restoring power was just to let Lovelo know that he had already made his move, and it was up to Lovelo to decide the next step. In the Prime Minister's residence of that country, Benjiaster, after listening to the entire attack process, immediately instructed his engineers to enter the network of that country, including the servers of various key departments, for reinforcement and upgrades. However, there was a premise. None of this would be free, and the cost was extremely high. Benjiaster even felt a bit embarrassed to bring it up. Given the situation, charging them seemed a bit shameless, but this was UNS's regulation. They wouldn't provide services for free because these chief technical experts were not hired for nothing. They needed to eat, enjoy a luxurious lifestyle, date, and engage in various activities, all of which required money. Moreover, UNS had never been very popular. They often faced backlash and criticism, and sometimes even had things thrown at them. Thus, it was a dangerous profession, and naturally, the fees had to be higher. So Benjiaster said, "Mr. Prime Minister, from my personal perspective, I really want to help your country through this crisis for free, but you know, as the best anti-hacker department in the world, my engineers are very expensive. The total cost for helping you reinforce your system and drive away these hackers is 50 million euros. If you can accept this, we can start working immediately. Chapter 447. Thick-skinned Singe glanced at the time. It was already 1 in the morning. Around the world, many people were like him, sitting in front of their computers, staring at their screens. Some were there for gaming, some for love, some for entertainment, and others just to watch videos. Of course, there were also hackers like Singe, waiting. They wanted to know how the cyber war in a certain Southeast Asian country would end, or if there would be new beginnings. Singe didn't care what they wanted. He was ready to sleep, and he believed Lovelock was surely dreaming too. Why should he stay in front of the computer? But in that Southeast Asian country, someone was too angry to sleep, and that was the Prime Minister, who felt he had been played by a certain individual demanding an outrageous fee of 50 million. If he weren't the Prime Minister, he would have kicked that person away long ago. The country had lost over $1 trillion overnight, and now they were even selling beds. Yet that individual still wanted to charge them? The Prime Minister could not agree to the fee, at least. He had to wait for the approval of the parliament members. He didn't have the authority to decide unilaterally. On the other hand, the organization involved would not upgrade their systems without receiving payment first. The technology software they used was purchased from renowned software companies, and they wouldn't give it away for free. Even without an upgrade, they didn't care. After all, they could travel to any country without spending a penny of their own, treating it as a sightseeing trip. The next morning, after breakfast, Singe sat down in front of the computer. He hoped Lovelock would launch another attack, but so far, there had been no movement from Lovelock cyber forces. Singe wasn't anxious. He casually found a movie to watch, while the scanning program continued to monitor for any data fluctuations, allowing Singe to be aware of any changes immediately. The speed of the online news refresh was also very fast. Early in the morning, scenes of citizens lining up to withdraw cash emerged from that Southeast Asian country. However, the government had closed all channels because they could not confirm whether any of these individuals were the hackers who attacked them the day before. Additionally, if they opened the channels, the economy would immediately collapse. They no longer had the capital to exchange for global currency, which led to a forced halt in all import and export trades. If the government activated national funds, there would be no hope for economic recovery. After some deliberation, the parliament decided to pay the fee to the organization, fearing that the hackers would attack other departments again. With money, anything was possible. The individual, along with his engineers, first went to check the power department's systems. There were no traces of what Singe had done the day before. The servers only recorded that the system parameters had been locked, but were then unlocked again. An engineer from the organization asked the local technicians, "You say you resolved these issues?" "Yes, we resolved them. We used our permissions to delete that program. It was quite simple, wasn't it?" The engineer sneered and said, "If your technology were as robust as your audacity, your country wouldn't have let a group of hackers wreak havoc like this." The Prime Minister asked, "Why do you say that?" The engineer pointed to a piece of data on the display and continued, "This is the program that locked your system. But now it's completely ineffective. If I'm not mistaken, only top-level data engineers could accomplish this, and they intentionally left this software intact, not deleting it, just to mock those hackers. It's practically an art form." The Prime Minister shot an angry glance at the technicians and said, "You can't defend against hackers, but you can easily use others' technology to enhance your own reputation. Is this all your country has, these shameless scoundrels?" Bengister had been quietly listening. In the world, only one person could achieve such perfection, Ghost Butterfly. If it really was Ghost Butterfly behind this, then they had nothing to fear in this cyber war. At least Ghost Butterfly was on their side. The server upgrades and reinforcements immediately began, but at that moment, someone reported to the Prime Minister that the capital, Mandu, was experiencing massive protests. All unions had begun leading workers in strikes, and in some areas, citizens clashed with the military, resulting in multiple injuries. These citizens demanded that the government open financial channels and activate government funds to control prices. The Prime Minister said, "Let them protest. They have nothing better to do anyway. If anyone attacks government offices, let the military fire upon them. Also, have the government spokesperson come up with some excuse to placate these troublemakers." On the other hand, Singh was clearly watching a movie, but his attention was on the news from the country. The clashes between the protesting citizens and the military were escalating. Moreover, the largest professional group in the country, the sex workers, had also begun striking, with particularly interesting slogans stating that without women's services, the country would be doomed. During the clashes, these women were desperately tearing at the soldiers' uniforms, and several soldiers had their clothes ripped to shreds. Sang turned his gaze back to the movie. Those scenes were irrelevant to him. He was just waiting for Lavlo to launch an attack, and he firmly believed she would strike again. She wanted to leave the country. But now she couldn't. Sang was increasingly convinced that Lavlo's actions were not motivated solely by money. Besides wanting to disrupt the global economy, she must have other intentions. The system upgrades and reinforcements in the country were completed, and all servers were restarted. The data from the monitoring system immediately ceased refreshing. Seng looked at it and shook his head helplessly, saying, "If I were you, I wouldn't restart the servers." Any hacker preparing for an attack would take several precautions, such as cutting power, disconnecting server connections, and switching to backup servers, among others. Taking the example of a restart, many virus programs, like other software, activate after a reboot to modify or damage system permissions, which is quite similar to how software adds to the registry. After the restart, the server in a certain country indeed activated a program that deleted critical server data, leading to errors in all server systems, just as Seng had anticipated. The engineers from UNS looked on, beads of sweat immediately streaming down their faces. Chapter 448, Dance of the Butterfly. Seng's guess was correct. Level O cyber units had indeed added an activation-type virus program to the server to prevent upgrades and strengthen system defenses. The UNS personnel had fewer concerns, and with their assistance, the virus was successfully activated, resulting in errors in all server data. Not only did the power go out again in that country, but even the water supply system and other departmental systems were interrupted. The Prime Minister looked up at the extinguished lights and asked Bengiester what had happened. Bengiester shook his head helplessly. He knew the answer but couldn't speak it out loud. Once revealed, it would bring disgrace to UNS. "Sir Prime Minister, this is a program that inevitably arises during server upgrades. Our engineers are capable of resolving such issues. We just need to wait." Every second of waiting felt like struggling to survive under fire. The country was on the brink of collapse, with the capable and wealthy having left, leaving behind those ready to fight back. And now, they were expected to wait? The activation of this virus also marked the official beginning of the war between Seng and Level O. Level O deployed her entire cyber army to the battlefield, with dozens of data streams entering the main network simultaneously, easily infiltrating the core permission settings by exploiting errors during the server upgrade. Bengiester had no means to counterattack. All servers were relying on generators. Finally, Bengiester decided to cut off power to respond to the hackers' attacks using this most helpless method, but was stopped by an engineer. There were already rioting citizens attacking the building of the Network Management Department, and soldiers formed a human wall to block the frenzied crowd, creating a scene of utter chaos. This was exactly what Level O wanted. She aimed to create turmoil in every country she attacked. Her cyber army would soon gain access to the core permissions of the servers, and at that point, everything in that country would belong to her. However, what should have been a few minutes to crack the core permissions suddenly encountered extremely powerful reinforcement upgrades. Their methods were completely unable to break through this fortified program. In other words, their technological capabilities simply could not reach such heights. Level O looked at the chaotic crowd outside. With only one thought in her mind, the ghost butterfly had finally made its move. This is why the engineer had to stop the power outage in the facility. He discovered that the core system of the server had a fortification program that was remarkably perfect. All connection codes and data were shattered and deleted in the presence of this fortification program. Any program or access data that was not set as default would be modularized and then cleared. The engineer whispered, could it be that he made his move? Suddenly, he felt a slight pain in his neck. Adding this fortification program to the facility seemed simple, but it was quite complex in operation, as he first needed to obtain the necessary permissions before proceeding. Although the server modules were not very advanced, there were still relatively independent design methods in the basic language. For instance, to gain access, one first had to manually add administrator permissions, which required specific hardware devices for the addition. In the absence of manual addition, the engineer could only resort to brute force methods, using data fusion techniques to leverage existing administrator privileges to access the server. This was the most time-consuming step, as he had to search through all server data for the operational log files, decrypt them, find the administrator's username, and finally add this username to the key code. When connecting to the server, the fusion code would merge the key code with the server data, allowing him to gain all core permissions of the server. Although this process seemed complicated, it was significantly faster than the network forces of the opposing team. By the time they were connecting to the server data, he had already completed the data fortification, and it was now impossible for them to break through. He had anticipated their attack at this moment, which is why he took the initiative. Moreover, after merging the shield code with the ghost domain code, a module antivirus process began. The so-called module antivirus involved dividing the entire network into several major modules and addressing them one by one. The power supply in the facility and other city services were immediately restored. The opposing network forces were retreating step by step, completely defenseless. The Ghost I code had tracked down the IP addresses of these hackers, totaling 50 individuals, each group of 10 attacking from 5 different locations. The engineer entered the systems of these 50 individuals, fully confirming their identities as hackers, but did not cut off their network connections, as that would have been too easy for them. Since it was war, it needed to have the semblance of one. All public screens in the facility suddenly emitted beams of blue light, resembling blue flames, merging with the azure sky. A dazzling ghost butterfly fluttered gracefully, dancing through the air. When it appeared in people's view, it made all chaotic hearts and furious anger dissipate instantly. Among the crowd, someone shouted, "It's the ghost butterfly, we are saved." This exclamation caught everyone's attention. Even those who did not know what the ghost butterfly was clasped their hands together, hoping that this enchanting butterfly dance could sweep away all the suffering of the world. The ghost butterfly appeared, and the world changed color. As it transformed into a symbol and slid to the upper right corner of the screen, a set of text emerged. After translation, the content read, "The demons attempting to destroy your country and annihilate your right to exist are in these locations. Brave people, go and fight them for your lives and for your nation." Once the addresses appeared, the rioting crowd exchanged glances and then rushed toward those locations, shouting wildly. Standing by the window, Bengiaster, along with his engineers and the prime minister of the region, watched this scene unfold, and each one felt a chill run down their spine. The prime minister, unusually excited, said, "I have heard of this ghost butterfly. He is a super hacker and a good one." Bengiaster smiled wryly. He was supposed to be fighting against these hackers, but now he felt utterly powerless. The prime minister observed his expression, which seemed to indicate distress, and then said, "It seems that the ghost butterfly services are free. As for you, I think it's best to go sightseeing, enjoy some local cuisine, and then head back." Chapter 449. Expensive Singe provided the locations of Levelo's network forces to the furious citizens of the region, as if giving anger a fulcrum, causing everything to spiral out of control. Even the military could not stop it, watching helplessly as the hackers were dragged out of their homes and beaten. Levelo, in her seaside villa, was enveloped in fear. When she saw her network forces being killed by the angry citizens, she had to consider how to escape. She took a USB drive from her bag and plugged it into her computer. The program on the USB began to execute, causing a complete disruption of the network in the region. The code suddenly alerted her that it could not connect to the specified network. Singe opened the data connection window and found that all data was blocked before it could enter the main network trunk of the region. The key codes and the ghost domain module had also exited. Singe realized that this network disconnection was not merely about severing connections between networks, but felt as if the entire network of the region had suddenly disappeared. It was as surprising as if someone standing before you spat and then vanished. Singe tried to connect using a proxy server. Simply put, a proxy server routes your access data through another country's network for internet access. For example, if you use a proxy server from a certain country to access networks in other countries, your data browsing worldwide gains a certain accessibility. The origin of your data also becomes the proxy server, and the IP address changes to that of another country, as if your network had been relocated to a different country. Singe deduced that Levelo had blocked his access. It was impossible for her to simply block him, as Singe's data could not disclose where it was being accessed from. However, Levelo knew who Singe was, and, in that region, by blocking big data, Singe would similarly be unable to access it, unless the network access protocol was modified. However, he didn't want to do that because it was his personal war with Levelo and had nothing to do with the national level. Therefore, Singe still used a proxy server, but the result was that he still couldn't find any network from the Siam region. "My goodness, Levelo, is this your technology?" Singe found it hard to believe that Levelo could have such technology to hide an entire country's network. Moreover, it wasn't just the network. All communications, wireless signals, etc., were completely cut off from the outside world, as if the Siam region had been isolated. Of course, that country couldn't disappear. It was still there. But you just couldn't touch it. Singe analyzed all the data and found that they were all cut off at a large data node, which acted like an impenetrable protective layer. No matter how powerful your attack was, you couldn't break through its hardness. Even the key codes and ghost domain modules couldn't control it. This domain was very powerful. This was the program in Levelo's USB drive, known as Demon Domain, which, when activated, would instantly control the entire country's network protocols, forming an independent network that wouldn't accept any data. The creator of this program was the former leader of the Nirvana organization, the Creator. After the Nirvana organization was eliminated, the Demon Domain was used for the first time. Of course, Singe had no understanding of this Demon Domain. He only knew that the program responsible for cutting off the Siam network was extremely powerful. There weren't many software programs that he considered strong, which piqued his interest. However, on a technical level, Singe couldn't find an effective way to break through. Now the entire Siam region was cut off from the outside world, and even people within Siam became aware of this situation. Suddenly, it felt as if they had been abandoned by the world. Even the engineers from UNS looked helpless. They didn't even understand the reason, only knowing that the network was down. They tried to restore the network and had to mobilize troops to check all the optical cables connected to the outside to see if they had been cut by angry citizens. However, the inspection results showed that the optical cables had not been cut, so they could only look for issues in the network protocols. What was most unacceptable was that everything in the network protocols appeared to be perfectly normal, yet they still couldn't connect to the network. Binzister turned to the Prime Minister and said, "Get me a helicopter. I need to go to the neighboring country." He suddenly recalled when the ghost butterfly attacked the Netherlands, cutting everything off. Later, the Prime Minister of the Netherlands had to go online in another country to seek help from the ghost butterfly to end it all. Now, the situation in Siam being unable to access the internet was exactly the same as that of the Netherlands back then. Therefore, Binzister also wanted to go to the neighboring country to use the network and seek the ghost butterfly's assistance. To contact the ghost butterfly, one had to go to the forum, which was the only way to reach it. However, there was a better method than posting in the help section of the forum and waiting for the ghost butterfly to appear, directly messaging the creator to contact the ghost butterfly. However, this was not free. The creator's reply was that it would cost 10 million euros per message, a price set by the ghost butterfly. Binzister felt a lump in his throat upon seeing this reply, almost collapsing to the ground from frustration. Once upon a time, UNS charged fees everywhere. But now it has been put in a difficult position. If it weren't for the desire to gain some recognition from the ongoing cyber war in a certain country, it might have already lashed out at someone. However, it was clear that UNS would never get any money. The Prime Minister of that country responded very straightforwardly, "We can cover this cost." This single sentence nearly left Binzister speechless, almost rushing to the restroom to clear his throat. This Prime Minister really knows how to handle things. He understands that UNS is no match for Lovelock, and has now pinned all his hopes on Ghost Butterfly. After all this, it seems they are treating the people of UNS like errand runners, right? The rule of 10 million for a piece of information was indeed set by Tseng. Ordinary people couldn't connect with him in this way, unless they were the leaders of countries that had just suffered severe losses. When Tseng received the connection request, he was studying how to break through this magical domain. The creator informed him that the Prime Minister of that country was requesting a connection with Binzister in another country. They asked when they would arrive there. When the news reached the Prime Minister in Binzister, it felt a bit like a casual chat was about to happen. But this chat was rather expensive, costing 10 million euros per message. What could they do? They could only keep spending money, asking the creator to forward the message to Ghost Butterfly. They had just arrived in that country, and now all communications from that country had been cut off. They asked Ghost Butterfly if he could solve this issue. Tseng replied, "Have you eaten?" Chapter 450. Passionate love. Tseng's casual question made the Prime Minister cough for quite a while, spitting blood. He had been a bit irritated these past few days, and, in a moment of urgency, had coughed up blood. Binzister, still concerned, asked, "Prime Minister, can you hold on?" The Prime Minister wiped the blood from his mouth and said, "It's nothing. This amount of blood is not a big deal. Can you ask the creator if there's any discount for chatting?" The creator replied, "I'm afraid not. You know the value of Ghost Butterfly, and there's no such thing as a discount. Now, do you have anything else to say? If not, I need to go have my meal." Binzister could no longer tolerate it. They were just a group of hackers. How could they be so arrogant in front of him? He was a senior executive of UNS, the highest commander of the Global Anti-Hacker Alliance. Who did this guy think he was, acting tough as a forum operator? "Creator, this is a hacker forum you run. You should know what UNS does. If you insist on being in the middle, then do something useful. If you want to be a lackey for hackers, can you withstand UNS's wrath?" Haha, Binzister, first of all, I have no disrespect towards you. Secondly, this is the Ghost Butterfly Forum, and I am merely the technical administrator of this forum. I believe you have no ability to threaten anyone on this forum, as I don't know if you can withstand the wrath of Ghost Butterfly. That's why this forum has existed until now. Lastly, I'll ask once more. Do you have anything else to say? Binzister started coughing as well, and the Prime Minister quickly tore off a piece of tissue and handed it to him. This type of paper was excellent for absorbing blood and would definitely not leak. He snatched the tissue and tore it into shreds. Feeling that he was on the verge of losing control, the Prime Minister had asked the creator to forward the message to the Ghost Butterfly. "I sincerely hope you can help our country, and for that, we are willing to offer you 100 million euros as a reward." After receiving the news, Tseng felt it was acceptable and opened a separate room in the forum. He didn't want to waste too much time. Before Binzister could speak, Tseng typed a line of text. "You don't need to say anything. I know the current situation of our country. I have a request. Please provide me with a copy of the current network transmission data, including your protocol settings, and deliver it to me on time in 1 hour." After saying this, Tseng cut off the connection. Unable to communicate, Binzister and the Prime Minister had no choice but to take a helicopter back to the capital, where they copied all the network transmission data as per the Ghost Butterfly's request and returned to their country just in time, 1 hour later. During this hour, Tseng did nothing but leave the secret room to find something to eat. After nearly 10 hours since entering the room that morning, he found the kitchen bare except for a few eggs. The food had been consumed by the warriors from the Divine Domain the previous night, and no one had gone to buy more today. With no other options, Tseng had to fry eggs. Just as he mixed the eggs, He accidentally dropped them on the floor, shattering both the eggs and the bowl. Come on, it's just an egg. Hungry and frustrated, Seng suddenly remembered that there should be plenty of snacks in the drawer of his bedroom. Without hesitation, he rushed into the bedroom and pulled open the drawer, only to find it empty except for one bag. The hungrier he felt, the more he craved food, so he decided to order takeout. 15 minutes later, the rice and white-cut chicken he ordered arrived, along with a complimentary box of chicken soup. He devoured the meal, and when he opened the chicken soup and took a sip, it nearly brought him to tears. The flavor of the soup was so familiar, just like the one Qin Nan used to make. Seng immediately inquired with the vendor if they had made the soup. The vendor, confused, said, "Sorry, sir. We never give out chicken soup." Seng then contacted the delivery rider, who said a woman wearing a mask had asked him to deliver it right at the entrance of Seng's community. He stared at the bowl of soup for a full 10 minutes, convinced that it was made by Qin Nan, as only she could make such delicious chicken soup. It was a taste he could never forget, buried in memories and nostalgia, bringing forth both tender pain and sorrowful longing. The soup had arrived hot, indicating it had not been made long before, suggesting that Qin Nan might live nearby. Since she had returned to her homeland, why hadn't she come to see him? With this thought, Seng wanted to find her, but after checking the time, he decided to return to the secret room to receive the documents before cutting off the connection again. Seng arrived outside the community and looked around. Apart from the park, there were only residential areas, with dozens of high-rise buildings, while the mid-rise structures were almost lined up together. He knew that Qin Nan was in one of those rooms. Yet that room felt very distant to him. Seng took out his portable device and connected to all the property servers in the vicinity, searching for any sign of Qin Nan. It was the time when he would deliver soup, and if she lived here, he should be able to see her. However, the search yielded no results. Seng didn't believe these results. It must be that Qin Nan was deliberately hiding. So he went to the nearest high-rise residential area, looking floor by floor, hoping to catch a glimpse of Qin Nan through a window. He wanted her to return to his side, not just for love, but to fulfill the vow he once made to take care of her for a lifetime. Behind a curtain, Qin Nan was tearfully watching Seng below. She longed to rush to him, to embrace him tightly and kiss him, but she could only helplessly watch the person she loved, heartbroken and crying alone. This infatuated love had to be buried deep within her heart. She couldn't ruin Seng's happiness. She just wanted to be by his side, silently protecting him and watching him be happy, which was enough for her. Seng sat in the community garden for a long time, observing everyone who passed by. He hoped the next figure to appear would be Qin Nan, but each time he was met with disappointment, followed by renewed hope and further disappointment. It wasn't until nightfall, until he was surrounded by the darkness, that Seng finally lifted his numb legs and left the garden. Qin Nan suddenly pressed her hands against the glass window, her fingers scratching the thick glass with force. She felt pain for Seng, for his loneliness, for his struggles, and especially for his solitude and disappointment. As Seng's figure slowly disappeared into the night, Qin Nan knelt on the ground, softly sobbing his name. Love, why is it so painful? Why is it filled with helplessness and desolation? Chapter 451. The Demon Realm. When Seng returned home, the house was still cold and quiet. Siyu had gone home to see Anai Shichi, while Yuehan and Sister Hua went to the hospital to visit Tianwu. An overwhelming sense of loneliness surrounded him deeply. As a hacker, he should be used to solitude and endure loneliness, but today Seng felt an unprecedented discomfort. He sat on the sofa, staring unblinkingly at the table in front of him and the items on it. They existed quietly in the passage of time, and he suddenly wanted to know what everyone around him was doing. He also wanted to know if these people were aware that he was fighting against enemies. But as a hacker, everything in that world didn't belong to this one. Only he could experience and feel it. He curled up on the sofa, using his arm to shield his eyes from everything, but he still saw his own tears. Thus, he fell into a deep sleep, not even dreaming, because he felt as if he were still awake. He just wanted to sleep, telling himself that he had to sleep. At this moment, he wanted to throw everything away. Everyone has a moment of awakening from their slumber, and Seng was no exception. He thought he could sleep for a long time, but he woke up only at midnight. The clear water in the pool reflected the light on the wall, and the flickering waves seemed to isolate the entire world. He plunged his face into the pool, and all sounds disappeared at that moment. Seng returned to the secret room. He still had enemies to eliminate, and this was also his world. Opening the downloaded files, Seng found it hard to focus on analyzing the data, as his mind was filled with the shadow of Qin Nan. They would always meet again, wouldn't they? This was Seng's own excuse to comfort himself. Eventually, he immersed himself wholeheartedly in the data analysis. The results displayed were completely consistent with what he had observed. The internal data access within the country was mostly normal, but all accesses to foreign data were blocked by nodes. Now, if he could crack this data node, the shadowy domain would disappear. However, this wouldn't completely resolve the shadowy domain, as it had not only shut down all network transmissions, but also communications. As Seng understood, To disrupt communication devices, there were essentially two methods. The first was to interfere with signal transmission and reception, while the second was to intercept all communication data. The former required hardware support, while the latter could be achieved purely through software, which was the key to Tseng breaking through the shadowy domain. From the data analysis, it was clear that Lavlo was using software interception technology, meaning Tseng could bypass the shadowy node and directly modify the wireless signal permissions for data transmission. However, this was contingent on his data being able to enter the country through the satellite devices. Simply put, if there was a wall, he couldn't get over it, but he could jump over from the air. So Tseng returned to the chat room, only to find Bingister and the Prime Minister still waiting. Tseng briefly stated his requirements, and the Prime Minister fully agreed, immediately arranging for officials to adjust the communication satellite settings as Tseng requested. Tseng then connected with the satellite merchant from Fugwa, Bashayev, as he needed support for satellite communication, which only Bashayev could provide. Bashayev had had a bit too much to drink that night, but upon hearing Tseng's voice, he perked up, his 200+ pounds dropping from the bed. His partner looked at him in disbelief and said, "Are you possessed?" To Bashayev, Tseng was more terrifying than a devil. After Tseng made his intentions clear, Bashayev said, "In an hour, a communication satellite will pass over the country. But you only have half an hour. 10 minutes was enough." Tseng obtained the frequency code for the satellite and immediately entered the satellite control base of Fugwa. Once inside the main system, Tseng quickly searched for this frequency, but in order to transmit data, the satellite first needed to connect with the data of the country's satellite. After inquiring about the satellite frequency code of a certain country, Tseng added it to the satellite connection options of another country, but this took at least 10 minutes. Satellites do not remain fixed in outer space. They orbit the Earth, so Tseng had little time. There were many areas he was completely unfamiliar with, and he only approached the settings from a software perspective, making several mistakes along the way. However, in the end, Tseng managed to get it right. Once the connection to the satellites above the other country was complete, Tseng immediately uploaded the program he had written to the satellite, creating an infinite code connection method through the domestic wireless network transmitter of that country. After the connection method was established, the satellite became useless and quietly exited the satellite base of the other country, as if nothing had happened, and the connection was also severed. Once the connection method created by Tseng entered the system of the other country, it immediately began to establish a complete wireless network channel. The existing transmission hardware and software were the defaults in the system, and Tseng's wireless connection method did not belong to any of those, making it impossible for the system to identify the connection method's code and intercept it. The wireless code connection method was entirely an independent connection channel. Even the server system could not prevent its emergence. Moreover, this connection method relied on the backbone network of that country, so the system almost recognized it as inherently existing. Tseng then activated the infinite code again, adding the IP address of the connected country to the connection options. Taking a deep breath, he realized that success or failure hinged on this moment. He clicked the confirmation button, and the infinite code prompted that the system was connecting. A few seconds later, it notified him that the connection was successful. Tseng clapped his hands and laughed heartily. There was no moment more thrilling than this. Now, there was only his channel in the entire country that allowed normal data access, making the system almost a mere decoration in front of this channel. Even so, Tseng was determined to resolve it, and cracking from the inside was much easier than from the outside. He just needed to reset all parameters of the backbone line, and then re-register the network protocol, and the system would be completely resolved. Chapter 452. Destroying the system. After establishing the channel connection, Tseng immediately entered the network service center of that country and reset the protocol parameters. The basis of these parameters was the IP segment of the infinite code, as only the infinite code could avoid being connected by the system. Once everything was set, Tseng also cracked the control permissions of the server, prompting it to restart. He stared intently at the symbols in the window, feeling as if they were written in an ancient script. It was impossible to say he wasn't nervous at all. This was the only method he could think of to crack the system, and if it didn't work, he would be powerless. After the server rebooted, the data from the magical I code indicated a brief wait, and every second's tick felt like a loud bang in Tseng's mind. 5 seconds later, the data finally displayed, and when Tseng saw that the network connection data was all normal, he slammed his head down on the table. The network and data communication in the region had fully restored, and all magical domain interception points had disappeared. A man in the region, who was online, pushed open the window and shouted hoarsely, "The network is back up. We can connect. Hurry up and get online." Tseng couldn't shout or express his excitement because he was a hacker. Even the honors he received were transparent. To thoroughly strike against Lovelock, Tseng found the data of 10 super-rich individuals based on the financial system's operation records. By using these usernames to access the European financial system and merging the key codes with the magical I code, He easily found the registration information for these 10 usernames in the system. He then transferred all the funds under these usernames back to the financial system in the region and deleted all 10 usernames. If it weren't for Lovelock, Sung wouldn't have bothered with all this. The region had indeed gotten a great deal. However, the Prime Minister of the region had done quite well, offering an additional 10 million euros to Ghost Butterfly on top of the 1 million reward. But Singh didn't care about these things. He was currently conducting a full network search because Lovelock was still alive. However, the search yielded nothing, and Sung deduced that Lovelock had likely left the region. Thus, Singh felt no excitement. As long as Lovelock was alive, she would still launch attacks, and this time, nobody had won. Although the region had recovered all its losses, its economy and social order could not be restored in a day. Lovelock had inflicted deep wounds on them. Fortunately, UNS had listed Lovelock as one of the world's most dangerous terrorists through the Anti-Terrorism Organization of the Allied Nations, believing that it would not be so easy for her to launch attacks in the future. Sung decided to let her live a few more days to see what tricks she might pull next. Bengiester, along with his engineers, left the region in a disheartened manner, with no one to see them off. This time they had fallen in the region, not only defeated by Lovelock, but also losing to Ghost Butterfly. For a time, hackers around the world mocked UNS in various ways, with one hacker humorously stating that the people at UNS could do nothing but give birth. Although he had lost face, Bengiester vowed to regain it one day. At this moment, Sung was fast asleep on his bedroom bed, while the Lovelock he wanted to eliminate was on a flight to the Flower Country, gazing out at the dark night sky and revealing her wicked smile once again. Singh slept until noon the next day, and if it weren't for Siyu coming back to wake him up, he might have continued sleeping. When Siyu returned, she noticed the leftover takeout on the table and the eggs spilled on the floor, which suddenly made her heart ache. Seeing Singh lying on the bed, fully clothed and asleep, almost brought her to tears. "Honey, I'm sorry, it's my fault. I shouldn't have left you alone at home." Sang, still groggy, looked at Si, and for a moment, he felt that the woman in front of him was Chin Nan. "It's nothing, don't worry. I was just a bit busy yesterday." He got up, went to the bathroom, washed his face, felt much more awake, and checked the time before deciding to go to the hospital to see Tianwu. When he arrived at the hospital, he found Huajia, Yuehan, and several of Tianwu's comrades there. He didn't know what they were talking about, but as he reached the door of the ward, he heard laughter coming from inside. When Singh pushed the door open, the laughter abruptly stopped, leaving him stunned. Why did it seem like they were all startled to see him, as if they had seen a superior? Huajia hurriedly got up to invite Singh to sit down, while Tianwu's comrades simultaneously stood up to take their leave. "How are you feeling?" Singh asked as he sat by the bed. Tianwu looked in good spirits, indicating he was recovering well. "Being in bed all day has made my legs almost numb." "You injured your shoulder, not your legs. Get up and walk a few steps, or you'll end up with a limp." "Someone won't let me." Tianwu glanced at Huajia, and Singh understood. He asked Huajia and the others to step out for a bit, and sent Si away as well. Once it was just the two of them in the ward, Singh spoke quietly. "Chin Nan is back. You've seen her?" "No, I don't know where she is." Singh briefly recounted what had happened yesterday. After thinking for a moment, Tianwu said, "So, she really lives near your place, and that expert from the Siam country must have been dealt with by her. Only she has that kind of strength." Singh didn't respond. Chin Nan had been silently protecting him all along, and that feeling made Singh even more troubled. "What are you thinking?" Tianwu noticed a sense of hesitation in Singh's eyes. "Get better soon and help me find her. She's back, but not showing up. There must be some reason for it. I hope I can help her." After leaving the hospital, Singh went to the library. Karen was also at work, but he kept wanting to sneak off to the bar. The old librarian was watching him all the time, and when he saw Singh, Karen helplessly said, "Oh man, is that old guy at the door a former spy? Did you let him mess things up?" Singh pushed open the office door, poured himself a drink, and gulped it down. They say wealthy people always have a drink wherever they go. Good red wine really does look tempting. And the expensive bottles that Wanru bought for Singh made every sip feel exquisite. Chapter 453. Firebird. Just as Singh returned to the library, Karen complained to him, mainly because he wanted to check on Yu Jia at the nearby bar, but the old librarian wouldn't let him, leaving Karen with no options. "Don't just drink by yourself. Give me a glass too. I'll give you a glass of saliva to drink. Now hurry up and go to work." Karen, helpless, could only walk out of the office with a frown. The bar's decoration had been completed, and they were now conducting the final adjustments to the sound equipment. As Singh entered, he saw Ku-yi singing on stage, her voice exceptionally beautiful. Ku-yi initially only hummed a few lines, but upon seeing Singh, she began to sing earnestly. "So leave a little love for me tonight. I don't want life to change, nor do I wish to walk alone. So leave a little love for me tonight." Ku-yi's singing was so captivating, and her gaze and expression were so sincere. This song was a gift for Singh. The admiration in her eyes was so touching and genuine. When the song ended, all the staff, including Singh, erupted into enthusiastic applause for Ku-yi. The emotion of the song brought a hint of tears to her eyes as she looked at Sing. Music is truly wonderful, isn't it? The same words, when spoken, feel different from when they are sung, and the audience's experience is vastly different as well. Of course, good music also needs the right occasion. For example, on a very romantic night, when you are about to confess to the goddess, if music suddenly plays, even the flowers in your hand might wilt at that moment. What love can you ask for? In Sing's bar, the first floor, covering nearly 2,000 square meters, was completely transformed into a grand hall. The central circular stage connected to the runway at the back, with a very reasonable layout. The sound and lighting equipment were all imported from abroad. To show Sing the effect, the staff turned on all the lights. In an instant, the surroundings became stunningly beautiful, even more professional than what one might expect. In such an environment, any song sounds wonderful, melodious, romantic, and enchanting. The entire music bar had 5 floors, aside from the first floor. There were 100 luxurious private rooms upstairs. Sing felt a bit dazzled, hardly believing that such a luxurious music bar belonged to him. He had merely taken a few million, and yet it transformed into a paradise on earth. It seemed that in this world, money truly speaks volumes. Returning to the first floor, Sing sat on a brand new sofa, looking around. This feeling was indeed pleasant. At that moment, Karen finally found an opportunity to slip over, and although Sing knew what he was up to, he paid him no mind. However, there was no sign of Yujia in the entire venue. Just then, the music started again, and Yujia slowly walked to the center of the stage. Is this the rhythm of a concert about to begin? Yujia looked at Sing and slowly sang. Don't ask me who I am. Please fall in love with me. My true feelings are something no one can understand. There aren't many people like me, so why must I suffer? Don't ask me who I am. Please face me and see the tears streaming from the corners of my eyes. I'm no different from you, but my heart is more fragile. Sing nodded gently to the rhythm, and in Yujia's eyes, he was listening, feeling her deep affection and persistence for him. How could Sing not understand Yujia's heart? He would never forget the moment when she fed him water mouth to mouth during his time of pain. However, his heart could not hold too much emotion. So he could only listen, always carrying a sense of loss on Karen's face. He truly wished he could embrace Yujia and shower her with love. But this love did not belong to him. His gaze fell on Sing, and he felt jealous of this man. Why did all the beautiful things in the world belong to him? Yet this jealousy could not transform into hatred in the presence of Sing's strength. Karen harbored no hateful thoughts. When the song ended, Yujia slowly closed her eyes, as if lost in this obsessive emotion, until the applause broke the spell. And she gradually opened her eyes. She exchanged a meaningful glance with Sing before turning and walking off the stage. That glance was as clear and profound as a paper filled with Sing's name. In the capital of Huagua, a dozen men in suits and sunglasses followed Lovelo. One of them took out an iPad and handed it to Lovelo. With elegant fingers, Lovelo swiped through the content and softly said, I want to see the Phoenix. The man nodded and quickly left. Half an hour later, in a bar in the capital of Huagua, Lovelo's favorite love song was still playing. And men in black stood around, having booked the entire place. As the music reached its midpoint, a white man wearing sunglasses entered the bar and sat directly in front of Lovelo. Despite the sweltering heat, he was dressed in black leather and wore black gloves. The red wine on the table looked enchanting under the lights. The man spoke, you can never forget him. It's your curse. Lovelo gently traced the edge of a black rose with her fingers, tears welling in her eyes. I will never choose to forget. The man looked out the window and asked, what do you want me to help you with? Destroy the ghost butterfly for him. He stood up, gently took the black rose from Lovelo's hand, and took a deep breath of its scent. For you, I am willing to do anything. After Sing and everyone finished discussing the bar's opening details, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. In a good mood, Sing treated everyone to dinner. By the time he returned home, it was already midnight. Time always slips away unnoticed, as if last night's darkness had just passed, and tonight's darkness had once again arrived. Singe took a shower and, feeling wide awake, decided to let Siyu sleep first while he checked if there was any news on the forum. However, when he entered the forum's URL, a message popped up. Error, access denied by the server. What the? Singe activated the key code, intending to access the server's backend to see what was going on. To his surprise, all the server data had vanished without a trace. He found a string of HTML code from the forum in his access records and performed a comprehensive search online using a tool. But all the data was nowhere to be found. The forum had been completely deleted. Chapter 454. Deletion. Singe wanted to check the news on the forum, but discovered it had been entirely erased, leaving no data behind. His first thought was, who did this? Every hacker in the world knew that this forum was protected by a powerful entity. And for a hacker to dare take such action meant they clearly didn't regard that entity highly. However, what concerned Singe was how this hacker managed to do it. The core data of the forum was something he had personally coded, and in terms of permissions, aside from the creator and himself, no one else had access. Yet it had been easily breached. A hacker capable of cracking his program was definitely not an ordinary one. They were likely a super hacker, much like himself. No matter who this person was, the war between them had already begun. But Singe suddenly realized he didn't know what to do next. This hacker had left no traces. And even if he wanted to retaliate, he didn't know whom to target. I'm scared of you, you bastard. He absolutely couldn't let himself get angry over this. The other party's skills were clearly just a notch above his own. Getting upset over it would be utterly unworthy and a sign of poor composure. This bastard could delete the forum, but surely couldn't wipe out all forums, right? So Singe logged into another hacker forum and was bombarded with threads discussing the breach of his forum. Some even speculated that it was the work of a certain group, and many agreed with this viewpoint, including Singe himself. Of course, there was another possibility. This person simply aimed to provoke the entity behind the forum. Seeing so many threads, Singe sighed. All of this represented money, but that was all right. He decided to create his own forum, believing that the expert would show up again once he got it up and running. There was no need to waste time searching for this hacker. Even if he were to take them down, others, even more powerful, would emerge. Singe was well aware that his skills had not yet reached a level where he could dominate the online world, so he wasn't in a hurry for revenge. He would take his time. He intended to create the forum without using anyone else's server and planned to find someone the next day. After shutting down his computer, he was about to head back to his bedroom when he suddenly heard some noise downstairs. It was already 3 a.m. Who could be making a commotion at this hour? He tiptoed downstairs, the sound coming from the kitchen. He turned to look through the glass wall and saw Siyu, who was organizing the food she had bought today. Sang coughed and said, I thought you were asleep. It's so late. What are you doing with all this? Come upstairs and sleep. Siyu replied. I'll go to sleep after I'm done. You go ahead. Sang didn't say anything and poured himself a glass of water. Just as he was about to head back to the bedroom, Siyu suddenly said, Honey, do you really think I'm not as good as Qin Nan? Sang suddenly stopped in his tracks. Siyu must have overheard what he said to Tianwu today. No wonder she was still awake so late. She was upset and couldn't sleep. Oh, Qin Nan was so great. She could cook, handle household chores, and especially her chicken soup. It was hard to find anyone who could make it taste that good. Sang didn't hold back and went on about all of Qin Nan's merits. Siyu remained silent, but suddenly leaned on the dining table and started crying. Sang sat across from her, took a sip of water, smacked his lips, and let out a sound. This irritated Siyu, who grabbed an egg and threw it at him. Sang quickly blocked it and said, But she can never be my wife. Siyu indeed didn't throw the egg, but she kept holding it up, crying as she asked. Then tell me, who is your wife? This software isn't even finished yet. Who knows how many languages it will support? I'll kill you. Siyu jumped over the dining table, wrapped her legs around Sang, and started tugging at his hair. In Sang's eyes, Siyu looked the cutest when she was angry. So he smiled and said, If you kill me, who will be your husband? If I kill you, I'll kill myself too. I don't want to live. Siyu pouted, her aggrieved expression making Sang feel really heartbroken. He gently pulled her into his arms and whispered, You are the one I chose. It will definitely be you who walks with me to the end. If you keep getting upset over this, I'm afraid you won't make it halfway. So you have to trust me, and you must believe in yourself. Siyu blinked through her tear-filled eyes and suddenly kissed him on the lips. Behind the glass wall, Yuan had bitten her lip until it bled. The next day, Sang arrived at Deepwater Company, where Deng Nan personally welcomed him at the door. Once they got to the office, Deng Nan said, Last time, I had those soldiers tortured. They did over 600 push-ups and couldn't get out of bed for half a month, using a urinal the whole time. Sang helplessly replied, You can't blame me for this. Who told you to barge into the army without asking? At least you can still walk. Deng Nan laughed and said, How could I blame you? You're my lucky star. The software you developed for me made me an 8-figure profit in just 6 months. Don't leave at noon. Let us go for hot pot. Sang pretended to be surprised and said, Really? You made that much? Yes, and it's just the beginning. Once I sell this software abroad, I'll make even more. Sang chuckled and said, Then you'll treat me to hot pot? Deng Nan slapped himself, blaming his own loose tongue, but still said, Of course. If the software sells well, your share is guaranteed. Once I develop all the clients, you can write whatever software you want, and we can make money together. By then, we won't just be having hot pot, we'll be going all out. All right, you can handle your own things. I want to ask you for something today. Anything other than my wife and my mom, just name it. I need a server data unit. What do you need that for? Planning to set up a website? Yes. I want to set up a website. Deng Nan said with a smile. Look, I may not be as good as you at software, but I know my way around websites. Getting that unit isn't cost effective. For just $100, you can buy server space and use it freely without any maintenance. Right now, online space is dirt cheap. Space abroad might be a bit more expensive, but domestically, it's ridiculously cheap. You buy their space. And they even throw in bonuses. What a deal. Singe could no longer hold back and interjected. Can you be a little more calm? What are you even doing? Just tell me if you'll give it or not. Of course I'll give it. How many sets do you need? Plus, I just bought 2 data servers yesterday. And if you like, I'll give them to you. Let us see them first. Deng Nan took Senj to the server room, where the 2 units were placed right at the door. Each unit was 3 meters tall, 1 meter wide, and housed 16 independent CPUs, serving as an enterprise-level server integrating local space, software applications, and network services. Senj examined the data parameters closely. Honestly, it seemed a bit of a waste to use such a good unit just for a forum, but he was really satisfied with the server, especially its scalability, which was the best among all servers. And who said he was just going to open a forum? In the future, he planned to use this server for many things. So Deng Nan would definitely have to spend a bit. What could Deng Nan say? With Senj's strong backing, he couldn't afford to offend him. Not only was it a free gift, but he also personally delivered it. In the end, all he received was a thank you from Senj and an invitation to support his bar opening in a few days, after which he sent Senj off. After a busy day, Senj finally finished installing and debugging the server. If it were someone else's server, a simple setup would suffice, but not for Senj. The first consideration was security. This was a hacker server, and once the forum was up, it would attract hackers the most. Good hackers were one thing, but those lacking reason and character would do everything possible to destroy the server. Besides them, there were also the anti-hacker alliances that constantly clashed with hackers, whose destructive methods were even more shameless. Moreover, the most important point was that this was Ghost Butterfly's own server, and during operation, no one could know its IP address or location. Therefore, Senj had only one task. The server could be accessed, but it had to remain invisible. Therefore, Senj has set up the entire server configuration on his computer system. All activated codes will completely overwrite the server's data files, making the data exchange between the external network and the server as secure and discreet as if Senj were accessing the internet himself. No one can find the IP address of this server. Moreover, the data core, primarily based on shield codes, will prevent all brute force attacks and block viruses and trojans. The module of the Ghost domain can modularize all access data within the server, allowing Senj to instantly control local systems by clicking on any one of the modules. Of course, there is a payment system. Senj will not use the domestic payment system, not because it is unsafe, but because the forum's visitors are hackers from around the world who communicate using a unified currency. Hence, choosing an international payment system is the best option. As for the forum framework, Senj completed it in less than half an hour according to his design. It still consists of 5 main sections: Technical Exchange Area, Hacker News Area, Hacker Entertainment, Help Section, and General Area. Once everything was set up, he registered an international domain name, established a specific connection with the server's data, and tested it with a laptop, achieving perfect results. Subsequently, he posted the new Ghost Butterfly forum address on several larger hacker forums. This kind of public recruitment behavior is something only Senj could pull off, and although the forum administrators were furious, they couldn't say a word. Who would dare to provoke Ghost Butterfly? Once the address was published, the traffic exceeded 10 million within an hour, with most visitors being from the old forum. However, the creator and several technical engineers from the old forum did not appear. The forum needed management, and Senj quickly glanced at the backend data, seeing that the number of applicants for management positions surpassed 1 million within an hour. These individuals were vying fiercely for management roles. Who wouldn't want to be associated with Ghost Butterfly? Becoming a forum administrator equated to being part of Ghost Butterfly, which is the ultimate pursuit for hackers. While they fought for their positions, Senj had his own plans. He first connected with Misha, who was also in the Ghost Butterfly forum. After establishing the connection, Misha said, "Don't tell me you want me to be an administrator. You insulted me last time, and you haven't apologized yet. Don't think that just because I'm in your forum, I'm not angry anymore. That's impossible. You need to apologize." Senj replied, "I'm sorry." Misha was a bit taken aback. It was too easy for him to say sorry. Is this really Ghost Butterfly? Senj thought that saying sorry wouldn't cost him anything and could earn him a good administrator. What a worthwhile apology. Misha, feeling somewhat helpless, said, "Fine, tell me. Do you want me to be an administrator?" Senj didn't speak, but directly granted her administrative rights, making her a super administrator. Apart from Senj, her authority was the highest. Misha waited for a long time without receiving a reply from Senj. After refreshing the data, she found out that she had become a super administrator. This left Misha both amused and exasperated. It was all too sudden, wasn't it? Without even a question, she was directly made a manager. Of course, Misha understood that this was Ghost Butterfly's trust in her. She wanted to say something to Ghost Butterfly, but when she checked the data, she saw that Ghost Butterfly was offline. Soon after, various threads about Misha started appearing on the forum. In just a few minutes, the news of Misha becoming the super admin of Ghost Butterfly's forum created a huge stir in the hacker community. Many people turned their attention to Misha, but aside from knowing she was a woman, all other information about her was blank. Moreover, Misha herself had no idea what was happening outside. Everyone who wanted to become a manager sent their applications to her, leaving her overwhelmed and with no time even to take a break. Sang, on the other hand, was sitting in the living room with Siyu, munching on sunflower seeds while watching a variety show. Since Misha was helping him manage the forum, all the applications and requests could be handled by her, which served as a justification for his earlier apologies. Misha was nearly at her wit's end and almost shouted, "Ghost Butterfly. You jerk, I swear I'll bite you to death." Sang, however, was engrossed in the show and occasionally laughed with Siyu, seemingly having completely forgotten about the forum and the hacker. Chapter 456. Surprise. Sang had not forgotten about the forum. He was simply setting a trap for that mysterious hacker to jump into. He believed that the hacker would definitely take the bait. It was a simple reasoning. If the mysterious person wanted to attack him, it wouldn't be just about deleting a forum. Therefore, Sang didn't need to confront him directly. If he liked to attack, he could just go ahead and target Sang's code. A hacker always seeks out enemies to showcase their strength, which can be exhausting at times. This is the essence of a hacker's existence, isn't it? They always need to do something in the online realm. After all, they are hackers. Why should they care about anything else? If his targets were merely these things, then Sang had even less reason to pay attention to them. Laflo registered on Ghost Butterfly's forum under the username Black Rose. The place was bustling like a marketplace. She could never quite understand why these hackers liked to gather around Ghost Butterfly. What did they gain? Were they not afraid that one day, with Ghost Butterfly's downfall, they would also vanish from this world? Who cares? They were willing to follow Ghost Butterfly, even if it meant paying a few euros to say a word. And they did so with unflagging enthusiasm. This made Laflo quite envious. These people had entirely created a hacker empire for Ghost Butterfly. If they could support Nirvana the way they supported Ghost Butterfly, they would have unified the world by now. Thus, Laflo realized that Ghost Butterfly was someone who liked money. Everyone has their own preferences, right? But this fondness can also be a weakness, as one cannot resist the allure of such things. Temptation is strange. For ordinary people, the more they desire something, the less they can obtain it. Yet for some, it can be easily acquired. There is another type of person who, unable to obtain something for themselves, doesn't want anyone else to have it either. Lovelo is such a person. This woman, seeing the forum so lively, clicked her mouse with particular force, the clicking sound echoing harshly in the room, further agitating Lovelo's fragile yet ruthless heart. Firebird was also active in the forum. Just as Sung had thought, he was searching for an opportunity to attack the forum, a promise he made to Lovelo. Just like he had once become a hacker for Lovelo, her commands were a sacred ritual to him, and he would not hesitate to sacrifice his own life for them. This was the temptation Firebird craved, his weakness, a feeling and love he could not resist. However, the forum had no weaknesses, which Firebird had not anticipated. He couldn't find any backdoors or loopholes, not even the forum's address or server. He even tried to infect the forum's data files with a virus, but to his disbelief, all the viruses he uploaded were thrown back at him, leaving his computer system in a disastrous state, battered and bruised. But he would never yield. He had to take down the entity he despised for Lovelo, no matter what. At that moment, Sing was having a late-night snack and suddenly realized that the snacks women liked also held a certain allure for men, and he had absolute reasons to monopolize those snacks from Siyu. "I'm helping you eat them so you won't become a glutton. You should thank me. Let me try that spicy chicken leg." In a distant place, Lovelo connected with Firebird, asking only one question. Why not attack the entity? "I'm redoing my system. It got infected." "You're a hacker and a virus expert, and you're telling me your system is infected?" "Yes, it was infected by the virus I wrote." Lovelo took a sip of red wine and slowly placed the cup by the keyboard, then asked, "How do you feel now?" Firebird sighed and replied, "It feels like someone threw a bag of poop out of a window, and when they looked to see if anyone got hit, it magically landed on their own face." "So what's your next plan?" "Continue the attack. I'm waiting for a surprise from you." Everyone wants surprises, but how many actually get them? Surprises are among the hardest things to obtain in this world. However, Sung received one today. The forum opened at 7, and by midnight, the total visits had reached over 10 million, generating more than 40 million in revenue. But that was nothing compared to the biggest surprise. The forum's data log showed that someone indeed attempted to violently crack the forum's security defenses, only to be rebuffed by its shields. Sing had reason to believe this person was the hacker who had previously deleted the forum. Although he was certain of this, Sung was somewhat surprised that the Magic Eye code failed to track his IP address. He could say he was the first hacker not tracked by the Magic Eye. Singe was unsure about the technology he was using, but in terms of hacking, it could be considered top-notch. Therefore, he had a certain admiration for this person and hoped for another attack, wanting to see just how capable this hacker truly was. This time, Singe modified the code of his monitoring system and activated the data access redirection feature. The other party's data was not only encrypted but also fortified with advanced shell techniques on the access direction, meaning that to know his IP address, one would need to intercept only the data directed at him during access. In this way, Even the shelling would be ineffective. In addition, Singe added his own uniquely designed deletion code to the redirection feature. Regardless of who attempted to attack the server data, the deletion code, combined with shield rebound and monitoring redirection functions, would appear in his system, even erasing items from the recycle bin. After all, even nature takes time, right? Rebuilding a system and installing commonly used software would certainly take several hours. Therefore, Singe had no reason to waste his sleep waiting, especially since he could even take a nap. In the land of flowers, it was certainly not the time for sleeping. After setting up the system, Firebird logged back into the Ghost Butterfly forum. This time, he was fully prepared, opting not to use any viruses, but rather a software he had written himself. This software was called Divine Eye, designed specifically to skin website backend login windows. Not all websites have their own dedicated servers. Most use specialized server spaces. When managing a website, they need to log into the backend, which is the login window. Chapter 457. Furious Firebird, of course. Singe's Ghost Butterfly forum also had a backend login entry, but there was a group of defensive and deletion codes waiting for intruders at this entry. Anyone who dared to enter would face a barrage of attacks. The usual data entry login method for common websites typically involves adding admin after com, but for larger websites, the username after com is often modified to something else. Firebird's Divine Eye software was specifically designed to search for these usernames. When he found Singe's backend entry, he was so furious he nearly smashed his own equipment. The data entry username for the Ghost Butterfly forum was simply 123. It felt to Firebird like a crowd was shouting, 123, go for it. For 156, let's do it. After appending 123 to the Ghost Butterfly forum URL, the login window finally appeared. However, before Firebird could cheer in joy, a window suddenly popped up on his desktop, showing that a crumpled paper had been thrown into the trash bin. Firebird blinked. What was the system deleting? He immediately checked the system directory, and all the installed software had been forcefully deleted. It wasn't uninstalled, it was directly erased. Firebird realized that his computer had been infected with a virus again. But unlike last time, this one was from Ghost Butterfly. He didn't even have the thought of stopping. He just watched as the system threw everything into the recycling bin. When the recycling bin exploded, the computer shut down. As a man, during moments of failure, one must endure and absolutely cannot let anger explode. Otherwise, it is oneself who gets hurt. However, Firebird didn't realize this. He always thought of himself as a deep man, but he wanted to erupt. He needed to vent. So he began to hit the monitor, pound the table, smash bottles, and strike the television and the bathroom mirror and toilet, until he broke his arm from the pounding and his face was covered in glass shards. He finally felt that his pent-up frustration had been released. As a man, one should not easily admit defeat. He must fight and go all out against the Ghost Butterfly. But first, he needed to recreate the system and install software, and he also had to go to the hospital to get his arm put in a cast. In the capital, Sung opened the window, letting sunlight pour into the bedroom, filling the room with warmth and freshness. Today was a very nice day, generally speaking. Good weather does not belong to hackers, as they always have to sit in front of the computer, facing that torturous monitor, keyboard, and mouse, along with data that only hackers can understand. After reviewing the data from last night, Sing's mood improved even more. Although he had not traced the other party's IP address, his bomb had exploded. If he guessed correctly, the other party's system was already destroyed. Moreover, Sing knew that the other side would never give up. He had already scanned the login entry, hadn't he? So this time, he changed the code for the login entry to 456 and added a data bomb. This data bomb was as ordinary as a data bomb could be, yet often, the simpler the bomb, the more effective it is against those so-called expert hackers, because they would never expect that Ghost Butterfly would use such a basic hacking weapon. He also disguised this bomb as ordinary server detection data. If an expert were to invade, they would definitely fall for it. Sing was now completely immersed in this thrilling game. It felt like a war game, observing the reactions, judgments, and strengths of both sides. After preparing everything, Sing stood up and left the secret room, deciding to enjoy the sunshine today. In another country, Firebird, with his arm in a cast, sat deeply focused in front of the computer. He could only operate with one hand now. Although it was slower, it was still sufficient. He directly added 123 to the end of the Ghost Butterfly forum URL, but the data indicated that the server could not be connected. Firebird was taken aback and then activated the Godeye software to scan the server. 10 minutes later, the scan result was 456. Firebird stared unblinkingly at this number for a full minute. He hated being treated like a fool because of his association with a certain person. Many who knew him called him Foolish Bird. Was he really that foolish? 123, followed by 456, was a blatant disdain, a mockery of a so-called super hacker. However, because his arm was already in a cast, he endured it this time and began to conduct data connection analysis. This was software he had developed himself. capable of analyzing all connection data from server ports to scan for login usernames. The server's detection data was also connected to the system. And to achieve the server's default login method, this data had to be completely connected. Without a second thought, he proceeded with the data connection. Yet, a strange scene unfolded. The moment he clicked to connect, the computer's memory usage suddenly shot up to 150%. Typically, when it reaches over 90%, the computer is on the verge of crashing. At 150%, the system collapsed instantly, all system files encountered errors, and 5 seconds later, the computer shut down. A man cannot endure this. Why should he? Anger should be unleashed, even with his arm in a cast. The concept of pain was non-existent in his fury. The only thought swirling in his mind was he, a top hacker, the system of Firebird, destroyed by a junior hacker's data bomb. It was like an adult snatching candy from a child, only for the child to punch him in the groin, ending up with a broken egg and losing the candy. So, think about what you would do when your own egg is attacked. In any case, Firebird had already grabbed a chair and smashed it against the wall, but the chair had excellent elasticity, rebounding back and hitting him on the head, causing him to bleed. Everything went dark, and he collapsed on the ground, his neck hitting the table leg, leaving him with a tingling sensation throughout his body. Singe was walking around the park, feeling good and finding everything interesting, especially the two old men who were hurting each other over a woman, which made Singe laugh until his stomach hurt. Firebird walked into the hospital again, and the nurse looked at him in disbelief, wondering what was wrong with this man. Had he angered God? The doctor who had put his arm in a cast was now bandaging his wounds and putting on a neck brace, saying, "You are the person with the shortest injury interval I've ever encountered. You could apply for a world record." Firebird stared expressionlessly at the table in front of him. What could he say? The most painful thing in the world is self-harm, yet this pain is uncontrollable. In any case, he was still alive, wasn't he? As long as he was alive, he would go all out against Ghost Butterfly. He wanted revenge and decided that he would no longer be called Firebird, but rather the Angry Firebird. Chapter 458. Persistent Singe also spent an hour in the mall admiring beautiful women. Even hackers have the right to appreciate beauty, right? Every man likes to look at beautiful women, doesn't he? After all, those women aren't afraid to be seen. Otherwise, why would they wear so little? It is often said that women are bound by tradition, but in reality, it is men who are tightly constrained by tradition. When it's hot, men typically wear short sleeves or normal tank tops, and shorts that usually reach the knee. If they wear anything shorter, they would be labeled as lewd, shameless, or perverted. However, when it comes to women wearing spaghetti straps, ultra-short skirts, and shorts, the less they wear, the better. Some even seem to want to go completely naked. No one says anything to them because they are women, aren't they? Is there anything wrong with how women should dress? If you say there is, you might be in serious trouble. And what about tattoos? Women, right? Deliberately showing off a tattoo. Oh my, it's sexy, alluring, wild, mysterious. Why is it that when men have tattoos, they are seen as thugs, jerks, or gangsters? So, based on these reasons, Singe has just one thing to say. I'm watching, what about it? Of course, in that country, there are also those who watch the Firebird. This deep man can no longer turn his head. He can only move his eyes to look at the steps below. The more people stare at him, the more the Firebird despises the Ghost Butterfly. He wants revenge, and he wants it now. After reinstalling the system and entering the code, he once again saw the login interface. He took out the USB drive from his pocket, plugged it into the computer, and executed a cracking software stored on it. This software is said to be the best password cracking tool in the world, but it was not written by him. It was developed by the former chief hacker of the Nirvana organization. This hacker was also his mentor, the one who taught the Firebird these hacking skills. Later, Nirvana was destroyed by the Ghost Butterfly Group, and his mentor exited the hacking world. After the software executed, it began to brute force the login password. The Firebird trusted his mentor's skills and believed in the software's capabilities. He even thought about how to surprise Lovelock after deleting the Ghost Butterfly forum. Having confidence is good, but overconfidence can lead to disaster. He thought the Ghost Butterfly forum was the same as the one he had previously deleted, which Singe had not injected any technology into, making it easy to erase. But now, this was the real Ghost Butterfly forum. Not to mention the forum's technology, just those terrifying supercodes could torture him to death. However, the Firebird remained unconvinced. He was completely blinded by the rage of revenge and resolutely cracked the forum's login username and password. The shield code scanned data every second, and when it detected the cracked data, it immediately activated the defense program, which also launched the anti-cracking attack program set by Singe, known as the inducement bomb. Once this program was activated, it would immediately create a fake login username and password. Once the opponent logged in, their data would be isolated by the shield code into a virus sandbox. Then, the program would lead the opponent's data connection to the system bomb. So, just when the Firebird thought he had cracked the forum's backend password and was about to cheer joyfully, the desktop on the monitor trembled. and all the icons immediately turned into incorrect shortcuts. This typically happens when system files are corrupted. The Firebird had no chance to react. He just saw the desktop icons go wrong, and my computer instantly disappeared, followed by a black screen and shut down. In fact, there are many aspects of human nature that we cannot comprehend. For instance, the more anger one feels, the more violent one becomes. This is something everyone can relate to. During such a violent state, we tend to forget everything and only wish to break everything apart. Take the case of the fiery individual right now. He smashed the monitor and moved the computer onto the table. When his hands could no longer strike, he resorted to kicking it. The table was not sturdy, and with a crack, it broke in the middle, causing the computer to fall to the ground. Ignoring everything, he stepped on it, but the broken leg of the table pierced into his thigh, causing blood to gush out. In pain, he staggered back a few steps and sat down hard on the ground. After watching the beautiful scene, he returned to the library. At the bar entrance, he saw a colleague giving a speech to over 50 newly recruited male and female employees. When the speaker noticed him, she wanted him to say a few words as well. Before she could speak, he shook his head, indicating her to continue. He didn't want to appear as if he were the boss everywhere. Upon entering the library, he spotted another individual engrossed in a world geography book. He cleared his throat, prompting the individual to look up and quickly stand. With a smile, he remarked, "I didn't expect you to be reading a book. What brings you here today?" As he spoke, he settled onto a sofa. The individual replied with a grin, "Isn't your bar about to open? I came to see if you needed any help." He nodded and smiled. "That's thoughtful of you, but not at the moment. Mr. Sun, if you ever need my assistance, please don't hesitate. If there are any disruptions, I'm just a call away," said the individual. "That's a given. But I prefer to stay clear of any shady dealings, if you catch my drift." Although the individual had good intentions, he wasn't fond of his profession. "Don't worry about that. With the money you provided, I've started a security company that offers professional security personnel. It's a legitimate business. I've long since distanced myself from the underworld. I want to run this company well and break free from that life." He was surprised that his colleague had such ambitions and understood how to run a business. Given his prior experience and reputation, starting such a company was indeed suitable for him. With this in mind, he chuckled, "Come on, let us go to my office for a drink." The individual eagerly followed him, and he called over another colleague, whispering a few words in her ear. She nodded and left. In a hospital in another region, a doctor spoke loudly to the fiery individual, "Let go of your obsessions. Stop hurting yourself. Either finish it all at once, or just end it. Why waste time like this?" After bandaging him up, the doctor wheeled a chair in front of him and said, "I really don't want to see you lying on a stretcher. Even if you're tired of life, you should live well." The fiery individual ignored his words and pushed the wheelchair's control lever, leaving the doctor's office. A few nurses hurriedly asked the doctor, "Where do you think he'll injure himself next?" Chapter 459. The disabled Mr. Sung asked Shiyu to withdraw a 7-digit cash sum and placed it in front of Chulong. "Mr. Sung, what is this for?" "You're officially starting your business, which is great. I don't have much to help you with. So take this money as my support for your company." Chulong immediately stood up, shaking his head and waving his hands. No, Mr. Sung. I really can't take this money. I've never done anything for you. It's not right to accept what I haven't earned." Mr. Sung didn't quite grasp the value of money in this context. Chulong, involved in the underworld, didn't earn much in a year, and with so many subordinates relying on him, he was merely maintaining a facade. That's why Chulong wanted to engage in legitimate business. He was nearly 50 and couldn't keep up this lifestyle for much longer. Moreover, in this world, the one with money is the boss. Facades no longer hold value. Everyone wants to make money, but it's not that easy to come by. The 7-digit sum from Sung could keep him busy for 5 years. How could Chulong not feel anxious? Besides, Singh had already given him a 7-digit amount before to start a company, and now there was another one. How could Chulong accept this money? However, Singh insisted, "There will come a time when you'll need it. Don't rush it, just take the money. You have to maintain some face, right?" Sung was not wrong. Someone like Chulong would eventually find a use for this support. By laying a solid foundation now, it would make things easier in the future. After all, for Sung, this amount could be earned back in a minute. What was there to be concerned about? Chulong was deeply moved, almost in tears. He had seen the fickleness of human relations more than anyone else. When one was doing well, everyone would flock to them, but when down on their luck, people would avoid them. Loyalty and righteousness seemed like mere legends. Yet Singh was different. Despite his young age, to Chulong, Singh's words and actions exuded kindness and decisiveness. Knowing Singh felt like a blessing from a past life. With that in mind, Chulong accepted the money without hesitation. In another part of the country, it was deep into the night at the same bar, with the same song playing and the same spot occupied, as if nothing had changed. The only difference was the furious Firebird rolling in on a wheelchair. Laflo couldn't believe it. "You're the first hacker I've seen with such injuries. What happened?" Firebird let out a long sigh and replied, It's nothing. I'll take care of the Ghost Butterfly forum. If I can't, I'll quit the internet for good. Laflo lightly tapped her glass, causing ripples in the red wine. She was considering whether she could still rely on this disabled individual before her. From her gaze, Firebird sensed her doubt and added, "No need to doubt. When I say I can do it, I will definitely do it." Laflo took a USB drive out of her bag and placed it on the table, saying, "The contents inside can help you complete this task, Firebird. I have no one else to rely on. You are my last hope." She gently touched Firebird's cheek, her gaze flickering like petals of a black rose falling into his heart. Even after Laflo's figure disappeared, he remained immersed in the lingering fragrance. In the capital city, Siyu and Qi showed Sing the guest list for the bar's opening invitation. This time, they had invited basically everyone Sing knew. In addition to them, they had also invited a few well-known singers to perform. After reviewing the list, Sing said, "For this opening, let us skip the speeches and go straight to the performances. The fireworks display in the evening can be extended a bit. As for the rest, you can handle it. I have no objections." He didn't want everyone to know that he was the one who opened this bar. Such things didn't resonate with him, and he had nothing to care about. As for other details, he left it to Siyu and the others to figure out. He took his notebook and went to the reading room upstairs to log into the Ghost Butterfly forum. His favorite sections were the entertainment zone and the help zone. The entertainment zone had a chat room where hackers from all over the world could discuss and share their experiences of messing with networks. In the help zone, there were over 500 topics so far, most of which were hackers seeking technical advice, with a few asking Ghost Butterfly for help with tasks that others couldn't accomplish. One of the topics was posted from a country known for its flowers, stating that a wealthy man wanted to know what his son was doing every day. For this, he was willing to offer Ghost Butterfly 10 million euros. Seng found it strange. His forum was specifically for hackers, so how did these wealthy individuals find out about it? He searched online for the domain name of the Ghost Butterfly forum and discovered that due to its extraordinary traffic, it had been linked by several major search engines. Even when searching for the keyword hacker, his forum appeared at the top of the results. No wonder so many inexplicable people appeared on his forum. However, this was unavoidable. Those renowned search engines had the authority to scan data across the entire network protocol, and they would know any data metrics instantly. This was also their profit point. Always able to provide the latest and best search results. Unlike some domestic search engines, which often returned false results or links to shady websites. They shouted about cracking down on rogue sites, yet they themselves were the biggest offenders. Their motto was, "I'm a rogue. Who am I afraid of? You gonna bite me?" Thus, Seng decided not to bother with those inexplicable topics anymore and revamped the entire help zone into a password-protected chat room. At the same time, Seng issued an announcement stating that every Sunday night from 7 to 7:10 p.m., he would be available for instant chat with one person in need of assistance. But only one person would be allowed into the chat room each week. To gain access, that person must first obtain approval from the moderator, management, and the super admin. When the time comes, this person will receive a 6-letter code, which serves as the password to log into the forum. After the announcement was made, Seng received a message from Misha, which read, "You scoundrel, you leave the forum to me and go indulge in debauchery. Is this really okay?" Chapter 460, Sky explodes. After reading Misha's message, Seng replied with a smile, "You forgot to mention one thing. Besides indulging in debauchery, I'm also into other pursuits." "What? Are you going to bite me?" A few seconds later, he received a reply, "How did I end up knowing such a rogue? You got it wrong. I'm not a rogue. I'm a notorious rogue, huh?" In a certain country, at Firebird's home, a brand new computer was placed in front of him. A note written by Firebird himself was stuck to the monitor, stating, "You are powerful. Ghost Butterfly is no match for you. He just wants to provoke you and then hurt himself. Don't fall for his tricks. Stay calm. Everything is an illusion. It's all Ghost Butterfly's conspiracy." After reading this sentence more than a dozen times, the contemplative Firebird finally turned on the computer. To prevent the system from being damaged or deleted, he first installed a recovery software, so he wouldn't have to worry about the system being destroyed. Once everything was ready, he plugged in the USB drive that Lavlo had given him and opened it. Inside was a software named Sky Explodes. Firebird's hand trembled. Could this be the external attack software personally crafted by the creator? He had heard about this software from his master. It was the most powerful bomb software in the world. Once activated, it would access any website using normal data, and upon connecting to the server, its data would immediately mutate into a data-devouring virus, subsequently consuming all the software on the entire server. Sky Explodes was the precursor to the mother virus, which the creator had completed a year ago, and later, based on the design of this software, the mother virus was created. Firebird slowly closed his eyes, tears gently sliding down from the corners. "Lavlo, you have been so good to me. For you, I am willing to do anything." This software was extremely precious. After the Nirvana disbanded, many of the software written by the creator had gone missing, and what remained were priceless treasures. Lavlo giving him this software was, in Firebird's view, the highest form of trust. What reason did he have not to fight for Lavlo? After being moved, he activated Sky Explodes. In the software's mode, he logged into the forum with his already registered username. 5 seconds later, Sky Explodes indicated that a connection with the server had been established and that an attack could be initiated at any time. Firebird's hand trembled as he clicked confirm. Now, all he needed to do was perform any data exchange on the forum, and Sky Explodes would immediately activate. He casually clicked on a theme, and the window immediately started scrolling various symbols, indicating that the software had been successfully activated. In the city library, while Singh was joking with Misha, a prompt from the shield code suddenly appeared, indicating that the server files had been corrupted and asking whether to proceed with the shutdown. What? Singh suddenly stopped smiling and quickly connected remotely to the server in the villa's secret room. The Magic Eye code analysis revealed that a virus program was deleting these data, and the server executed an error code, forcing a shutdown. Oh no, Singh was genuinely a bit nervous this time. What kind of software had such powerful capabilities? It could actually ignore the shield, ghost domain, and Magic Eye supercodes? Was this a joke? Singh immediately connected to the virus file using the Magic Eye, but the virus had even infected the system files on Singh's laptop, causing the operating system to prompt an error and then shut down. No way, it was that powerful? Because Singh's voice was relatively loud, everyone reading nearby turned their attention to him. Singh realized he had been rude and quickly apologized before grabbing his laptop and rushing downstairs, snatching his backpack and dashing out of the library. Half an hour later, Singh pushed open the door to the secret room, and a wave of heat rushed out. He didn't have time to think about anything else and immediately turned on the computer. This time, he was truly shocked. All the system files in the main computer of the secret room had been deleted, and the computer could not boot up at all. Singh sat down heavily in a chair, beads of sweat streaming down his cheeks, his mind racing. What kind of virus could be so powerful? The infection speed was astonishingly fast. With the computer unable to start and no internet access, he couldn't do anything. But waiting was pointless. Singh needed to confirm one thing. Had this virus infected all the data logged into the forum? If so, it would mean that a global cyber war was about to begin. He rushed out of the secret room, dashed out of the villa, and arrived at a network club outside the community, where he booted up a computer. First, he accessed other hacker forums, but all were unable to connect to the server. Just then, all the computers in the network club displayed system errors and shut down. The people online were panicking, shouting, "Waiter, what the hell is going on? I'm watching a movie, and now it crashes?" Singh had no time to listen to their complaints. While walking out, he connected with Liao Simin and briefly explained the server attack, urging her to immediately notify the relevant organizations not to access any websites and to cut off the network. Liao Simin said, "So, this situation must be quite large?" Singh replied with just 4 words, "Global war." This virus was even more powerful than he had imagined, spreading at an unimaginable speed. However, Singh felt that this virus resembled a mother virus. The only difference was that while a mother virus devours everything, this virus only consumed computer system files without destroying other networks. Singh didn't go anywhere and went directly to Dang Nan's company, as he urgently needed a computer and a network, and only the Deepwater company was the most suitable place. Dang Nan was in her office watching a video, her face flushed with excitement. Singh pushed the door open directly, and Dang Nan quickly closed the web page, saying, "Oh, Gezi, why do you have so much free time today? I'm off work too, let's go eat hot pot." Singh replied expressionlessly, "I need to use your computer and also shut down all your servers, cut off other networks, and just leave me one external line." "What?" Dang Nan exclaimed, her mouth agape. "Shut down the servers and cut off the network? How can you run the company like that? Gezi, what is going on? Why do you need to shut down the servers and disconnect the network?" Singh didn't have the mood to explain much to her and simply said, "Trust me, it's for the good of your company. Now hurry up and do it. While I'm in your office, no one else can come in." Seeing Singh so serious, Dang Nan nodded and said, "I'll keep an eye on things outside. You just go ahead." Singh said, "Thank you, and I will write you a software later." Chapter 461. Devouring virus. Singh's words made Dang Nan envision piles of money in front of her, swimming in it joyfully, with the amount increasing so much that she couldn't even count it. She wanted to sing, to dance, to let the whole world know she was about to become rich. If it weren't for her secretary reminding her, she would have been dancing at the office door until the next morning. In the office, Singh immediately connected to the network to gather all the news about virus outbreaks. So far, almost more than 90% of hackers' computer systems had been destroyed, and the virus was now using network data transmission to infect civilian and government systems. Several countries' government systems had been forced to shut down due to the virus infection. All hacker forums were shut down, and all related websites were inaccessible, leading to an incalculable loss. What he needed to do now was to determine the format of this virus and its specific transmission method. This wasn't very difficult. Singh activated the sandbox feature of the shield code and created a simulated system file within the sandbox. The virus, up to this point, was only destroying system files and had not shown any other variants. Therefore, to understand this virus, he needed system files to feed it. Singe wasn't sure if the virus had entered the network of his country, so he conducted a vague search. As expected, the shield code alerted him when it found a piece of data. Singe immediately opened the file, and the system file in the sandbox was instantly devoured, while Singe closed the sandbox at the same time. Now this virus was in the shield sandbox. To prevent it from infecting other system files, Singe directly operated this file using the Ghost Domain module, which could cover the entire sandbox. Even a powerful virus couldn't break through the module. The Magic Eye code was activated simultaneously, decomposing the virus in the sandbox, which resulted in the emergence of dozens of language codes. After a careful look, Singe understood that this virus disguised itself as normal data and began its activation outside the firewall, subsequently consuming all files, including the firewall and antivirus software. The principle was simple. It devoured any files built on the operating system, while not affecting more unconventional systems. At this point, Singe shook his head in resignation. He could have eliminated this virus before it activated, meaning he should have anticipated the instability of the operating system. When setting up the server, he should have added the blocking function of the shield code to prevent the possibility of the virus activating outside. However, he hadn't considered this at the time and did not enable the blocking function, ultimately leading to a widespread outbreak of the virus that devastated the computer systems of hackers worldwide. In addition, Singe analyzed the software architecture and code, discovering that the code structure closely resembled that of a parent program, with a common code present that allowed for file consumption through the operating system. Of course, the parent virus was much more formidable, as it could consume anything, while this program only targeted system files. Singe now had a clear understanding of the virus's information. It was a rebirth virus. Only those from the Rebirth organization could create such a powerful program. What Singe needed to do now was to find a way to eliminate this virus completely and prevent its resurgence. It was impossible to use a search and destroy method, as it would take 100 years to eradicate all these viruses. However, Singe believed that as long as he grasped the virus's characteristics and targeted his attacks, this method of eradication was still feasible. The targeting was quite simple. It revolved around the parent virus. Singe had basically confirmed that the parent virus developed from this virus, inheriting all its characteristics, and in terms of power, the parent virus was significantly stronger. Therefore, Singe's idea was straightforward. He extracted several key codes from the virus composition in the sandbox. These codes included the program's execution code, system server connection code, deletion code, and infection replication code. He added all these to the parent file and included a dissolution code, which would decompose and dissolve any virus data it detected. After completing all this, Singe casually uploaded the parent file to the backend of a website. Once activated, the parent file immediately spread across the entire network, with data swiftly entering the main lines of networks in various countries. Singe controlled the Magic Eye code for data analysis, and indeed, his method proved effective. The parent file would dissolve any detonating virus it encountered. In less than 5 minutes, it had dissolved millions of detonating viruses, and the number was still rising. Don't say it's just 5 minutes. Even 5 hours would be fine. He has prevented a potential global cyber war. If he hadn't acted swiftly to eliminate the virus, hackers worldwide would have gone into chaos. The rationality of hackers turns negative when they're angry, just like a skilled person who, when suddenly kicked while in a vulnerable position, would react explosively. These individuals know how to attack, and since they are hackers, we shouldn't expect them to handle this virus attack calmly. They will direct their anger at everyone, even at a 90-year-old. Thus, Singe can't consider the virus outbreak fully resolved yet. After eradicating all the viruses, he will observe the hackers' reactions. If they remain calm, then all is well. If not, Singe must ensure they are sufficiently calmed down. In any case, a cyber war must not break out. Just imagine, if all hackers attack each other, the world would be destroyed. Singe is constantly monitoring the data changes while also devising a plan to deal with the person spreading the virus. If it weren't for him, the cyber world wouldn't be in such a precarious state. This person cannot be allowed to live, even if it means taking matters into his own hands. Most viruses have been eliminated, and some infected websites are restoring their systems and reopening. Many hackers are posting topics, and Singe quickly reviews a few. As expected, these hackers have exploded in anger. Chapter 462. Global Conflict. Singe understands these hackers well, because he is one himself. He knows when they are angry and when they are calm. Everyone has their moments of anger, right? But anger must have a reason. A virus infecting a computer can be a reason for anger, but if every day someone's computer gets infected, does that mean we should be angry? Wouldn't that lead to the end of the world? These reasons are obvious to everyone, but in moments of anger, especially when incited, hackers want to prove their strength. Thus, hackers from different websites, regions, and countries hurl insults at each other, and war is on the brink of breaking out. There's still some time before the war starts. enough for Sung to devise a comprehensive plan to prevent it. He unplugged all the connections on the computer case. He could no longer stay there. All the mysterious codes were activated in this computer, and staying would also mean the end of the world. The reason these supercodes chose him is that Sung would not use them for wrongful purposes. Deng Nan had been waiting outside the office. For Sung, it felt like just a few minutes had passed, but Deng Nan had waited a full 4 hours. When the office door opened, he put down his takeout and quickly stood up. You can start your server now, but I need this computer. My bar opens the day after tomorrow. Don't forget to show your support. After he finished speaking, Sing walked away without looking back. Deng Nan patted her chest hard and finally coughed out a piece of rib, exclaiming, "Oh my, that nearly choked me." Upon returning to the villa, Liao Ximin, Ku Yi, Xiao Jie, and Xiao Long were all present. Liao Ximin was particularly anxious and stood up to say, "Where have you been? I thought you were abducted by aliens. I was so worried that I ate several chicken legs." Seng glanced at the table and indeed saw stewed chicken. Without caring much, he tossed his computer onto the sofa and began to dig in. Siyu hurriedly got him a bowl of rice, watching him eat ravenously, and gently patted his back, fearing he might choke again. Everyone stood around him, watching him eat, and only then did Seng realize it. He chuckled and said, "Please, everyone sit down. I'm just too hungry. Let me finish this bowl of rice first." Liao Ximin impatiently asked, "How's the virus?" Ku Yi quickly interjected, "Oh, don't ask that. Can't you let him finish his meal first? Look how hungry he is. He might swallow the bowl." Liao Ximin sighed. "I'm just anxious. Fine. I won't ask anymore." Seng spat out a chicken bone and said, "The virus has been completely eliminated, and the same virus will never appear again." Everyone sighed in relief, and Xiao Long nervously wiped his sweat, immediately instructing Xiao Jie to notify the relevant authorities to fully restore the network. However, Seng continued, "But those hackers who were attacked are now like they've been injected with adrenaline. They could start a fight at any moment with other hackers. So, is there any more chicken? Give me some more." Liao Ximin was almost in tears, gasping for breath. "So what are you saying? The potential for a network war could erupt at any moment, and it could be a global conflict. You can imagine what kind of scene that would be." After that, Seng continued eating, leaving all the time for them to imagine the consequences. Of course, Liao Ximin and Xiao Long could fully envision that scene. Once a global network war broke out, all networks on Earth would collapse, cities would descend into chaos, missiles would be flying everywhere, utilities would be cut off, and military forces from various countries would clash, both in the air and on the ground. It would be utter chaos. Ordinary hackers might not be much of a concern, but especially those world-class hackers or super hackers, if they got involved, it could truly be catastrophic. This is not an exaggeration. The internet has taken control of the world, initially meant to facilitate communication and development between countries. Once the network is controlled by others, you can imagine what kind of scene that would create. Liao Ximin whispered, "Is there any possibility to stop them?" Seng gently set down the half-eaten bowl of rice, and Ku Yi immediately shouted angrily, "Look, it's your fault. Now he won't eat." Liao Ximin didn't even glance at Ku Yi, her eyes fixed on Seng's face, waiting for the thoughts of this super hacker. If Seng said he could stop it, then it would be a prosperous and stable situation. If he said he couldn't, Liao Ximin would immediately report to the highest authority and prepare for a potential world war. Everyone's breathing was heavy, as if the air had turned into a solid substance, making it hard for anyone to catch their breath. Suddenly, Seng said, "Give me a bowl of chicken soup." Liao Ximin, irritated, replied, "Oh, I'll just smash you. You're acting all jumpy." Shiyu quickly placed the chicken soup in front of him. Seng took a sip and smacked his lips, saying, "It's a bit salty. When stewing chicken, you shouldn't add too much salt. Rub the salt on the chicken beforehand, then cut it into pieces and stew it. When it's about 70% cooked, add a little more salt." While others were anxious, he was still talking about stew. Liao Ximin glanced at Ku Yi, then at the ceiling, and said, "Lao Shao, give me a cigarette. I need to calm down. I'm too excited. It's easy to lose control." Seng chuckled, "Uncle Liao, you don't need to worry. Even if there's a world war, our country will be fine." Liao Ximin asked, "Can I really rest easy with that? What if a hacker controls missiles from other countries or nuclear weapons are thrown at us?" Seng laughed. "Have you watched too many movies? Missiles and nuclear weapons aren't that easy to control. If it were that simple, the world would have been destroyed long ago. Do you think those hackers would spare the Earth?" There was some truth to his words, as Seng knew that in the world, only a handful of people had the skills to use hacking techniques to control nuclear weapons and missiles, and he counted himself among them. The creators that had been taken out could also be included, but beyond that, Seng really didn't have any impression. But who could say for sure? If it were just those angry hackers, it would be one thing, but if Levelo got involved at this time, it might truly change the world's landscape. That was Levelo's plan, wasn't it? To throw the entire world into chaos, and it seemed she had really achieved that. Chapter 463. Software disappearance Singh currently had no plans because he didn't know how angry these hackers would actually get. If they couldn't hold back, they could pick a place and start throwing punches and TVs at each other, and he wouldn't get involved. But if their point of attack was the internet, targeting each other as countries, he would have to intervene. This was also because Singh didn't want to feel guilty. After all, this virus was due to him and was activated through him, leading to a world war, which wouldn't sit well with him. You can become a hacker, but you can't become a hacker with a blackened heart. So, after eating, Singh spoke privately with Liao Simin about how the world war was likely instigated by Levelo. This was her ultimate plan, wanting to throw the world into chaos and then develop her own interests or those of her rebirth. Therefore, to prevent this war from breaking out, they first needed to deal with Levelo. As long as she was alive, the war was inevitable. Liao Simin completely agreed with Singh's viewpoint and would do his best to support him, but what he could do was really limited. Right now, this crisis was something only Singh could bear alone. Returning to the secret room, the first step was to restore the server files from backups while also launching the forum. The first person to enter the forum was Misha. She told Sunggu that hackers had already begun attacking networks in other countries. Sunggu replied, "Help me post a topic in various forums. The Guadai forum is fully restored. I'll be online in an hour to say a few words. Those who show up are part of the Guadai forum family. Those who don't are enemies." Misha remarked, "Such a strong tone. Won't those hackers see you as an enemy? After all, the virus originated from the Guadai forum, and many hackers believe you released it." Sunggu responded, "It's normal for hackers to see others as enemies. If they think their strength can surpass mine, let them come at me. Just post as I instructed. By the way, if you're too busy, you can ask people in the hacker community to help you. We're all posting topics. What are you doing? Taking a shower? Go to hell. You jerk." In Huagua, at the home of Huan Yao, this deep man was fully immersed in the masterful music of Luo Fu Luo, relishing the moment. He had successfully deployed a program that disrupted the Guadai forum, avenging himself and laying a foundation for Luo Fu Luo's plans. He loved Luo Fu Luo and would give his life for her, so he aimed to create as many opportunities for her as possible. He didn't care if it meant destroying the entire world. He extinguished his golden cigarette, which he had custom-made, believing that a man of his depth and charm should only use refined items. He couldn't bear to be perceived as a fool. He could endure all pain, but not that. If loving a woman is considered foolish, then all men in the world should perish. No one would care about that. Every man has probably urinated on someone else's doorstep. Should we then eliminate all men because of it? Thus, Huan Yao felt that what he was doing was all for love, the love of a deep man. However, when he wanted to feel the excitement that the program brought him again, it had vanished. Huan Yao's face, resembling a cigarette box, was now covered in black lines as if sprayed with ink. "Where did the software go?" he exclaimed. It wasn't in the system, not on the USB drive, and not even online. He had no idea that the main system had consumed the program. He thought it was one-time use. Immediately, he contacted Luo Fu Luo, and his first question was, "Hey, how do I make the software one-time use?" Luo Fu Luo turned on the bedside lamp and, after a very burly black man left the room, she said, "What do you mean by one-time use software? Who did you have leave? Is there someone else in your room?" "Just a dog. You know I like to keep pets." "Now answer my question." "The program disappeared from my computer." At this moment, Levelo felt a buzzing in her head. No matter how graceful she was, she couldn't contain her anger. This was the creator's software, with no backups, and it had vanished. "Firebird, listen carefully. Anything can disappear, but the software must not. If you can't retrieve it, you will never see me again." The connection was cut off, and Firebird looked at the note he had written, gritting his teeth and holding back his emotions. He needed to get that software back, but where could he find it? After some calm contemplation, he realized that compared to Levelo, the software was certainly less important. However, without the software, Levelo was everything to him. If he could never see her again, what was the point of living? Therefore, he was determined to retrieve the software at any cost. Yes, it was a logical thought. But he just wanted to know who had taken his software, right under his nose, in his own system. Who in the world had the capability to do that? Ghost Butterfly? Yes, it had to be Ghost Butterfly. Firebird believed only that Rogue would commit such a shameless act. Thus, he made a decision to discuss with Ghost Butterfly to see if he could get the software back. Singe took a shower and then lay down on Siyu's lap for a while. Siyu gave him a head massage, which made Singe feel a bit more relaxed. Singe was her man, and making him comfortable was the only thing she could do for him because she cared for him and loved him. An hour passed quickly, and Singe had already fallen asleep under Siyu's gentle touch. Siyu gently nudged him, and Singe suddenly opened his eyes, reluctant to get up and just wanting to sleep more. However, there were things more important than sleeping waiting for him to do, so he reluctantly climbed up, almost walking with his eyes closed to the secret room. Siyu sighed deeply behind him, glancing at the time. It was already 1 a.m. She decided not to sleep anymore and went to the kitchen downstairs, wanting to prepare a late-night snack for Singe. To her surprise, she found Yuehan in the kitchen, standing motionless in front of the window with a cup, gazing out at the night. In the dead of night, it was a bit startling to see her like that. Senj turned on the monitor and refreshed the forum data. The online user count had surpassed 7 million, and there were still 10 minutes until 1 o'clock. Chapter 464. Let's see who has money. Senj logged into the forum, where the current online user count had exceeded 7 million. He specifically opened a large chat room because he wanted to say a few words to these people. Not through voice, but through text. All the well-known hackers were present, eager to know which side Ghost Butterfly would stand on if a world war broke out. Among these people were many journalists and engineers from countries that had already been attacked. Accessing the chat room was not free. The entry fee was 10 euros per person. Hackers who couldn't afford this probably had little future ahead of them and would likely be among the first to perish in a world war. If someone wanted to ask a question, they could do so for a fee of 1,000 euros per question, as clearly stated in the announcement. Questions that didn't cost money would not be answered, while paid questions would be addressed based on mood. Actually, everyone knows that the high price set by the Ghost Butterfly is to maintain order in the chat room. With everyone asking questions, Singh wouldn't have to do anything else. With 5 minutes left, someone started speaking up. Of course, it's free now, and there are all sorts of comments. One hacker with the username Blackflower said, "I am the most amazing hacker from the Mist country. If anyone doubts me, come challenge me. Do you believe I can expose your secrets?" Following that, someone replied, "I'm also from the Mist country, but I've never heard of you." Another hacker chimed in, "I know who he is, don't believe this guy. He's just a premature baby." His father, in a hurry, walked into the wrong room while his mother was giving birth. It turned out to be the daughter of a gang leader. And his father got beaten into an idiot. "Oh, by the way, his real name is Niken." Blackflower then said, "Brian, your father is the real idiot. He messed with everything that had eyes in your house. One day, he even put an egg in a meat grinder, and now your father is neither male nor female, and supposedly is about to start his period." Now, nearly 10 million people were in the chat room, watching these two fools perform their mutual attacks. No one would stop them. If they wanted to curse, let them go ahead, as their parents aren't worth much anyway. Once the time was up, Singh immediately disabled everyone's speaking function and connected to the server's recharge system. Singh then typed, "Hackers from all over the world. You should all know that due to the outbreak of a certain virus, a cyber war is about to break out. I just want to say, do not let yourselves be used to take actions that would shame the hacker community. I know there are those among you trying to incite a cyber war. You better not let me know who you are, or I will destroy your country. You know I have that capability. And I also remind other hackers, gentlemen and ladies, if anyone participates in this conflict, just don't let me know, otherwise you will understand what true fear is. I have no ulterior motives. I just don't want a world war to occur, nor do I want to see each of you hackers being attacked or attacking each other in a world war. We are hackers, not warriors, and certainly not killers, so you need to be clear that after war, only those who truly wish to instigate it will benefit. The rest will only see a world in ruins. So, what value and meaning do you have in surviving?" In conclusion, the same message: no war, do not participate. Stay calm. This outbreak of the virus, aside from deleting your systems, hasn't caused you any losses, so nothing in this world has changed. We just need to quietly do our hacking. Remember, once war breaks out, I will eliminate every participant, and I will spare no effort to prevent the war. After saying that, Singh reopened the chat function, and someone asked, "Ghost Butterfly, what kind of virus are we dealing with?" This question is worth 1,000 euros. There are indeed people who don't mind spending money. This is a virus specifically designed to consume system files. Unlike other viruses, it first disguises itself as normal data and starts to devour all files built on top of the operating system outside the firewall. Then someone asked, "So, has this virus file been cracked?" It has been completely cracked. If there are no additional copies, the entire network no longer has this virus. Ghost Butterfly, are you male or female? Next question. Singh was speechless. Why were so many people concerned about his gender? Ignore that fool. Ghost Butterfly, I want to know. If a world war really happened, which side would you stand on? Singh replied, "You should ask yourself this question. If a world war really broke out, which side would let you choose? Every hacker would become part of one side, depending on strength and skill. Who among you can stand by my side? Who can be my enemy? I'm not arrogant. I know there are many mysterious hackers in the world who are true experts, but they want to start this war. That's why we are on the same side. We all prefer a world without war." Then someone said, "You are the real fool for asking such a stupid question. I would definitely stand by Ghost Butterfly's side. I absolutely support Ghost Butterfly's decision. Think about it, you idiots. What good is starting a cyber war? In the end, when even accessing the internet becomes a distant dream, what kind of hackers would you be? If you were as rich as I am, it might be different. But I bet you'll be worse off than ordinary people." Singh liked this comment and replied with several likes. Then someone named Tianzhou said, "You're not the only one with money. What are you trying to show off for? Want to compete with wealth?" Ghost Butterfly, I'll sponsor your forum with 10 million euros. He wasn't joking. The recharge system immediately prompted that someone had deposited 10 million euros. Seng didn't hold back and intentionally posted a screenshot, saying, "Look, this is a wealthy person. This hacker named Tianzhou. You are now the super hacker of Ghost Butterfly's forum." After that, Seng added a red V next to his name, signifying his identity. Next, a hacker named Assault Knight said, "A mere 10 million, and you think you can show off? Ghost Butterfly, I'll sponsor you with 100 million euros. Let us see who can outdo me." Another screenshot followed, and Seng added a black V for him, saying, "I don't think anyone can surpass you. You are the true wealthy hacker of Ghost Butterfly's forum." In chapter 465, Hassan, Seng recalled hearing that people who enjoy online games often have a penchant for extravagance. Even a simple web game could see investments of hundreds of thousands, and some large online games even attracted millions. Isn't the human nature? Always wanting to use money to showcase their exceptional status, regardless of what can be bought online. The gaming scene is somewhat better, especially those so-called streamers who don't have to do anything but act silly in front of their computers to make a lot of money. Oh wait, it's not acting silly, it's being cute and charming, saying that makes them feel cultured. It's undeniable that some streamers genuinely put in effort to entertain others, and those individuals deserve respect. However, there are some who do nothing at all, just stream themselves changing shoes, and can earn hundreds of thousands in a month. When did changing shoes become as artistic as singing? And it's not just that. There's even someone who streams their fingers and makes hundreds of thousands in a month. Fingers. Don't you have your own? If you want to see fingers, you could buy 100 mirrors and admire your own from every angle. You could even do various gestures, like giving a middle finger. Yet, you spend money just to sit in front of a computer, grinning and gasping, watching someone else's fingers? Are you sure you're still sane? It feels like people like that have lost their reason. Let us not dwell on it too much. Who really cares about them? They are already in the process of evolving into foolish beings and can't turn back. However, today was truly an eye-opener for Sun. There were two super wealthy individuals on the forum, one named Desert Rain and the other Lost Rose, who were now in a bidding war, offering 10 million each to Sun. The amount made Sing feel a bit startled. No one is thinking about starting a damned world war anymore. Nearly all hackers worldwide are focused on these two. Sing was curious about how they became so wealthy. After searching their data, Sing finally understood. One is the son of a super-rich tycoon from a certain region, and the other is the son of a super-rich tycoon from another area. These two have completely lost control, starting from 10 million and escalating to 50 million in less than an hour. Seng made 5 billion. 5 billion. What does that even mean? For an average person, that's everything, but for Seng, it's nerve-wracking. Yet, for these two sons, it's just pocket money for the year, especially the son from the wealthy region, who eventually made a bid of 100 million at once, while the other son seemed to lose confidence, only managing to bid twice before he couldn't continue. Desert Rain completely won this shocking contest that astonished hackers worldwide. He is no longer the same. It feels like everyone is kneeling at his feet. As for the other one, Lost Rose, he has fallen silent. It seems that the name Lost Rose will no longer appear. He can't afford to lose face. However, some savvy hackers see it clearly. In this display of wealth, neither of these sons won. The biggest winner is Ghost Butterfly. Someone has been keeping records, and Ghost Butterfly made a net profit of 50 billion in just 1 hour. Ironically, neither of these sons are advanced hackers. They were drawn into the Ghost Butterfly forum, this super hacker empire, due to their obsession with hacking. Their reckless spending only shows that they have no idea what hacking truly is. A true hacker, much like a phantom butterfly, conceals their true abilities. No one knows just how powerful the phantom butterfly skills are. The more mysterious they appear, the more formidable they seem in the eyes of others. However, these two individuals have spent so much money that hackers around the world now know who they are. Can they still claim to be covert hackers? Of course. Money cannot be wasted. Desert Rain sincerely wishes to have a private conversation with the Phantom Butterfly, which would be an unparalleled honor for him. Given that he has spent so much, Seng agreed to his request, officially ending the discussions with others. The Firebird from Huagua has been in the chat room, wanting to speak privately with the Phantom Butterfly as well. However, seeing that others had to throw in billions just to get the Phantom Butterfly's agreement, he realized he couldn't even come up with a few dozen. A world war is now impossible. The instigators have all vanished under the pressure from the Phantom Butterfly. In a private chat room, Desert Rain said, "Phantom Butterfly, my name is Hassan. I have one request. I want to be your disciple. Please agree to this." "Why do you want to be a hacker? Your family is among the top 5 richest in the Middle East. Even if you did nothing, you could live comfortably for several generations. If you need hackers to fulfill certain demands, your wealth is enough to hire 100 top hackers. Even if you want to learn hacking techniques, you could pay those top hackers to teach you." "Why do you want me to teach you?" Hassan replied, "Firstly, you are the best hacker in the world. Your skills are unmatched, and not even all the hackers in the world can surpass you. This is something that money cannot buy. There are many things that money can't buy, such as the respect and fear of the world. The ability to bring a nation to its knees in an instant, like what happened in the Netherlands. You seem to hold the power of life and death over everyone. These are priceless. However, I am not fond of money. I seek true freedom. I want to use my skills to genuinely integrate into this extraordinary world, as if I have been given wings to soar across the globe. Therefore, I want you to be my master and help me become a true hacker. Please. You must agree. While he was saying this, Seng was searching for Hassan's information. First things first, he needed to determine whether Hassan was a good or bad person. If he was good, Seng might consider his request. If he was a malicious individual, there would be no chance. The data showed that Hassan had not exhibited any extraordinary behavior, apart from not being close to his family, which had its reasons. His father had 37 wives and over 90 children, with Hassan being the 57th son. The older siblings looked down on him because his mother had passed away early, while the younger ones received their father's affection. He was left with nothing but billions in pocket money each year. Upon reading this, Seng finally understood why he wanted to be a hacker. Chapter 466. Apprenticeship hacking is a very unique profession. Those who become hackers are not solely driven by their understanding of technology. It is often their personality that plays a critical role. Most hackers are quite insecure. They dislike interacting with others and are even less inclined to engage with the world around them. They prefer to stay in the shadows, building their own realms and using simulated data to obtain everything they desire. Hassan is one such individual. His world revolves solely around money. Therefore, when he saw in the news that a certain hacker group attacked a foreign country for the sake of women, he became intensely fascinated with hacking. He was willing to go to great lengths to connect with this group, aspiring to become like them. As for what he hoped to gain, he himself was unsure. If pressed for a reason, he could only say that sitting in front of his computer made him feel that everything was beautiful. Thus, Seng considered Hassan's proposal. But it was merely a consideration. Hassan still lacked the mindset that a hacker should possess, which was crucial. Seng did not want Hassan going around claiming that this hacker group was his mentor or, as he did today, recklessly throwing around billions for the sake of appearances. Such behavior was unbecoming of a hacker. Seng replied, I will consider your request, but you need to change your online alias. After tonight, you have attracted the attention of hackers worldwide. Go get a new computer, change your IP, and wait for the opportunity to transform your life. Fortunately, Hassan was an intelligent person. He understood the implications of Seng's words, which only excited him more. This thrill felt like he had installed boosters on his feet, propelling him into the vast blue sky with a thunderous roar. He wanted to shout, to jump, to strip off his white robe and run naked outside. Yes, master. I know what to do now. Thank you, master, for finally showing me my path. Overwhelmed with excitement, Hassan immediately donated €1 billion to the forum. Seng was left speechless. Did Hassan have so much money to burn? He had only mentioned that he would consider taking him on as a disciple. He hadn't promised to make him one. To throw out €1 billion like that was excessive. Calm down. I'm not saying you are my disciple yet. I'm just considering it. If you keep acting so impulsively and throwing around money, you won't be able to become a hacker. Have you ever seen a hacker who, when angry or excited, just throws money around? Hassan quickly replied, Master, this is my apprenticeship fee. If you don't like it, I won't do it again in the future, but please accept my intention this time. Seng thought for a moment. There was no reason to decline. So he said, do as I say, and I will keep an eye on you. Yes, master. Thank you, master. Seng left the chat room and refreshed the forum data. Everything looked normal. Many hackers were posting topics expressing their absolute support for the hacker group. As in the current hacking community, not opposing them was the best choice. He shut down his computer and prepared to sleep, but as soon as he left the study, he heard a loud argument coming from downstairs. It seemed to be between C and Yuan, both of whom were screaming at each other. It was already 2 in the morning. Such a noisy quarrel would surely disturb the neighbors. Seng hurried downstairs and whispered, Shut up. What are you two doing? Do you want the whole neighborhood to hear your fight at this hour? C, dressed casually, replied, I don't want to argue with her. This woman is completely unreasonable. I just wanted to make you a late-night snack, but she kept interrupting, and in the end, she called me a gold digger who only knows how to spend your money. Who can tolerate that? Yuan chimed in. I only said your cooking method was wrong. And you accused me of pretending in front of you. What am I pretending about? I just wanted you to make better food for Seng. Am I wrong? Seng raised his voice. Enough. Your argument ends now. I'm not having any late-night snacks, and I don't want to see you two fighting like this again. If you can't stand each other, find somewhere else to vent your frustrations, but not in the villa, and definitely not in front of me. Got it. He had no intention of analyzing who was at fault. Women always had their reasons for fighting. If he were curious about the cause, it would only lead to the cruelest of torments. However, despite this, Seng instinctively pulled C into his embrace, as if she were his woman and should be by his side. But from the outside, it seemed as if Seng was siding with C against Yuan. which made Yuan feel extremely unbalanced and wronged. Upset, she ran back to her room, slammed the door, and cried on her bed. Crying was the only thing that could make her feel a bit better. For a woman, what she had was not much. Emotions were helpless. Even a hacker who could dominate the world, a king who had everything, found it equally difficult to find comfort and control. The next afternoon, Seng had a simple meal and headed to the outskirts of the capital. He was looking for a location to establish a satellite control base. His current capabilities were more than sufficient to build a proper base, but after searching for an entire afternoon, he found nothing satisfactory. Seng's pursuit of perfection in this matter made it difficult to realize his ideas, as the more perfect the concept, the harder it was to achieve. And various problems always led him to give up. However, he could not give up on cracking the subsequent supercodes. That was something he had to do. With no possibility of abandonment, Seng went to the garden of the neighborhood, watching the flickering lights, and his mind was always occupied with thoughts of Qin Nan. Where are you? His murmurs were like a man's helpless yearning in moments of vulnerability, waiting and sleepless amidst the shifting tides of time. Who says men are heartless? They just buried their feelings deep in their hearts, enduring loneliness and solitude, experiencing the heartache in their own corner. Time passed quickly in Seng's wait, and he didn't even know what he was waiting for. He just felt that sitting here brought him close to Qin Nan. Every man experiences this. They can't forget a woman because they can never forget how good she was to them. Thinking of everything Qin Nan did for him, Seng's heart ached painfully. Chapter 467. The loneliness of a hacker. Seng's bar finally opened, and the scene was incredibly lively and grand. Even Seng didn't expect so many people to show up today. The bar extended all the way to both sides of the library, with dozens of suited men wearing sunglasses and headphones standing straight in front of rows of flower baskets. Anyone wanting to pass through the entrance had to take another route, and everyone was curious about who had such power. Of course, it was Seng. Even if you stood right in front of him, you wouldn't think all of this belonged to him, because Seng was just holding a drink, sitting on the sofa of the library club, quietly watching everything outside the window. No matter how busy others were, he remained calm. Others might not understand why he wasn't the least bit excited, but Seng knew that all of this was not something a hacker should be involved in. It was only due to his helpless emotions that everything in front of him appeared, yet he still remembered that he was just a hacker. Moreover, he never considered himself a businessman. So, he used this window to isolate himself from the world, immersing himself in this quietness. The tranquility helped him think, as he was constantly battling those hidden enemies. The bar? It was merely a place for bored people seeking relief. However, Seng enjoyed the music playing outside the bar, because this bar was called Sentiment, and everything seemed to remind people of their own sentiments. Shiyu and Kai stood at the bar's entrance, welcoming all the guests, but everyone wanted to know where Seng was. It was the opening day, and how could the boss be missing? Shiyu could only say that Seng was busy inside, and would come out to speak to everyone soon. After saying that, she turned to look at Seng behind the window, signaling him to come out quickly, but Seng remained indifferent. What was there to entertain? Most people saw each other almost every few days, and he had no interest in getting to know those he didn't recognize. It felt like a waste of time. He simply opened his computer, connected to the Wi-Fi, browsed the news on the Ghost Butterfly forum, and checked if there were any interesting topics in other sections. However, he found a locked room in the chat room with only one person online, clearly waiting for him. The background data showed that the person inside was named Angry Firebird, with no IP address and no information. Why was this Firebird still angry? Seng searched online for information about the Angry Firebird, but found nothing useful. Most of it was about a firebird angrily attacking a pack of wild dogs for its eggs. It seems that I can't expect to find any information about that bastard online, so Seng directly entered the chat room. The firebird was left with only one hand, making typing impossible, so it had to use voice. Upon seeing Ghost Butterfly, it spoke up. I am the firebird. Seng frowned, looking around. Due to the bar's opening, the entrance to the library was occupied, and he was alone in the club, with all the staff busy at the bar. He activated the voice module and replied, "What if you are an ostrich? Can your egg be bigger than others?" The firebird continued, "You don't know who I am, which is normal. Because before I used the Sky Bomb program to destroy your forum, nearly triggering a world war, we didn't know each other. So it was this bastard who did it." Seng immediately became excited and activated the magic eye to begin data tracking. "So, are you really going to transform into an ostrich or something else? I thought you had some great ability, but it turns out you are just a bird." The data was quickly analyzed, revealing that the firebird was in a certain area of the capital of a neighboring country. Seng promptly opened the map of that country. The IP address was located in a district there. "I am not just a bird. I am the firebird, an angry firebird. Let's not waste time on this issue. I only have one request for you." At this point, Seng had already entered his system, reviewed all the data, and found nothing particularly special. It was indeed a hacker system. "What do you want? Please return the Sky Bomb to me. It's the program that devours systems. I know you have the code for it. As long as you give it to me, I'll do whatever you want." Singh chuckled and said, "Are you one of Lovelock's people?" "Yes, I am hers forever. My life, everything belongs to her. I would die for her." Singh really wanted to ask how someone as foolish as him became a so-called top hacker. He immediately connected with the cybersecurity agency of the neighboring country, providing them with the IP address and adding, "The person behind this IP address is one of the remnants of the previous virus attack. There is reason to believe he is planning a terrorist attack on the network." A senior official at the cybersecurity agency broke into a cold sweat upon seeing this message. He kicked open the office door, clapped his hands, and shouted, "Connect me with the special forces immediately." Meanwhile, Singh continued, "You are not wrong. I do have the Sky Bomb program, and I believe this is the only remaining one in the world. Thanks to you. I was reminded of its existence and who you are. But we are enemies. Have you ever seen anyone willingly hand over weapons to their enemies? You stupid bird. Are you crazy?" The Firebird finally reacted, suddenly feeling violated, and said, "What do I need to do to get the Sky Bomb from you? Unless the president of that country is attacked, and I feel good, I will destroy the Sky Bomb. So, you will never get it. I want to kill you. If you had that capability, you wouldn't be a fool, but rather an angry bird, launching yourself at those pigs without hesitation. Lastly, let me say that someone as foolish as you should not pursue hacking. You should engage in charity, spending your days helping those over 90 years old." After saying this, Singh kicked Firebird out of the forum, not even giving him a chance to respond. In front of the computer, Firebird saw the message on the forum. "You have been ruthlessly kicked out of the chat room. If you wish to create other chat rooms, please recharge." Enraged, Firebird disregarded everything and broke his promise to himself not to be angry. He began to pound on the monitor, and as he did so, his wheelchair tipped over, sending him sprawling out, with his chin hitting the desk hard. Chapter 468. The Heaven. Singh initially wanted to scold a bit more. He never pretended to be aloof on this matter. He believed in scolding when necessary, and that was the true joy of a hacker's life. He was quite pleased. But at that moment, Firebird was dizzy and covered in his own saliva, trying to ascertain whether his chin was still intact. Just then, the power in the room suddenly cut off, the doors and windows were smashed open, and a group of masked, fully armed special forces swiftly entered. Dozens of flashlight beams converged on Firebird's face at the same time. There was no need for further explanation. He had been betrayed by Ghost Butterfly. From that moment on, he would bid farewell to the world of hacking. He felt calm as he was carried out of the room. The only thought on his mind was Lovelo. He wanted to say goodbye to Lovelo one last time, so he requested the commander of the Special Forces to grant him this wish. The commander smiled and said, "Of course, it's your right. Go ahead and say your goodbye." Turning back, he instructed his subordinates to track the signal that Firebird had sent out. They all knew who Lovelo was, having received a notification from the International Anti-Terrorism Organization a few days prior. Lovelo was now the #1 terrorist. As an anti-terror unit, they had been unable to find an opportunity to eliminate her, but unexpectedly, this fool had delivered the chance right to them. Upon hearing Lovelo's voice, Firebird spoke solemnly. "I am Firebird. I hope you can tell me that you have retrieved the Sky Bomb." "No, my surroundings are filled with special forces. I just want to say goodbye to you in these final moments." Lovelo in the hotel suddenly looked up and said, "You mean there are special forces around you?" "Yes, a dozen or so, all armed, but I can't see their faces because they are masked." Lovelo snorted coldly and said, "Firebird, from now on, don't say you know me and never think of seeing me again. Your existence is my shame. Believing that you could help me is the biggest mistake of my life. If you really want to regain my respect, go commit suicide now. Your death would bring unprecedented joy to this world. Go die. I just want to tell you that I love you, Lovelo, Lovelo." The connection had long been cut off, and the Firebird wanted to say that there was no chance left. The commander of the Special Forces immediately ordered the other soldiers to go to the hotel, then turned to the Firebird and said, "It seems you've had a breakup, but it doesn't matter. You probably won't need any relationships in the future." This made the Firebird furious again, and he grabbed the commander's clothes, raising his hand wrapped in plaster to strike, but was knocked to the ground by a soldier nearby with the butt of his gun. The top-ranked gourmet hotel in the capital was closed for business today because it had been booked for a private event from noon until 10 in the evening, costing a 7-figure sum. The attendees were all guests for the bar's opening. Singh was puzzled about how there could be so many people. He saw people in front and those following behind. The bodyguards in black suits were arranged by a certain individual, and their task today was not only to maintain order, but also to support Sung. As Sung walked, he kept glancing back at them. These people followed his pace. If he walked faster, they did too, and if he slowed down, they slowed down as well. When Sung suddenly ran a few steps, they followed suit. "Stop following me and go find something to eat over there." Singh was really not used to having so many people behind him, feeling like a big shot. One of the bodyguards said, "No, Mr. Sung, our boss said we must protect you today. Why do you need to protect me? There are so many people here. Who would dare to come at me? Just get away from me, or I'll have your boss deal with you." The bodyguards exchanged glances and then turned to leave. Sung was speechless. Who were these people? Entering the restaurant, before the dishes were served, the place was filled with smoke and noise, besides adults. There was also a group of children running around and making a racket in the middle of the tables. Sung was curious about where all these people had come from. At another table sat a dozen elderly men, each with an expression that seemed to say they owned the place. Seeing him standing at the door looking around, Shiyu hurried over and said, "I thought you would never show up again. Who are all these people? I don't recognize any of them." Shiyu replied, "They are all my relatives. My dad wants to take this opportunity for everyone to see how capable his future son-in-law is. Basically, all the living relatives are here today. And some even came from the countryside. My sixth aunt even brought you a basket of eggs." Sung forced a smile and said, "Well, I suddenly need to use the restroom. Let us talk later." "You stop right there. Where do you think you're going?" Shiyu grabbed his arm. "They want to see me, and you didn't tell me earlier. I'm totally unprepared. I should at least bring some red envelopes or a bow tie or something." Shiyu said, "Forget about those useless things. Just follow my dad. Whatever I say, you repeat. Remember, besides a few big names, you are the most important today. Don't be afraid of them. If it comes to it, just stand your ground." Senj asked incredulously, "Is this a family gathering or a fight? Why does it sound so scary when you talk about it? For you, this is war." Just as he was speaking, a woman in a black suit named Ki approached and said, "Gezi, why are you still here? If I'm not here, am I supposed to be in the sky?" He replied, "Hurry up and come with me. My dad is waiting for you. If you don't show up, we can't start the meal." Liao Simin, seeing Senj approach, complained, "Can't you be a little more mindful? Today is the opening of your bar, and you just now decided to show up. Do you have diarrhea or frequent urination? I'm here now, right? It's just that there are too many people, and I feel uncomfortable." Xiaolong added, "Gezi, why did you invite so many people? Who are they all?" Senj leaned back in his chair, took a sip of his drink, and said, "They're all relatives of Siyu. I didn't expect there to be so many people. I thought it would just be a few old folks like you." Ki immediately punched him lightly, pouting, "You're not allowed to use bad language. I'm going to the kitchen to make some arrangements, and you better not disappear again, or I'll bite you to death." Chapter 469. Family Senj really wanted to disappear immediately. He didn't want to stay here for even a second. How nice it would be to go home, stew a chicken, and enjoy a quiet meal. This had a lot to do with Senj's personality. He had never liked crowded places. When his parents took him to parties when he was young, he would hide in a corner and play by himself because the noise made him feel insecure. Some women might say, "What does a man need security for?" I think that's a blatant disdain for men. Can't men have a sense of security? On the contrary, men need security even more, especially those whose wives dress up mysteriously and flamboyantly. They need even more security because their wives are insecure. Of course, Senj wasn't afraid of these things. All he wanted was peace, not security. As the waitstaff began serving dishes, the restaurant became even noisier. Senj initially wanted to see the people he had to deal with, but inadvertently caught sight of a familiar figure outside a window. It was Qin Nan. Senj was certain it was Qin Nan because their eyes met at that moment. Without a word, Senj got up and ran outside the restaurant. Liao Simin thought he had lost it, but then noticed he was running while looking out the window. So she looked out too, but saw nothing. Forget it, just let him be, she thought. Once outside the restaurant, the figure had vanished. Senj looked around and saw that opposite him was a shopping mall. As if it was preordained, just as Qin Nan entered the mall, Senj followed right behind. The mall was huge and crowded, making it nearly impossible to find Qin Nan. Senj ran to the center of the mall, and everything around him seemed to spin. He felt like a lost child, unsure of where to go. He leaned against his knees, breathing heavily, sweat streaming down his cheeks, as if at that moment he had lost the entire world. Why? Why? Senj whispered to himself, not understanding why Qin Nan was avoiding him. What had he done wrong? He felt like a wronged child, tears streaming down his face, each crystal drop falling to the ground like shattered glass. In a corner, Qin Nan covered her mouth, trying not to cry out loud. Her heart shattered just like Senj's tears. The party had already started, but Senj was nowhere to be found. Shichi pulled Siyu aside and whispered, "What's going on? Didn't he say he was coming? Why is he missing again?" Just as Siyu was about to respond, she caught sight of Senj walking in from outside, looking lost. She hurried to greet him. "Darling, what's wrong? What happened?" Senj sighed and shook his head, saying, "It's nothing, just needed some fresh air." Siyu knew Senj well, so she pulled him aside and asked, "Darling, what's really going on? I saw Qin Nan again, but she still won't meet me." His eyes turned to the window, hoping to catch another glimpse of her figure. "Stop thinking about it, darling. Qin Nan avoiding you must have her reasons. When the time is right, she will naturally meet you. Worrying about it now won't help." Siyu's words made sense, and Senj thought the same. Qin Nan couldn't be so resolute. All he could do now was wait. In Huagua, the special forces were one step too late. Luofu had already left the hotel. Firebird might be foolish, but Luofu was truly clever and very calm. She had fully realized that as long as Ghost Butterfly was alive, she could never achieve her plans. Thus, she was determined to eliminate Ghost Butterfly at all costs, using any means necessary to ensure Ghost Butterfly's demise. However, directly killing Ghost Butterfly seemed impossible. After all, everyone had a few loved ones around them, didn't they? Just like Senj, who suddenly found himself surrounded by so many relatives, each one scrutinizing and assessing him, making him feel like an object under examination. But it was fine. Every man went through such experiences, as it was like a rite of passage. For many, a lifelong partner was crucial. Fortunately, they were quite satisfied with Senj, mainly because he was wealthy. They weren't blind. The bar and library combined were worth over 100 million. That was money. For them, that amount could buy a lot of rice and marry many wives. The only thing Senj found a bit unbearable was those old folks. According to Siyu, they were of ancestral stature in their families, holding very high positions. Even Inoue behaved respectfully in front of them. After assessing Senj, one of the old men said, "Did your father and mother, or the first 3 generations, hold any official positions?" This was the kind of question Senj disliked answering the most. Considering Siyu's face, he replied, "I'm an orphan, and I've never heard of anyone in my family holding an official position." The old man said, "So you come from an ordinary family." Little Shichi, this is quite mismatched. Inoue hurriedly said, "Uncle, Gezi is an orphan. He doesn't even know if there are any officials in his family. We will find his family tree later." Another person then asked, "How much do you have now?" "It is said that your library and that bar have invested over 1 billion. If you join our clan, would you be willing to hand them over to the family?" Sun Gu, despite his good temper, was about to explode. He thought to himself, "You old geezers, drinking and eating is one thing. But why are you acting all high and mighty in front of me? And you want me to give everything to the family? Dream on." Since he was in a bad mood today, he spoke up, "I don't even know how much money I have. Last night I checked, it was around 50 billion. Those around him immediately gaped in shock, and even Inoue looked at Sun Gu in horror, wondering how he could be so wealthy. Especially the old men, who exchanged glances filled with greed, their eyes sparkling. Each of them thought that if he wanted to marry Siyu, he would have to contribute money to the family. Sun Gu continued, "But I have no intention of giving this money to anyone. I earned it all through hard work. Why should I give it to others? Today is the opening of my bar, and you come here talking about ancestors. I'm an orphan, and my family has no officials. You can do whatever you want." After saying that, Sun Gu turned and walked back to Liao Ximin's side. Liao Ximin whispered, "I'm the only one in my family. You should stay with Qi." Chapter 470. Finally, drunk Sun Gu's temper was so good that it had exploded, which shows how much these old geezers had irritated him. Once he left, Inoue scolded the old men about their lack of manners and respect for the young, but no one mentioned anything against him being with Siyu, as they were all thinking about Sun Ji's 50 billion. While others might not know, Liao Ximin was clear on how Sun Gu earned his money. His Ghost Butterfly Forum could generate tens of thousands of euros every minute. 50 billion was a conservative estimate. Besides Liao Ximin, Siyu also knew since Senji's money was in her hands, but she didn't care about that. What mattered to her was that Sun Gu was genuinely angry this time. She couldn't scold the old geezers, so she could only say loudly to Inoue, "Dad, if Sun Gu doesn't stay with me, I will never see you again." After saying that, Siyu left, and the relatives looked at Inoue, who felt quite troubled. He could only comfort the old geezers, telling them not to be angry, while also worrying that Sun Gu might really be mad and not stay with Siyu. A good son-in-law like him would be hard to find elsewhere. Sun Gu downed 2 glasses of liquor in one breath, and his face turned a bit red. His body starting to feel light. This feeling was quite nice, so he poured himself another glass, tilted his head back, and downed it. Liao Ximin laughed, "This is alcohol, not a drink. You're playing with fire." Senj wanted to drink more, but was stopped by Siyu, who took the drink away and said with tears in her eyes, "Don't drink anymore. What are you doing? Downing half a gin of liquor so quickly is too much for anyone's stomach. It feels like there's a fire in my belly, and it's coming back up." Senj got up and rushed to the restroom, with Siyu closely following behind. Holding onto the wall, it felt like everything around him was softening, and he couldn't hold on to anything. Without caring much, Siyu pushed the restroom door open and went in, hurriedly patting his back. To help him vomit more thoroughly, she even pushed her fingers towards his throat. This made Senj vomit even harder. After several heaves, he grabbed her hand and said, "Stop it. I really can't throw up anymore." Siyu helped him to the sink, took out a tissue, dampened it, and wiped his face. She also made him drink a few sips of mineral water, which made him feel a bit better. However, the alcohol had already been absorbed, and he was now feeling drunk. This was the feeling Senj had always wanted, and this time he was truly intoxicated. Siyu, crying, said to him, "Honey, don't do this, it hurts my heart. Don't you know how I feel? I can give up everything for you, even those relatives I don't know. Why should they decide our relationship?" Senj gently rubbed Siyu's face, his eyes hazy, and smiled. "Don't say that, silly girl. In my heart, you will always be beautiful. Since we love each other, there are no regrets. I am willing to bear any hardship. My love is like the tide. How can I express it? Siyu was both touched and aggrieved, wanting to laugh, but ultimately just held him tightly, not willing to let go. Outside the restroom, people were puzzled. It's normal for a man to sing, whistle, or dance around while urinating, but why was he shouting so hoarsely? Siyu simply reserved a private room for Sinj to rest, with Xiaojia and Karen helping to manage things outside, so there were no issues. Sinj lay down on the sofa and fell asleep. Siyu helped him take off his soiled clothes and went to the nearby mall to buy him a new outfit. He slept straight until 7 in the evening and woke up thirsty, downing 2 bottles of mineral water in one go. Luckily, he had only drunk good liquor, so he didn't have a headache. Sinj smacked his lips, really wanting a bowl of hot soup. After getting dressed, he walked out of the private room and was astonished by the scene. Everyone was drinking, shouting, dancing, and seemed to be having a great time. Sinj wondered how they were so happy. They were so engrossed in their fun that no one noticed him. He headed straight into the kitchen, where the chefs were busy cooking. They had ordered food to be served from noon until evening, ensuring that the dishes were always full and hot. Just as he was about to enter, a female server blocked his way and said, "Sir, can I help you with something? This is the kitchen. Don't get your clothes dirty. I'd like some hot soup. Do you have any?" The waiter said, "I'm sorry, sir, but you have 5 minutes left before we close, and the chef can't prepare anything else. I really apologize." Sang shook his head helplessly. He was the main character today, yet he couldn't even have a bowl of soup, which left him feeling particularly uncomfortable. As he left the kitchen, he saw Yujia swaying back and forth, with Karen following her, seemingly to help her to the restroom. Yujia burped and asked, "Gezi, what are you doing here?" "Nothing much. Are you going to the restroom?" "Hurry up." Sang didn't want to disturb them and turned to leave, but Yujia grabbed his hand. When Sang turned around, their eyes met, and at that moment, the hesitation collided with deep affection. Yujia felt as if everything around her suddenly quieted, the lights went out, and only the spotlight on her and Sang illuminated their intimacy and passion. "I just want a bowl of soup, but the waiter said there's only 5 minutes left, so forget it." Her words brought Yujia back to reality. She looked closely at Sang, whose lips had turned pale. She knew he had drunk too much at noon and now just wanted a bowl of soup. Why on earth wouldn't this restaurant serve it? Thinking this, Yujia glanced around, picked up a chair, and smashed it against the glass door of the kitchen. With a crash, the glass shattered into pieces, drawing everyone's attention in the restaurant. Yujia threw the chair directly into the kitchen, hitting a chef on the head. "What the heck? Who's throwing chairs while I'm cooking?" The waiter, frightened, quickly ducked aside. Yujia shouted, "My husband wants soup. Who's not making it? Make it for me now." Sang and Karen hurriedly pulled her back. Who could handle her throwing things when she was drunk, especially while shouting "my husband"? Luckily, Karen was there. Otherwise, what would others think? Siyu and a few others rushed over and finally managed to drag Yujia away. Siyu said, "Husband, if you want soup, just tell me." Sang replied, "All right. I shouldn't have asked for this soup. You all go ahead and be busy. Don't mind me." With that, Sang left the restaurant. Chapter 471. The bar is blacklisted. Sang's helplessness was similar to that of many others. Sometimes, even the smallest request could not be fulfilled. Even if he was an all-powerful hacker, how perfect could we expect our lives to be? Even if you have everything, you can never truly be satisfied. Others find this impossible because everyone has asked themselves a question. Why is it that what could be obtained is not obtained? Sang, like us, is only different in that he receives the empathy of many. But Sang doesn't care about that. Instead, he left the hotel alone, heading towards home. He kept asking himself one question. What has he created? What belongs to him? At least the egg soup he made was his. After drinking it, his stomach felt warm, and he finally felt like himself again. Siyu soon returned, carrying a steaming bowl of soup. It was said that the hotel owner had personally instructed the kitchen to prepare it and asked Siyu to convey an apology to Singgo, claiming that the waitstaff were just being inconsiderate and that he shouldn't take it to heart. At that moment, Singgo was determined to maintain his aloof demeanor. He hadn't really taken the incident to heart, so why would he be upset? He returned to make himself a bowl of egg drop soup, which was quite simple. Just 1 egg and a bit of water, costing no more than 2 currency units. The hotel would charge at least 100 for their bowl of soup. According to Siyu, the hotel was making a 7-figure sum today, and with drinks included, it was several times that amount. It was now 8 p.m., and in an hour, a fireworks show would commence, along with performances by various celebrities. Most people had already left for the bar to await the festivities. Singgu had no interest in any of it, as if it had nothing to do with him. He reluctantly followed Siyu to the bar after much persuasion. Upon arriving at the bar, dozens of staff shouted in unison, "Hello, boss." Singgu nearly jumped out of his skin. Anyone in deep thought would be startled by such a sudden greeting. Still shaken, a female celebrity approached Singgu, and the overwhelming scent of her perfume almost knocked him off his feet. He couldn't help but wonder if her perfume was made from sewer extracts. "Mr. Sung, You are so young and talented, and so handsome. It's truly an honor to meet you, she exclaimed. Sung-gu merely glanced at her, unfazed by the flashing cameras, and sidestepped to enter the bar. What were celebrities to him? In their eyes, besides money, what else mattered? If Sung-gu weren't the bar owner with wealth, he would be just like those fans outside, unable to even catch a glimpse of these so-called stars up close. Moreover, these celebrities specifically sought out wealthy individuals, especially the female ones. Nearly all of them married into affluent families. Wasn't that what they wanted? To others, they appeared as noble stars. But in the eyes of the wealthy, they were merely performers, to be played with and discarded once they were no longer entertaining. If you claim to be a star and no one supports you, you're nothing. Especially those who frequently boast about marrying into wealthy families, living blissfully with their husbands, and planning to have dozens of children. In the future, when people see such celebrities, they should feel free to criticize them harshly. If you weren't a star, which rich person would even know who you are? It's quite hypocritical. Such female celebrities are more shameless than anything. Thus, Sung-gu never paid attention to these so-called stars. In his eyes, they were nothing. The female celebrity, embarrassed by Sung-gu's dismissive attitude, hurriedly followed him into the bar to avoid further questions from the reporters that would only worsen her embarrassment. She merely wanted a chance to meet a genuine boss. As in such a vast city, not everyone was an actual owner, some merely dressed the part. At that moment, the large screen outside the bar, which had been playing music, suddenly changed to a scene of a certain celebrity cursing the bar owner in the background. This was the same celebrity who had previously wanted to meet Sing. While changing clothes, she said to another woman, "The bar owner is said to be just a kid. To me, he is just a fool, pretending to be something he is not. I've seen plenty of people like him. Just wait and see how I deal with him." The sound from the large screen was loud, and Sing, who had just entered the bar, could hear it clearly. The people outside were astonished, their mouths agape, and the scene fell silent. Besides her shocking remarks, the sight of her changing clothes was even more eye-catching. After all, it's not every day you see a celebrity changing outfits. However, once it was over, people concluded that the actress's figure was just average and mostly artificial. Liao Ximin glanced at Sing, knowing this was definitely not an employee mistake. Sing looked back at Liao Ximin and then headed to the control room. The large screen-S program had been blacked out. That was the only explanation. Indeed, on the computer controlling the large screen, Sing discovered a simple program that played a specified video at a designated time. The content of the video had been uploaded via Wi-Fi. Sing didn't delete it, but pointed to the normal video instead. Then, after conducting a routine analysis of the bar's network, she found that the network had been hacked an hour earlier. Cu and Ku tried their best to calm the reporters and guests present, stating it was a mistake by the bar staff, but neither of them apologized. Instead, they firmly criticized the actress. As for whether the bar leaked her personal privacy, Ku responded bluntly, "So what? Who cares who she is? Just because she openly called Sing a fool, Cu wanted to beat her up, regardless of her celebrity status." Furthermore, backstage, Cu clearly told her, "You better keep your mouth shut, otherwise I'll make sure you can't speak for the rest of your life. Do you understand?" The actress, in tears, said, "Now I've been exposed. How can I live with this?" Cu glanced at Ku, who pulled out a wad of cash and threw it in her face. "Get lost." Sing didn't care about any of this. He connected his laptop to the bar's network, opened the Ghost Domain module, and quickly located the wireless signal collection device, which was under a table on the first floor. It was this collector that had infiltrated all the video systems of the bar, resulting in the earlier scene on the large screen. Upon closer inspection of the collector, Sing noticed a name, Lavlo. Chapter 472. The leader Sing believed that Lavlo had not come to the Dragon Country. The person using this collector must be Lavlo's subordinate in the Dragon Country. And this person was close by? However, all video data from the bar had been deleted, and it was still unknown who this person was. The only thing that was clear was that Lavlo had already declared war on him. There is one thing that Sung must admit. Lavlo has always been able to take advantage of his blind spots. From the deletion of the Ghost Butterfly forum to the recent attacks on the bar, all these events have occurred outside of Sing's consideration. He has to remind himself that as a hacker, he should be more cautious. It's like a program. Perfection is never possible. The human brain cannot cover all factors like a module. Lavlo understands this well, which is why he always catches Sung off guard. Therefore, what Sing needs to do now is to integrate the servers of the bar and the library into his own server cluster. The previous incidents will have no impact. The fireworks will go off on time, with bursts of colorful flowers lighting up the night sky, brilliant and dazzling. Cu tightly grips Sing's hand. What could be more romantic than a night filled with fireworks? Each explosion of fireworks brings a different color to the world, and at that moment, it possesses the entire sky. Even in the instant of disappearance, it leaves a trace. The fleeting brilliance is eternal. Just like love, each touching moment is destined for a lifetime of companionship. Every romance or enjoyment requires someone to create it. Everyone is relishing this beautiful moment, leaving Chu Long overwhelmed. He is responsible for the entire fireworks display today, directing his subordinates to move the fireworks to the venue while keeping an eye on Seng in the crowd. As long as Sung is happy, he considers his task accomplished. Who says Sung isn't happy? He even wants to go up and set off a few fireworks himself. After all, every man is interested in things that make noise, right? Except for a bed that makes sounds, as it can easily lead to the neighbors kicking the walls or loudly singing raucous songs. The fireworks show lasted for 2 hours, and over 10 million were spent in a flash. Others were enjoying themselves, and no one cared about the expenses. After all, Singh had more money than he could spend. The bar is a product of the night. The later it gets, the more people come to play. Today is a sentimental opening, so there should be some discounts. Consequently, all the private rooms were fully booked, and the hall on the first floor was especially lively, with thousands of bottles of beer sold. The performers on stage are working hard. This is their profession. Every bit of joy they deliver does not belong to them. In return, they receive only money and exhaustion. To find a corner of their own in this super city, they have no choice but to do so. These relatively unknown performers are very professional. Among them, a male singer sings while drinking beer. After finishing one song, he has downed more than 10 bottles. Some people do this deliberately, sending stacks of beer to the stage. They have to drink it, don't they? They just want to satisfy themselves, right? Moreover, everything here is very expensive. This is the philosophy of the place. A bottle of beer costs 50, and better ones can exceed 100. Other items are even pricier, like a plate of sunflower seeds costing 70. If you don't have money, don't come here to play. This is not to look down on those without money. It's just the reality of this place. Liao Ximin left early. This occasion was really not suitable for him, given his status. He had already shown enough respect to Seng today. However, before leaving, Liao Ximin still spoke a few words to Seng privately. Making his meaning clear, it seems that Luo Fu Luo has now set her sights on him. They can fight however they want, but they absolutely cannot disrupt the prosperity and stability of the Dragon Kingdom. Seng helplessly said, Luo Fu Luo would never attack the Dragon Kingdom at this time. She's currently focused on how to fight me. So, you can rest assured. I'm just curious, did you mistreat Luo Fu Luo in your past life? Why is she so fixated on you in this life? Forget about the past life. I want to deal with her in this life. That woman has escaped me several times, but it's fine. There are still many remnants of Nirvana left. Let her call them out one by one to their deaths. So I won't have to go after them myself. Liao Ximin nodded and said, well, that's good. Go bravely deal with that Luo Fu Luo. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. After sending Liao Ximin off, Seng checked the time. It was almost midnight, and the bar was still bustling. Seng wondered if these people ever got tired. Xiao Jia and Karen were also excited, having been busy all day. Seng also saw Chu Long, who was eating instant noodles. He was feeling quite hungry as he had been busy in the bar all day without eating, which moved Seng, prompting him to go over and say a few words. Suddenly, the wireless device emitted a notification that there was a new message on the forum. Upon opening it, he found a link to a forum topic from Misha. Clicking it revealed a video. Seeing that striking figure and the mask that looked like underwear, he knew it was Luo Fu Luo. Ghost Butterfly, our war has already started. Are you ready? I have the most powerful cyber army in the world, and you are just one person. Therefore, my cyber army will begin to attack you and will not accept your surrender unless you leave this world. I am Luo Fu Luo, the new leader of the Nirvana organization. All hackers, listen up. If you stand on Ghost Butterfly's side, you are my enemy. If you stand on my side, you will always receive my grace. Seeing this, Seng immediately replied, are you suffering from hormonal imbalance, leading to personality disorder? What nonsense. Let me see what you can do. You woman. Seng always responded directly to such provocations and was unafraid, not taking it to heart. He wouldn't be intimidated, even if it were a man. Just as he finished sending that, Luo Fu Luo replied, Ghost Butterfly, I must make you understand how painful it is to disrespect a woman. You're almost a second-rate fool. And you're still talking about women? What do you have left besides your ego? Seng figured it didn't matter where Luo Fu Luo was or what kind of attack she might launch, so he decided to vent his frustration first. Chapter 473. The super assassin Seng felt particularly excited about cursing Lavlo, who said men can't scold women. Must they act sophisticated and aloof to be considered men? Seng wasn't naturally like this, but when it came to Lavlo, he didn't want to hold back, nor did he want to pretend to be a gentleman in front of her. In a villa in a certain country, Lavlo was tearing a black rose into pieces. How could she not be angry? She was indeed a terrorist, but first and foremost, she was a woman. Seng's harsh words made her blood boil. It was likely that hackers around the world were laughing at her, which is something no woman could tolerate. Since that was the case, Lavlo paid no heed to anything else. All disrespectful men deserve to die. She immediately issued a command to an assassin, ordering the killing of a person named Seng from a certain country. If he couldn't be taken down, then the people around him should be targeted. This was the downside of a hacker's identity being exposed. Singe's identity was revealed during a cyber warfare incident. It all started because of Qin Nan's adoptive parents. At that time, the world's largest assassin organization had joined a group called Nirvana. The first order given to them by their creator was to assassinate a figure known as Ghost Butterfly. Later, due to Qin Nan's pleas and the anti-terrorism organization's crackdown on Nirvana, Qin Nan's adoptive parents secretly sent Singe out of the country. However, all of this was observed by intelligence personnel, and the information that Ghost Butterfly was Singe was immediately reported to the creator. Lavlo was by the creator's side at that time, and Singe's name was forever etched in her mind. But the creator did not make Singe's information public because he always wanted to obtain the code that Singe held. Once it was made public, he would have no chance of acquiring anything. Later, Singe found his headquarters and launched a counterattack using the mainframe, while an anti-terrorism strike team raided the headquarters. During the battle, the creator went missing, and Lavlo managed to escape by blending in with the civilians on the island. When parting ways with the creator, he told Lavlo that she must obtain the super code held by Singe. Thus, even though Lavlo hated Singe with a passion, she wouldn't reveal his identity. But now, Lavlo was out of patience. She wanted to make Singe understand what fear was through death, and that what she desired must be obtained. This time, she believed the assassin was a foolproof choice, at least ranking in the top 5 among assassins. Yes, she was a woman, and a very seductive one at that. It was precisely because of this that she had never failed. This is why seductive women are terrifying. They can take your life at any moment, leaving you with no room for defense. Even Singe wouldn't expect Lavlo to use this method against him. He was not a god, nor could he use software or programs to foresee his future. So for now, Singe just needed to focus on what he had to do, prepare to launch an attack on Lavlo, provided he knew her location. If even the enemy cannot be seen, how can you launch an attack? By the time he returned home, it was already 4 in the morning. When he left, there were still many people at the bar. Some so drunk, they didn't even know whether they were male or female. Of course, there were also troublemakers. In such entertainment venues, how could there not be? Some people believe that spending money entitles them to absolute satisfaction. At times like this, Chulong's role becomes apparent. He doesn't fight or scold, he simply throws them out. Of course, the opening of the sentimental bar has made Sing a celebrity in the city. What kind of strength does one need to have to make someone like Chulong act as a subordinate? After taking a shower, Sang lay down on the bed and fell asleep, completely ignoring everything related to the bar. Those were matters for tomorrow, weren't they? On a high-rise building a kilometer away from the villa, Qin Nan put down her binoculars and gently sat on the sofa. At that moment, her adoptive mother, Catherine, contacted her. The first thing she asked was, "Daughter, I believe you've seen Sing. It's time to return to us. I can't leave yet. Let me stay a little longer." Catherine said, "Daughter, Levelo has activated Aquilera. I believe you know her strength. Your father and I are no match for her. And we don't want anything to happen to you. Please return to us immediately. This is no longer something you can handle. Trust us, it's for your own good." Qin Nan naturally knew who Aquilera was. Hearing her name sent a shiver down her spine. With her strength, she could easily rank among the top 100 assassins in the world, but Aquilera was the 5th-ranked assassin globally. And she had 2 unique records that no one had surpassed so far. First, she is the only female assassin who has successfully assassinated leaders from multiple countries, a feat that remains unmatched. Second, she is the only female assassin to enter the top 5. Despite the countless female assassins worldwide, only she has made it to the top 10. Therefore, after learning this news, Qin Nan felt she could not leave. "Mother, I can't leave yet. I'll talk after I deal with Aquilera. Daughter, you are not her match. Don't risk your life for love. You and Sing are not meant to be together. It's not worth it. Don't you understand?" Qin Nan replied, "I've made my decision. I won't leave Sing. At least not now." Her tone was very firm, and after saying that, she cut off the connection. However, she also knew that this decision might cost her life. But for Sing, she had no regrets. Sing woke up around noon, had a simple meal, and began packing his things. He was going abroad. Where to? A certain country. He thought it through. It was better not to set up such a private satellite base in his own country. Any country in the world would do. If any conflicts arose because of this satellite, others would not suspect his homeland. Moreover, with the protection of a certain country's influence, even if conflicts occurred, there was no need to fear. That country has always been known for its readiness to take action if there were any grievances against it. Their philosophy and pursuit of life is to act globally. He went alone this time, telling only Siyu briefly and not mentioning it to anyone else. Siyu was worried and insisted on going with him, but Sing refused, saying this trip was not for fun, but for serious business. Siyu had no choice but to remind Sing to be careful. As soon as Sing boarded the flight, Qin Nan followed closely behind. Chapter 474. Eye of the Earth. Sing was heading to a certain country, and Qin Nan had been trailing him the whole time. Of course, Qin Nan had disguised himself as well. After all, He was also an assassin, and disguise was a basic skill for someone in his line of work. Upon arrival, it was 9 a.m. local time, and there was no need to adjust to the time difference. For a hacker with a chaotic biological clock, time zones were irrelevant. Singh definitely needed to talk to Johnson. His boss was the president of that country, and his influence there was unimaginable. With him around, things would be much easier. When Johnson saw Singh, they embraced, and Johnson joked, "Looks like this country is going to serve you again. Tell me, how do you plan to mess with it this time?" Singh replied with a smile, "I'm just an ordinary person, not a nuclear weapon. Can't I come to this country for other reasons? You're more powerful than a nuclear weapon. Come on, let us grab a drink." At a restaurant. After hearing Singh's plan, Johnson felt a bit troubled. With so many countries in the world, why did he have to choose this one to mess with? The management of private satellite bases was extremely strict now, as many terrorist organizations used them to launch ballistic missiles. So, theoretically, it was impossible for Singh to set up a base here. Singh knew it was impossible, but since he was there, he had to make it happen. He said, "Johnson, let us skip the small talk. I must secure a base on this trip. If your boss doesn't approve, I'll leave. And you can also exit the Campy department to avoid any trouble. Son, this is that country. You should know that many things want work here. You can't provoke a nation's sovereignty like that, can you? Especially since this country is cracking down on private satellite bases. And you want to set one up on its soil. Even as a hacker, you shouldn't be so reckless." Singh followed up, "Exactly because of that. I want to establish it here. This clearly demonstrates that I'm not aiming to create a terrorist organization, but rather conducting purely civil research. If you disagree, then let us not research at all. It doesn't matter to me." Johnson was truly at a loss. If Singh could say it, he could definitely do it. Finally, Johnson could only say, "Son, I can only agree to speak with the president privately. If you get his approval, you can do whatever you want here." With that said, there were basically no surprises left. Singh knew the president would surely agree. The leader of a certain country, after listening to Johnson's words, opened his mouth and said, "He's a devil, a rogue. He wants to drag our country into the line of terrorism. He wants to defecate on us and spit in our faces." Johnson replied, "If he really wants to do that, I estimate no one can stop him. So, do you approve or not?" The leader said, "Approve it, let him do it, but on the condition that the CMP department also joins his plan. And it would be best to use our satellites. Why should others benefit from this?" In a hotel in the capital, Johnson brought Basha, Nicole, and Imantha to sit in front of Singh. Johnson said, "So I brought them." Singh smiled, knowing that these people, including Johnson, would always stand by his side. So he brought them along, supposedly to watch Singh, but actually to support him. The others were fine, but Imantha looked at Singh with anger, mixed with a bit of grievance and admiration. Singh noticed her expression and asked curiously, "Did someone beat you up on your way here? Why are you looking at me like that?" Imantha replied, "You can go to hell, jerk. I'll never forget how you treated us back at NGA. I still have the shovel I used to hit you, and if I knew I was coming to see you, I would have brought it. You're a woman. Stop talking about shovels all the time. If someone didn't know better, they might think you're one of those construction workers who eat hot dogs all day." Johnson laughed, holding his forehead. Nicole was just looking at the map, while Basha stood by Imantha because she never understood why Singh didn't stay with her. This shows that women's hatred can be terrifying, always wanting to attack you with a shovel. However, women often don't easily hate because that hatred can turn into love more than 90% of the time. So, while Imantha's expression was angry, her eyes still held a softness. Nicole put down the map and said, "Singh, the location you chose is in the desert of Vegas. The subsequent funding may be very high. Based on rough calculations, you will need to invest about 1 billion euros for construction, not including the satellite purchase." Johnson added, "So, I suggest you buy our satellites all at once. This way, ground equipment is also included. Not only will it save a lot of investment, but you can also start research immediately. However, we can only provide meteorological satellites, not military or civilian ones." What kind of joke is this? I spend so much money coming here to research when it will rain. What I want are civilian communication satellites capable of data transmission. I don't want meteorological satellites. Keep them for your own use. Singh was being polite. Spending over 1 billion euros on a meteorological satellite was not something he would do. Nicole said, "Singh, don't rush. We're here to help you. You can use the weather satellite, which was obtained for you by Johnson. This satellite is called Eye of the Earth, and it has ground observation capabilities with global coverage. With it, you can monitor anyone in any region at any time. With a ratio of 11, many space technologies have been utilized for military and espionage purposes. Since the early space programs, they have expanded the functions of almost all satellites. For instance, this Eye of the Earth was launched in 2007. While it appears as a weather satellite to the outside world, internally, it functions as an observation satellite. Equipped with high-powered telescopes capable of discerning details like the spots on your face from space. Chapter 475. Not wanting to buy, Sung carefully reviewed the information, and indeed, as Nicole said, although this satellite wasn't exactly what he wanted, it still had significant utility. Nicole also hinted to Sung that, without their knowledge, he could use ground equipment to connect to other satellites. Singh had been thinking along those lines too, but he simply couldn't accept the price. A satellite that would be decommissioned in 10 years was being offered to him for €1 billion. Did they really think he was made of money? However, Singh didn't say anything at that moment. Discussing it with Johnson and the others wouldn't change much. Ultimately, it would be the decision of the president and senior officials of the relevant agency. Thus, Singh planned to get their nod of approval directly. This was not just for show. He needed them to understand that he was establishing this base for their benefit, ensuring that in future applications, he wouldn't employ hacking methods against them first. After seeing off Johnson and the others, Singh opened his computer, intending to connect with the president for a little chat. However, there was a knock at the door. Peering through the peephole, Singh saw it was Imantha. Confused, he opened the door, but before he could say anything, Imantha pushed him onto the sofa. Before Singh could react, she was on top of him, eagerly stating, "Tonight, you belong to me." Singh was taken aback. What was happening? There was no preparation. She just barged in wanting to sleep with him. Did women in that region really lack men this much? Besides, Singh felt nothing for her and was particularly fearful. What if she pulled out something from her pants? That would be quite a scene. So, Singh hurriedly pushed her away, saying, "Stop it, no?" Before he could finish his sentence, Imantha kissed him on the lips. Singh shook his head, finally managing to break free. "I'm a man. You can't treat me like this." His mind was a whirlwind. Any man in such a situation would be confused, especially since Imantha was a natural beauty. If Singh hadn't been reminding himself not to give in, he would have likely succumbed to her charm. And as Singh thought, if anyone found out a man had been taken advantage of by a woman, what would they say? It was unthinkable. How will he face CU in the future? How will he continue being a hacker? Alamansa lay sprawled on the bed, waiting for Singh to take the initiative. Finally, there was a chance to catch his breath. And Singh hurriedly said, "Alamansa, I think you misunderstood something. It's impossible for us. Can you please calm down?" Alamansa suddenly sat up and started removing her clothes without saying a word. With that figure and those beautiful legs, Singh felt a rush of heat to his face. He wiped his nose, and it was all blood. He was genuinely afraid of bursting a blood vessel, ending up bedridden, and returning home incapacitated. It wasn't worth it. "Put your clothes on quickly." "I didn't see anything." Sometimes, a man's lies can be so ridiculous. Alamansa said, "What else do you want to see? You've seen everything that needs to be seen. I am already yours now. I slept with Guadai, and that can't be changed. If you don't put your clothes on, I'll call someone. Go ahead, shout as much as you want. It won't matter. Today, I am going to sleep with you, you jerk. Can you act like a woman? Sprawled out like that without a stitch on, what do you look like?" Alamansa posed. "Do I look like a goddess statue? I see you more like the spittle of a goddess. Hurry up and get dressed, then leave here. I'll pretend nothing happened." After saying this, Singh turned to leave. But Alamansa hugged him from behind, touching him and saying, "Let me see your manly side. Let me know how wild Guadai is. All right, I'll destroy everything for you and show you how wild I can be." This tactic worked. Alamansa finally let go and slowly put her clothes back on. Watching her back, Singh suddenly felt he might have gone too far, so he comforted her. "Alamansa, don't be angry. You're actually a very good girl. But I get shy during the day and night." Alamansa initially didn't think much of it, but upon hearing this, she got angry and said, "That's nonsense. If you don't like me, then just say so. No need for explanations. I'm not as fragile as you think. But remember this, I've let you see everything, and you're the first man to see my body. For the rest of your life. Don't think you can get rid of me. I'm leaving. You can handle it yourself." She picked up her bag and slammed the door as she left. Singh said, "I never handle it myself." He didn't understand Alamansa, thinking she was just saying it, and didn't he take it to heart. Anyway, he felt safe regarding his body. Although he had seen her, it was her initiative to take off her clothes, so he didn't consider it as being lewd. Thus, Singh felt he didn't need to feel guilty. What he didn't expect was that Alamansa was still a virgin, which was quite rare. Who cares? Singh thought he would never have anything with Alamansa anyway. Start the computer, and then it's time to get serious. First, he accessed a certain space agency's server, using a method that allowed direct entry. The network protocols and access codes had been prepared long ago during the cyber warfare, and now, he just needed to activate a program to gain control. What was the purpose of accessing the server? To download classified materials, including secrets about strange occurrences in outer space and UFOs. Just one piece of information could shock the world. Of course, he wouldn't disclose these materials publicly. They would be shown only to the leader of a certain country. After reviewing the materials, the leader asked him, "What exactly do you want to achieve?" "This is our classified information. I could have you expelled at any moment." He replied, "Go ahead, try it. If you really want to do this. I don't mind sparking a cyber war. You want to establish a satellite base in our country, I've approved it. You want to buy satellites. I agreed to that too. I even sold you an advanced observation satellite. Now you've hacked into our network and taken so much classified information. And you want to instigate a cyber war. What exactly do you want? I don't want to buy the advanced observation satellite. You understand my point. With my base here, who can do anything to you? I won't say more. Think for yourself. Chapter 476. The feeling of home. His demands were unconditionally met. The country had no choice. The leader didn't want to see his nation fall into chaos again, even knowing that this would sell out national interests. It was better to bury it as a new secret since they already had so many. Everything proceeded according to his plan, with satellite equipment smoothly taken over with the help of others. However, he didn't want to conduct his research under the watchful eyes of the agency. So he ultimately moved the equipment to a coastal city where the ocean could be seen from the window. With relentless support, a private ground observation station on the island was purchased. Technicians quickly installed the equipment, and from then on, it belonged to him. The whole process took 5 days and nearly $100 million in funds, but it was much less than the budgeted investment. However, the headache for him was how to operate the equipment. He wasn't a professional, and opening this door was incredibly difficult. Faced with rows of equipment, he didn't even know what they were for. To control it, he first needed to understand it. There was a lot of relevant knowledge online, but the core information couldn't be found there. It could only be learned from technicians who truly understood the equipment. But where could he find such technicians? Of course, there were many available for hire, but there was a trust issue involved. This technology is used for hacking, and the uniqueness of hackers lies in the fact that their secrets are even more concealed than those of certain secretive entities. It doesn't matter if they play tricks with leaders. If they truly want to execute their plans, it's a secret within a secret. Singh is expected to stay in a certain country for a week, and with only 1 day left, he carefully considers the situation. He first prepares the access codes and data connections for the Eye of the Earth and connects everything to the Ghost Butterfly server using remote technology. Additionally, he hires a few honest college students to handle regular maintenance work. Moreover, Johnson has also moved his office to a base on Long Island, which reassures Sung significantly. Before leaving the country, Sung treats everyone to dinner as a gesture of gratitude. They share some jokes during the meal, deliberately avoiding any mention of the base. As many things do not need to be spoken aloud, everyone knows what they should do. Yes, everyone, including a certain cold-blooded assassin whose task is to eliminate Sung or anyone around him. However, this assassin will not target those close to Sung. It's her character and her so-called professional ethics. She believes that killing innocents instead of the target is unprofessional and would make her a laughingstock. The worlds of assassins and hackers are completely different. The former deals with blood and life. During the days that this assassin spends in the capital, she mostly goes out at night, wearing sunglasses and trying to stay in the shadows. To others, she appears to be an extremely attractive foreign woman, which is why she cannot go out during the day, as her striking appearance would easily attract attention. Originally, she could have become a star, but she ultimately chose to be an assassin, finding it much easier than pursuing fame. There is a rumor about her. No one has ever seen her eyes, and those who have are now dead. Sung returns to the capital of his homeland at 9 in the morning. Every time he comes back from abroad, he finds the air in the capital to be so welcoming. It feels like home. He heads straight to the library, where everything seems normal, aside from the usual bar fights. Fights are quite common. Every person who has had too much to drink has experienced them, right? Furthermore, fighting can be a good way to release pin-up energy, even if it leads to injuries. Tianwu has also been discharged from the hospital and continues to act as Singh's bodyguard. It's said that he has started discussing marriage with a certain woman. Sung and Siyu go downstairs to a club for a drink. By chance, Singh catches sight of a woman wearing sunglasses, quietly sitting on a sofa themed around romantic literature. Like a girl waiting for her lover to arrive. Her facial features are remarkably perfect, as if sculpted, and when her lips move slightly, even the surrounding air seems to take on a hint of sensuality. As Singh was lost in thought, Siyu gently pulled him to another seat. You haven't seen me for a week, and you don't even say you miss me. You come back and look at other women. Are you trying to make me angry? Singh chuckled. To be honest, that woman is really beautiful. Even you girls would want to take a few more glances, right? Siyu turned to look at her and continued. I always feel like there's something different about her, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Anyway, let's talk about something else. My dad wants you to come home for dinner with me tonight. Only if your dad is there. If those old fossils from your family are around, I won't go. Just thinking about those old folks gave Singh a headache. You wouldn't dare not go. After chatting for a while, when Singh looked back at the woman, she had already vanished silently. He thought she was someone with a story, just a fleeting appearance. Sometimes, the beauty of chance encounters is even more profound. In the afternoon, Singh connected to the Ghost Butterfly server and activated the Earth Eye observation program. Although the response time wasn't very fast, the images displayed were extremely clear. The space observation technology from that country was indeed impressive. Sang tried to focus the observation point on the library, zooming in to the maximum magnification and adjusting the angle. When he stepped to the window, his figure appeared clearly on the monitor. However, it was impossible to observe that country now, as the Earth I would only reach its airspace 12 hours later. This was just a weather satellite with observation capabilities, and it couldn't be compared to actual military satellites. Military satellites not only provide clearer images and cover larger areas, but they also possess features like thermal detection, coordinate positioning, and ballistic guidance. In contrast, the Earth I could only analyze atmospheric data, which was of no use to Sang since he wasn't forecasting the weather. Chapter 477. Breakup. After a simple test of the Earth I, Sang found its functions to be merely novel, as it wasn't what he needed. That country had calculated well. Using this useless piece of equipment to fool Sang, saving money while denying him a reason to go to war, all while benefiting from Sang's network protection, truly a clever scheme. But if they thought Sang would be satisfied, they were mistaken. In his pursuit of power, he would never be satisfied. It was time to initiate his second plan. So he contacted Bashaev. I want your best data communication satellite. Name your price. 1 billion euros. Because it's you. I'll do it for 500 million. Send the data over first. Let me take a look. No problem. The information quickly reached Sang, and he carefully read through tens of thousands of words. The satellite named N58 was the third-generation communication satellite of the country, with 5 years left before retirement. As a data communication satellite, its primary function was data transmission and conversion, serving as a supplementary device in the country's communication field. N58 has now been replaced by N65. So the country has already abandoned N58. Since it's going to be discarded anyway, it's better to sell it. The current situation in the country isn't great, which is why it was internally acquired by Bashaev. After reviewing the materials, Sang is basically certain that N58 is exactly what he wants. The price of 500 million euros is completely acceptable. Once the deal with Bashaev is concluded, these devices will soon be delivered to a certain region. Sang packed these confidential materials into his bag, called CU, and they headed to her home together. The old folks were indeed still there, sitting in the hall, looking as if they were at the end of their rope. Why are these elderly people so detestable? The reason lies in their greed, and judging by their expressions, they act as if it's only natural. This is what Sang finds most annoying about them. The oldest among them was smoking a pipe, puffing away and making sounds as he exhaled. Sang really wanted to ask him if he was smoking for pleasure or just to get high. Is it really that enjoyable? Xiao Jia was also present, having just finished reprimanding those old codgers. Although Meng Ro is not directly related to Ni Shichi, she is considered part of the family now, and they felt responsible for looking after the younger generation. Gezi, I really want to take a dump right on their faces, especially that smoker. I just want to pee in his pipe. Oh man, this guy is so pretentious, shaking his head and grinning. I can't even eat my dinner. Meng Ro behind him gave him a hard nudge, saying, what are you saying? If they hear you, none of us will get dinner tonight. Sang chuckled, don't worry. Let me show you how to deal with these old men. With that, Sang entered the hall and sat down uninvited, showing no respect for them at all. Ni Shichi hurriedly signaled Sang to greet them. But Sang said, Dear grandfathers, may I ask what brings me here today? The smoking old man scoffed. You have no manners at all. Is there a place for you to sit in this room? Well, if that's the case, I'll just leave. You all chat at your leisure. With that, he stood up to leave, and the old man slammed the table, saying, Stop right there. Such rudeness. You have quite the nerve. Sang sat back down, saying, Men should have some spirit, don't you think? Generally, older folks lose their fire. I had an old boss who would take half an hour just to pee. Shut up, little Shichi. This is your son-in-law, and he knows nothing of manners. Do you want me to enforce family rules? Ni Shichi helplessly replied, Grandpa, forget about your family rules. Those things have long been used as firewood. All right, considering he is a junior, I won't hold it against him. Originally wanting to establish authority in front of Sang, the old man ended up being outdone by Sang, his face reddening, but their plans could not change. Another old man then spoke up, Gezi, we called you here today to ask when you plan to marry Siyu. Also, how much are you planning to spend on the wedding? Senj smiled and said, I'm afraid you all are thinking too much. I'm here to tell you that I officially broke up with Siyu today. From now on, she is her own person, and I am my own. It seems that I will never have the chance to be your family's son-in-law. Upon hearing this, the old men all gasped. Not because they were surprised about Senj and Siyu's breakup, but because their dreams had been shattered. They were still thinking about making money and playing around with Senj. But now that he had broken up, what could they do? When Ni-17 heard this, his face instantly darkened. Senj, are you serious? Of course, you can ask Siyu. Ni-17 slammed the table and shouted towards the door, Siyu, come in here. Outside, Siyu hurriedly splashed some water on her face at Mengru's urging. How do I look? Do I look like her? Mengru replied, you look just like her. Go for it. Thus, Siyu walked into the hall, sobbing, Dad, Grandpa's, I broke up with Senj. He doesn't want to be with me anymore. The old men gasped in unison, and NI-17 slumped into a chair, as if he had lost everything in an instant. Singe was a true wealthy man. After breaking up, where would they find someone as good as him? Moreover, they had lived together for so long. What would Siyu do in the future? Even finding someone of a decent status would be difficult. What on earth happened? Siyu replied. He said we have incompatible personalities. I spend too much money, can't cook, have a bad temper, often hit him, and I'm a bit clueless, so we broke up. The old men exchanged glances, incredulous that Siyu could have so many flaws. No wonder Singe wanted to break up. Who could tolerate her? NI-17, breathing heavily, said to Singe, didn't you know she had all these flaws from the beginning? Why did you get together with her? Because I thought she was beautiful at the time, but after a while, I found her unattractive. I'll kill you, you jerk. NI-17 rushed to the table and dramatically pulled out the sword that was resting there. Siyu quickly stepped in front of Singe and cried, you can't hurt my ex. Even though we've broken up, I still deeply love him. If you want to kill someone, take me instead. NI-17 couldn't bring himself to harm anyone. He heavily dropped the weapon on the ground and sat down in despair. However, Singe said, when are we having dinner? Chapter 478. Acting Singe was a super hacker. If he couldn't deal with a few old men, what else could he do? Moreover, the breakup tactic was indeed effective. NI-17 was nearly fainting, and even the highest-ranking elder was no longer laughing, but instead politely asked, Singe, is there really no way to negotiate? Compared to losing this wealth, what did status matter? The most important thing now was to get Singe to reconsider. If he really broke up with Siyu, the slightest hope for the NI family would vanish. Seeing their eager expressions, Singe couldn't help but smile inwardly, but he shook his head and said, there's no need to discuss it anymore. A breakup is a breakup, and there's nothing more to say. Unless you can understand one thing, you can't force someone to give you what belongs to them unless they are willing to. As long as you understand this, there's a chance that I might still get back together with Siyu. The old men, being astute, immediately grasped Singe's meaning. So this whole scene was just for their benefit? And it was indeed a clever move. With just a breakup, all their plans had fallen through. Old Yandai said, let us not beat around the bush. Since that's the case, let us drop the trivial matters. You should just focus on living well with that girl Siyu. Thinking that would settle everything, Singe intentionally wanted to provoke the old men. So he took Siyu's hand and said, actually, we were just acting. There was no breakup at all. We just wanted to liven things up since everyone seemed a bit bored. And Aishichi stood up angrily and said, what did you say? Say it again. Where's my sword? Old Yandai choked on his smoke, coughing until tears came out, thinking, well, Singe, are you treating us old men like toys? Singe stood up and said, everyone, don't be angry. It was just a joke. It's not a big deal. Siyu and I are doing fine. Getting a little worked up at our age is good for metabolism. And Aishichi picked up his sword, posed dramatically, and declared, stop. Look at my sword. But who would be foolish enough to stick around while someone was brandishing a sword? Singe, however, was in a great mood and had never felt this good before. He wasn't interested in swordplay. He headed straight to the dining room to get ready for a meal, having no desire to play along. During dinner, Singe had Siyu give Aishichi a check he had prepared earlier. When the old man saw the number on it, he jumped up in shock. 100 million. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, confirming that it was indeed 100 million. This actually, Siyu had already informed Singe about the situation back home. The NI family lived in a remote valley with no proper roads. For years, they had wanted to develop the local specialties but struggled due to a lack of funds. Living in hardship, they had hoped that Aishichi, being the only one to come out, could bring some hope to the family, but how much could he really help? The old men weren't thinking of themselves. Their lifelong wish was to see their family members live well. After witnessing Singe's capabilities, the hope they thought had extinguished was rekindled. Originally, on the second day after the bar opened, they had wanted Siyu to invite Singe home for dinner. But he had gone abroad, and so they had been waiting for his return. Singe could invest in them, but only if he was willing. If it was approached as if it were something owed to them, Singe wouldn't be able to do it. As he wasn't someone who liked to be constrained or forced. Siyu has already told me about the situation back home. There's nothing wrong with wanting to develop unique features and live a good life. I should support it. This can be considered my investment, and if it's not enough, I can add more. Siyu tightly held onto Singe's hand, and at that moment, Singe truly felt very masculine. The old man slowly stood up, and, to everyone's surprise, suddenly bowed deeply to Singe. Everyone hurriedly stood up, and Singe quickly went forward to support the old man, saying, oh, Grandpa, what are you doing? I'm just a junior. I can't bear this. The old man grasped Singe's hand and said, good lad, I didn't misjudge you. You are a blessing for our NI family. The old man, feeling excited, shouted, bring the writing tools. At the dining table, the old man took up a brush and wrote 4 big characters, fortune and honor for Singe. Despite his old age, the old man's calligraphy was beautiful. Aishichi immediately had someone frame the writing and hang it in the hall, signifying that the entire Ni family officially recognized Seng's esteemed status from now on. During dinner, Ni Shichi said to Xiaojia, Xiaojia, Seng has taken 100 million. How much will you contribute? 500 bucks, I guess. Where's my sword? After dinner, just as the sunset filled the sky, Seng wanted to walk home with Siyu, enjoying a rare leisurely stroll, and he felt great. When they reached the park in front of the community, a group of children was gathered around an old man selling sugar figurines, shouting and calling out. As they approached, they saw an old man in his 50s skillfully making sugar figurines by swinging a spoon filled with sugar on a board to create various animals or characters. This skill is quite rare now. Seng remembered seeing this old man when he was a child, back when his hair wasn't gray. Every time he saw him, Seng's mother would buy him one, and back then, the sugar figurines were truly sweet. Seng bought 2 sugar figurines, and Siyu immediately stuffed one in her mouth, but got burned a bit and hurried off to buy water. Meanwhile, in a secluded part of the park, a tree stood where Aquilera slowly raised her sniper rifle, the crosshairs locked on Seng's head, her finger resting on the trigger. With just a slight pull of her finger, Seng would surely meet his end. Oblivious to everything, Seng was about to enjoy his sugar figurine when he suddenly noticed a girl looking at him eagerly. The girl's clothes were tattered, and her hair was messy, clearly not from a wealthy family. So, Seng smiled and handed her the sugar figurine he was holding. At that moment, Aquilera suddenly released her finger, her body trembling. Just as she was about to pull the trigger, she caught sight of Seng's eyes, so pure and gentle, like a pool of untainted water, cleansing all the filth in the world. In the end, Aquilera couldn't bring herself to pull the trigger. She didn't understand why she felt this way, but that gaze made all her courage vanish without a trace. Chapter 479. Worthy Singe had no complicated thoughts. Everything was genuine. When he saw the child, he was reminded of his own childhood. After his parents left him, every time he saw those sugar figurines, he wished someone would give him one, just like other children received from their parents. Time flew by, and now that he was grown up, he had the ability to buy one for himself. Yet in his heart, his parents seemed to be right beside him, smiling down at him. He gave the sugar figurine to the poor child because he knew that seeing other parents caring for their children would bring a little comfort to her innocent heart. Aquilera had been watching Singe the whole time. Suddenly, she became very interested in him. During her missions, she never asked whether the target was good or bad. She killed for the sake of killing. She enjoyed the feeling of control when ending a life, as if she were the master of life itself. But now, she suddenly wanted to know Singe's story. Perhaps it was that look in his eyes that moved her. It made her curious about how pure a person's heart must be to have such a gaze. At that moment, a metallic whistle suddenly rang in her ears, followed by a cold light aimed at her back. She reacted extremely quickly, turning around and blocking the shot with her sniper rifle against her chest. Qin Nan's soul hunter had lodged itself in the rifle. With a twist of her hand, she used the barbed hook of the weapon to fling the sniper rifle away. In that instant, Aquilera produced a dagger and, taking advantage of Qin Nan's momentary pause, lunged at her neck. A dagger is a highly aggressive weapon, and each thrust could be fatal. Qin Nan was well aware of the dagger's danger, so she blocked it with her soul hunter. A sharp sound erupted, creating a spark as their faces lit up briefly before both jumped down to the ground. As soon as Qin Nan landed, she attacked, and Aquilera had the same idea. The two rolled forward simultaneously, their weapons clashing again. Aquilera's attacks were particularly swift, targeting vulnerable areas like the neck, ribs, and thighs, making them hard to defend against. In contrast, Qin Nan's movements were slower, focused solely on defense, leaving her no opportunity to counterattack. At that moment, Aquilera suddenly delivered a whip kick aimed at Qin Nan's head. The latter instinctively raised her soul hunter in defense. However, Aquilera unexpectedly switched tactics, transferring the dagger from her right hand to her left. By the time Qin Nan realized what was happening, it was too late. Her entire lower body was exposed. Aquilera struck decisively, plunging the dagger into Qin Nan's ribs. The pain made Qin Nan's body sway, and she kicked at Aquilera, but the latter seized her ankle and slashed at her thigh. Gritting her teeth, Qin Nan flicked her soul hunter, launching 5 sharp spikes. Aquilera executed a backflip, dodging 4 of them, but one still embedded itself in her arm. With gritted teeth, Qin Nan prepared to attack again, but Aquilera suddenly threw her dagger at her. Qin Nan dodged to the side, and when she looked back, Aquilera was already far away. As she tried to chase after him, the sharp pain in her legs made it impossible for her to take even a few steps. She collapsed to the ground, her clothes already stained red with blood. At that moment, Seng felt a sudden tightening in his heart and turned to look back, sensing that someone was calling him, but in the darkness, there was no one to be seen. At this time, Shiyu returned with some water and 2 sugar figurines, pulling Seng as they walked towards the park exit. As they left the park, Seng glanced back at that spot. Qin Nan took off her outer garment, tore it into strips, and tightly wrapped them around her leg. She pressed her hand against her wound and jumped out of the park from the side, dodging and weaving until she finally made it home. She hurriedly opened the cabinet and took out a first aid kit. First, she injected some anesthetic around the wound, then took out some disinfectant alcohol. Biting down on a towel, she took a deep breath and poured the alcohol onto the wound. A layer of white foam instantly formed at the wound site, causing Chi-Nan to let out a muffled groan, tears mixed with sweat dripping onto the floor. This kind of pain was absolutely unbearable for an ordinary person. For the sake of Sing in her heart, Chi-Nan endured it. No matter how painful it was worth it. At least she had saved Sing's life once again. She then took out a needle and threaded it. Meanwhile, Sing, sitting in the secret room, opened the Ghost Butterfly Forum. Everything seemed normal, with no news to report. He connected with Johnson and exchanged a few words, mainly about the satellite equipment of Basaev, which would be delivered in a few days. At that time, Johnson would have to personally take over to bring it into the country. Johnson replied, "No problem, but Grizz, there's something I think you should know." "What?" "Imansa has gone to the Dragon Country." "What?" "Yes, I have no reason to stop her. It's her vacation. She can go wherever she wants. It feels to me like she must have fallen for you." Sing frowned and said, "Don't talk nonsense, you black guy. The only feeling Imansa has for me is wanting to hit me with her spatula. How could she fall in love with me? Believe me, Grizz. A woman in love behaves completely out of control. This is the experience of a mature man. Imansa was notorious for her fiery temper when she was in NGA. I hope you're still alive when she returns." Without Johnson needing to say more, Sing wouldn't forget what had happened that night, which almost led to her ruining him. And now this woman had gone to the Dragon Country, making Sing's head hurt just thinking about it. After cutting off the call, he intended to shut down the computer and go to bed when Misha sent him a message saying that the candidates for this week's assistant section had been selected. And he was waiting for Sing in the chat room. Opening the chat room, he saw a user named Black Metal waiting for him. "You have 5 minutes. Now tell me what you want to do. Wasn't it 10 minutes? Why has it turned into 5? Black Metal seemed quite confused, as the price he paid to get this opportunity was beyond imagination. Why say that? Because the forum rules set by Sung are such that after all moderators agree, they give him a number. Currently, there are 7 moderators on the forum, and these 7 different numbers form the password to access this exclusive chat room. Obtaining these numbers is no easy task. He has to apply to each moderator one by one. Only by convincing them can he get the number. If his reasoning is insufficient, or even one of the 7 moderators disagrees, he can forget about meeting Gui Dai. Chapter 480. The thief Sing gave Black Metal only 5 minutes, mainly because he was extremely tired today and just wanted to rest early. For Black Metal, who had worked hard to earn this opportunity, the originally allotted 10 minutes were now cut in half. Though it felt unfair, what could he do? If he wasted time on useless complaints, he might not even get the remaining 5 minutes. I developed the software myself, and I'd like to ask you to evaluate it. This software is specifically designed to upgrade the virus isolation program of firewalls, no matter what firewall it is. Once this program is installed, it will quarantine all viruses attempting to bypass the firewall, including disguised viruses, entirely in a sandbox. It sounded like a fairly ordinary firewall upgrade program, but given how much effort this person had put into trying to meet him, it definitely couldn't be for something so mundane. What is its principle? It decomposes all data accessing the network, then performs data analysis on all decomposed programs. Once it detects any black data, it immediately quarantines it in the sandbox. So, it's an antivirus software, right? No, actually, it's a bomb program. It disguises itself as a firewall upgrade program to gain server permissions. After that, even a minor virus can be amplified millions of times by this program. Reading this, Sung laughed heartily. The internet is vast indeed. All kinds of hackers exist. This software was truly interesting. It first gains the target's trust as an ordinary firewall upgrade program, thereby obtaining full server permissions, and then begins amplifying virus files. The so-called file amplification refers to the ability of an ordinary virus file to be instantly replicated millions of times. This tactic is particularly effective when attacking large systems, especially national servers. Sing asked him to upload the file to the server's space, saying he would take a look when he had time. Black Metal was exceptionally excited. If his software could earn Gui Dai's approval, he could instantly rise from a software hacker to a super hacker. This was an honor countless hackers dreamed of. In a residential building in the capital, Aquilira was also in pain, sweating profusely. The Soul Hunter spike embedded in her arm was several centimeters deep, nearly piercing the bone. The spike had many barbs, forcing her to cut open the wound to remove it. At that moment, Lovelock's call came through, asking about the progress of her assassination attempt. Aquilira replied, "The first assassination failed. Someone is protecting him, another female assassin. We both got injured." Sometimes, to make a person feel dead doesn't necessarily mean to kill them. It can mean to let their spirit die. Therefore, I suggest you target the people around them. There may be someone protecting them, but absolutely no one will protect the others. Aquilera discarded a blood-soaked cotton ball and said, I am a killer, but not a maniac. I only target one individual and will never harm anyone else. You need to understand this. The connection was cut off, and Lavlo sighed deeply. She had already guessed that Aquilera's assassination would ultimately fail. To ensure success, Lavlo decided to employ another method. She found another male assassin and assigned him 2 additional tasks. On the surface, everything seemed calm, but behind the scenes, there were undercurrents, while Seng remained oblivious. That day, Seng and Siyu returned home from work as usual. Siyu took out her keys to open the door, but it was unlocked. Sister Hua and Yuehan had gone shopping and should not have returned yet. Tianwu was with them. So who opened the door? Seng exchanged a glance with Siyu, and both showed a hint of confusion and vigilance. Siyu slowly opened the door, and they cautiously stepped inside. The place was in disarray, and from upstairs, they could hear the sound of things being rummaged through. Seng picked up a vase but thought it was too valuable and put it down, instead grabbing a bottle from the floor. Siyu went to the kitchen to get a sharp knife. Seng led the way, with Siyu following closely behind as they slowly ascended the stairs. The stairs creaked, and the noise from upstairs abruptly stopped. Siyu grabbed Seng's arm, signaling him to stay still. Just then, a sound of glass shattering came from the study. They immediately rushed up, peering through the window to see a dark figure swiftly running away. Seng looked around. The study was almost completely ransacked, but fortunately, the secret room had not been discovered, which was the only thing to be grateful for. Who could this person be? What did he want? As Seng tidied up, he concluded that this individual was definitely not an ordinary thief. As for what he wanted, it was likely only the computer. Siyu said, "Honey, I think we need to install bulletproof glass in our home." Yes, not only bulletproof glass, but they also needed to fix the staircase. If it hadn't creaked, they might have been able to catch the thief. At that moment, the door creaked, and Tianwu and the others returned. Upon seeing the mess, they immediately became tense. Siyu went downstairs to explain what happened, and everyone began to tidy up. Meanwhile, Seng entered the secret room, turned on the computer, and accessed the video server to find the figure and see where he had gone. However, he found nothing. The person was clever. After making a circle, he ran into the park, which was a blind spot for the cameras. Based on what he had seen, Seng was certain that this person was not from the nation. Leaving the secret room, he saw that things were almost organized outside. Tianwu asked, "How is it? Any discoveries?" "A foreigner has vanished, but he will show up again." "Should we inform Mr. Liao?" "Not for now, we can handle this ourselves." The next day, Siyu ordered the best bulletproof glass to be installed throughout the villa. The staircase was rebuilt, and all the doors were replaced with top-quality metal password doors. Seng didn't need to worry about these matters. Instead, he was searching online for information about Luofu in the library. It was obvious that this mysterious person was called by Luofu, so Seng wanted to give Luofu a response. The only information he found was that Luofu might still be in Huagua. At that moment, Wanru entered the office and said, "Boss, there has been another fight at the bar. Do you want to check it out?" Seng looked at Wanru. If it were just a regular fight, she wouldn't have mentioned it, so he got up and followed her to the bar. Chapter 481. The fight. As Seng stepped into the bar, he saw a dozen typical ruffians loudly bullying the staff. The sight of them made Seng feel like they were on the brink of desperation. They all had the same rough hairstyle, wearing black t-shirts emblazoned with either tigers or dogs, and one of them was even sporting a large dog chain, gesturing wildly. The leader, in his 20s, wore a white scarf around his neck despite the heat, thinking he resembled a gambling god, but to Seng, he looked more like a bathhouse attendant, stretching his neck and flapping his lips as if to say, "Can you handle this?" Too light to get any dirt off. Upon seeing Seng, the staff quickly hid behind him. When he asked what was going on, he learned that these individuals were trying to use counterfeit money here. It wasn't much, just 100 yuan mixed in with real money, which the staff had managed to discover. So these guys were refusing to admit it and cursing. Shulong wasn't there because he had taken his wife to see a doctor for hormonal issues. And the security guard was practicing at Ni Chisher's place during his lunch break. Even Tianwu was absent, so Wanru had no choice but to call Seng. The ruffian looked at Seng and said disdainfully, "So you're the boss, huh?" Seng smiled helplessly and replied, "Yes, I am the boss. What are your staff doing? You think you can use fake money here? Do you know who I am?" Seng shook his head and said, "No, I don't. But what is your plan for today? What do you want to do?" The ruffian asked. "I wanted a bill waived and for that staff member to apologize to me." Seng looked at the staff member and then smiled. "I'm afraid your wish won't come true. You have to pay for what you've consumed, and I won't hold the counterfeit money against you this time. However, you can't come back to my bar in the future, and you must apologize to my staff. Otherwise, you'll regret today's actions for the rest of your life." As soon as the words left his mouth, the ruffian was taken aback. Someone who could run such a large bar was definitely not an ordinary person, and he believed this young man had the strength to back it up. However, he thought to himself, the bold fear nothing, and he decided to bring out his most reckless tactics, not believing that Seng wouldn't be intimidated. As he thought of this, he picked up a beer bottle and smashed it against his own head with a loud bang, startling those around him. Blood immediately started to flow. He then collapsed to the ground, closing his eyes and leaving it all to fate. The others in the bathhouse began to shout, saying things like the boss was losing it, first smashing his head and then going for his. Well, you know. He was known for his self-harm in the city, the foolish one. Sung casually pulled up a chair and sat down to watch the spectacle. His calm demeanor left the bathhouse patrons somewhat confused. One of them exclaimed, "He's almost dead. Aren't you afraid?" Sung laughed heartily and replied, "Why should I care? He doesn't even want to live anymore. Who would bother stopping him? In my bar, if someone dies, he asks the first one today, and according to our bar standards, he gets a free bottle of soda. Are you looking for trouble?" A thug stepped forward and grabbed Sung by the collar, ready to throw a punch. Wanru and several others rushed forward, disregarding everything, pulling and biting. Yu Jia had a particularly fiery temper. She shouted, "Everyone, get in here. Use whatever you have." And hit him. Who says women can't fight? They just hadn't seen women fighting fiercely. At Yu Jia's command, the waitstaff sprang into action, grabbing anything they could find. Beer bottles, chairs, sofas, tables, anything they could lift was thrown. One staff member, unable to find anything else, grabbed a fire extinguisher. But it was too heavy to swing, so he ended up sitting on the ground. Hearing the commotion, people from the library rushed over, seeing the waitstaff attacking the thugs. The library employees joined in, as both the bar and the library had the same owner. Singh had initially wanted to join the fray, but was pushed to the back. Unable to break through the crowd of women who were biting, scratching, hitting, and kicking. They even spat to obstruct the thugs' vision, forcing them to dive under the tables. The foolish one, who had harmed himself, was crawling under the table, but several waitstaff pulled him out, and the blows had left him dazed. "Hey, stop hitting me. Who kicked me?" One thug cried out. Sung decided to find a quieter spot to sit down, frowning at the scene before him. He wondered what kind of people he had hired. They were women, after all. Why were they fighting so fiercely, as if their lives were on the line? The old curator was not fighting, but merely directing the chaos, kicking at the thugs. The fight lasted a full half-hour before finally ending, with the thugs bruised and battered, each one clutching their injuries on the ground, one even crying from the humiliation. Sung approached them and asked, "How does it feel?" The foolish one replied, "Go ahead. Keep hitting us. You won't stop until you kill us, right? Come on, keep going." Even at this point, the jerk was still acting tough. At this moment, upon receiving the news, Chu Long hurriedly entered the bar with his men. Upon seeing the thugs on the ground and the waitstaff, Chu Long asked, "Did you do this?" Yu Jia replied, "What, can't women hit people?" Chu Long responded, "Of course you can, but you were too harsh. You even made one of them cry." He then turned to Seng respectfully and said, "Boss, I'm really sorry for being late today. I'll handle the rest." Seng smiled and said, "It's really no problem. It's good for everyone to have a few thugs around to exercise a bit. You take care of the rest. And make sure they don't come back to the bar." "Yes, boss." Seng got up to leave, while the fool was truly dumbfounded. He recognized Chu Long and had even dined with him before, but he didn't have the capital to sit at that table. Seeing how respectful Chu Long was towards Seng, he suddenly realized that he was truly wrong today. He shouldn't have come to this bar. Moreover, he could have left gracefully, but now, after being beaten up by a group of women and provoking a big shot, he could think of nothing else but surviving today. Seng also didn't want to stay at work any longer and planned to go home to check on the renovations. He went to his office, grabbed his computer, and left the library. As he passed by the park, he saw the old man selling candy figures and intended to buy one. However, he was suddenly pressed against the back by a gun. Chapter 482. A helping hand. Seng felt uneasy. He couldn't even buy a candy figure without being robbed. There were so many people around, and this thug was too brazen. Clearly, the thug behind him was well prepared. Before Seng could speak, the thug said, "Don't say a word. If you don't want the kids around here to get hurt, follow me now and don't try anything funny." With no choice, Seng had to comply and followed him to a secluded area of the park. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly heard a woman's voice from the bushes nearby. "Hey, don't move. Someone's coming." The thug and Seng exchanged glances and decided to change locations. They moved to a grove near the park, where Seng finally took a good look at this foreign thug. He appeared to be in his 30s, with eyes that resembled a wolf's when he looked at people. "What do you want?" Seng asked. "Your computer and your life." The thug replied, "If I'm not mistaken, Levelo sent you, right? How much did she give you? I can pay you double." Seng was now very calm, as there was no one around, and he didn't know how to fight. He could only try to buy himself some time. The thug said, "That won't work. Your life is mine today." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his dagger to stab, and Seng hurriedly shouted, "Wait." But the thug ignored him and ruthlessly lunged the dagger towards Seng's neck. Even if Seng didn't know how to fight, he knew how to dodge. Seeing the dagger coming, he took a step back and turned to run. The thug leaped forward and kicked Seng to the ground, with the dagger once again aimed at his neck. Seng closed his eyes, thinking that this was the end of his life, as he had no chance to escape now. Just at that moment, a woman suddenly shouted loudly, "Hey, what do you want? Let him go, or I'll call for help." No voice had ever sounded so warm and familiar. It was as if a pair of hands in the darkness had pulled him back from the brink of hell. He opened his eyes wide, and indeed, the assassin's dagger had not come down. He turned to look at the woman who had shouted. Wasn't she the foreign beauty wearing sunglasses he had seen at the club that day? Although she was still wearing sunglasses, he felt a sense of closeness to her. At least because she had saved his life. The assassin hesitated for a moment and turned to him, saying, "You're lucky today." With that, he threw down the line and ran into the woods, disappearing from sight. Meanwhile, Aquilera put away the gun she had been holding behind her back into her bag as Sung stood up. Sung dusted himself off and smiled. "You saved my life. I should thank you properly." Aquilera simply replied, "No need," and turned to leave. Sung hurriedly asked, "Can you tell me your name?" "Aquilera," she said without looking back as she walked away. Sung watched her figure but did not chase after her, believing they would meet again. Once home, Sung plopped down on the sofa, feeling that it was impossible not to be scared. The glinting dagger had nearly pierced his neck, and just thinking about it made him break out in a cold sweat. Seeing his pale lips and slight trembling, Siyu quickly asked, "Honey, what's wrong?" Sung didn't hide anything and recounted the incident in the park to her. After listening, Siyu was silent for a long time, but her breathing was noticeably more hurried than Sung's. Suddenly, she got up and said, "What about Tianwu? Didn't he follow you?" "Tianwu went to visit relatives with Sister Hua today, so he wasn't with me," Sung replied. "I really think he has forgotten what he is supposed to do. Manager Liao assigned him as your bodyguard. Every time you're in danger, he's not by your side. He takes so much salary from you every month. What use is he?" Siyu was genuinely agitated, her lips trembling with anger. Sung said, "You can't blame Tianwu. Even I didn't expect Levelo to send assassins outside the network. Only you would be foolish enough to believe in rules and morality." Sung was left speechless by her words. He indeed was a person who followed the rules and had always believed that conflicts in the hacker world should be resolved online. He hadn't expected that his belief made him, as Siyu said, a fool. Since they were resorting to any means necessary, he no longer needed to speak of morality. Levelo was courting death. If there were only two fools in the world, one was Sung and the other was Levelo. She had no idea what kind of scene would unfold if Sung were to become angry. He specifically reminded Siyu not to mention today's events to anyone. This was his battle, and he could handle it himself. Entering the room, he powered on the computer. This sequence of actions is something everyone does daily. Nothing is more profound than turning devices on and off. He entered the network and performed a global search for information on CSD. The only superintelligence organization capable of providing him with information on Lovelock was this one. He knew they were remnants of a past organization, so all he wanted was to access their server. The secret entry point to CSD was no longer the same as before, making it very difficult to find. After the battle with the previous organization, CSD had gone underground, but the organization still existed, albeit with more secretive operations. Without access to the CSD website, locating their server was impossible. He then accessed the server of a certain intelligence agency, searching for information related to CSD. However, his intrusion was quickly detected by the agency's engineers, who immediately activated their anti-hacking protocol. All data files on the server were encrypted and locked down, and the firewall modularized the server, scrambling all directory structures. What was once a well-functioning server now resembled a maze. Suddenly, the connection was interrupted, and he sighed helplessly. He was in no mood to play games with them. He activated a particular tool, dragging out all the display modules, and after gaining access, he released a blue ghost butterfly. Upon seeing the ghost butterfly, the agency personnel abandoned all defense measures, realizing there was no way to stop it. The butterfly's actions communicated that he intended to retrieve something from the server, warning them not to interfere unnecessarily. Soon, the directory structure was restored, and even the firewall was disabled. They commented on the server permissions, leaving a note stating, "Feel free to take what you need. Besides data, there's also a hot dog salad here. You can eat while you mess around, but please keep our server intact. It's quite valuable." Chapter 483, Trust at that moment. He was not in the mood for any humor. After entering the server, he began searching for information on CSD. Although he found some data, it was mostly irrelevant and dated before the previous organization's conflict. There was nothing after that. Thus, he severed the connection with the agency, allowing its personnel to finally relax a bit. Without locating Lovelock, all plans were stalled. He sighed deeply, struggling to think of any other viable methods. During dinner, Tianwu, Huajia, and Yuan returned. Seeing them, Siyu slammed her utensils on the table and went upstairs. Yuan asked, "Who upset her this time?" Her expression is as gloomy as a water pool. He chuckled wryly. "It's nothing. Apparently, she had some salty food while cooking. It's fine. She'll be okay in a bit. Have you all eaten?" Huajia looked around and noticed that the villa had clearly changed. The stairs, windows, and doors had all been replaced. Singu explained to them how to use the password doors. Having a password was like being able to lock it at any time. And without a password, not even explosives could open it. The security level was absolutely top-notch. During dinner, Singu brought food to the bedroom for Siyu and said softly, "Didn't we agree not to mention this? Why are you still acting like this?" Siyu turned and hugged Singu, tears streaming down her face. "Darling, this isn't just anything. It's your life. Are you joking? If something happens to you today, how am I supposed to live?" Singu pinched her cheek and smiled. "Trust me, this kind of situation will never happen again. Now let's eat." Siyu nodded but replied, "You feed me. All right, I'll feed you an egg." Siyu punched Sung Ji's arm. "Why are you so rogue? Didn't we agree that we could only say these things in bed?" Singu grimaced in pain. "What are you thinking? I said I'd feed you an egg. Why did you hit me without understanding?" Women always focus on certain aspects of men, and any comment can lead to misunderstandings. They constantly criticize men for being lewd. But aren't women the same? They often have many reasons to justify their own mischievous behavior. For instance, Siyu clearly made a mistake, but said, "Who told you not to be clear? I thought you meant something else." Singu was a bit bewildered by her words and decided it was best not to eat right now, thinking it would be better to resolve specific issues first. The next day, before going to work, Siyu packed her usual practice dagger into her backpack and followed Singu closely. Tianwu also felt something was off, but didn't dwell on it. As soon as they entered the library, a foreign woman stood in front of them. Before Singu could speak, the woman approached him with a seductive glance, held his face, and kissed him deeply. Siyu, Tianwu, and all the staff, including the old curator, were left wide-eyed, as if the kiss had landed on their own lips. Of course, Siyu reacted first. She pulled Singu away angrily and asked, "Who are you? Why are you kissing my husband?" Singu quickly wiped his mouth and said, Siyu. This is Iman Shah from abroad. Iman Shah, this is my future wife, and I see you. Kissing is just a greeting, so don't be offended. Let us just go about our business." Siyu scoffed. Is that really a greeting when tongues are involved? Who exactly is this Iman Shah? Just as Singu was about to explain, Iman Shah spoke up. "We've already been intimate. In my country, he knows everything about me. If that's the case, then I'm also his future wife. I'll kill you both." Siyu spoke as she pulled out a dagger, ready to strike at Iman Shah. Fortunately, Tianwu reacted quickly and stepped in to stop her. Otherwise, that knife would have really gone in. But Siyu seemed to have lost her rationality, grabbing Singu and biting him. In pain, Singu quickly exclaimed, "Ouch. A bite is like winter frost. I don't know who to hate. And in the blink of an eye, I've seen so much. It hurts so much. Stop biting. Nothing happened between us. Do you still not believe me?" she said. "You've already been in bed together. What do you mean nothing happened? Am I not as good as her? Am I not as pretty as she is?" Singu forced himself to calm down, wrapped Siyu in his arms, and whispered, "You have to believe me. It's really not like she said. Otherwise, could I say this in front of her?" Siyu thought about it and realized it made sense, so she asked, "Then who is she? And how do you know each other?" "She is my senior supervisor at a base, formerly in a high-level position in a relevant agency. Got it?" Singu explained. Siyu certainly knew about that agency. She had heard about it during her time at CNC. Thinking about it, she realized she might have overreacted. But that kiss was undeniably real. How could that be explained? Singu could only smile wryly. "Actually, there's no need to explain this. You know me. I'm not that appealing to women. But I'll remind her not to do that again." Before he could finish, Iman Shah hugged her and kissed her again, causing everyone around to gasp, with the old director smacking his lips in response. Singu pushed her away, wiped his mouth, and said, "Iman Shah, do you only feel happy when someone gets hurt? Now go sit on that sofa over there. You're not allowed to move until I comfort my wife." Iman Shah obediently walked over and sat down on the sofa, looking at Singu with a charming gaze. Siyu was so angry she could faint. Gripping Sinji's hand tightly, her lips pursed in frustration. After a long time of comforting, Singu finally managed to calm her down. And then the two sat in front of Iman Shah. Singu started, "You only have 2 days off. And you specifically took a day to come here and bother me. What are you thinking?" Iman Shah replied, "For love, I'm willing to do anything. You're the first to see. Say something useful." Singu quickly interrupted her. After finally calming Siyu down, he didn't want to provoke her again. "I've never been to this country. Can't I come to play for a few days? Playing is fine, but let us not mention anything else, okay?" Chapter 484. The plan to avoid any trouble. Singu kept reminding her not to bring up experiences from that country, but Iman Shah said, "All right. But I have a condition. You have to play with me. That is impossible. Look at me. I'm busy all day. I don't even have time to eat. How could I possibly play with you? How about this? I'll find someone to take you out, okay?" Iman Shah turned to Siyu and said, "He was the one who took off my clothes first. Playing is fine. I haven't gone out in a long time either. How about this? My dear wife and I will take you out, all right?" Sinj now just wants to bang his head against the table. This Iman Shah is definitely doing it on purpose. She is not here to have fun, but to seek revenge, especially after how he treated NGA back then. Iman Shah thought for a moment, nodded, and said, okay. But you have to stay by my side at all times and can't scold me. If she scolded her, Sinj really wanted to stab her. Of course, I won't scold you. Why would I? Here, you're a guest, and we'll treat you well. Sinj forced a smile. Feeling like he was facing the most complex program in the world, this emotional array was like 100 supercodes that were useless. Where should we go first? Sinj thought for a moment and replied, I'll take you to see my bar. We can have a drink. Sinj wanted her to get drunk and then leave her at the hotel. The day would pass quickly, and just thinking about it almost made him laugh. However, Iman Shah shook her head and said, no, it's too early. Who drinks in the morning? Sinj looked at Siyu and added, see, for us, it's morning. But for you, it's evening in your time zone. Come on, let us have a drink. After considering, Iman Shah thought Sinj had a point and followed him to the bar. The bar was not open at all. Aside from the security guard, there were no waitstaff. Sinj instructed the guard to turn on all the lights. Iman Shah looked around and exclaimed, wow, I love it here. It's so beautiful and wild. Sinj winked at Siyu, who then went behind the bar, thinking, let us see how I can ruin your plans to seduce my husband. She mixed together at least a dozen strong spirits and added ice to mask the smell. She exchanged a knowing glance with Sinj, who said, come on. Let's have a drink first, then you can sing a song. All right, you drink with me. You know I can't hold my liquor. I'm done after one drink. Siyu, can you behave like a woman that night? What do you mean? You said if something really happened between us, I might have a better impression of you. And now you want to ruin it? Iman Shah coldly snorted, you promised not to scold me, and yet you did. Sinj quickly smiled. Okay, no scolding. Let us go drink. This time, Sinj had no choice but to drink along. The drinks Siyu prepared for Sinj were relatively mild, but Iman Shah, oblivious, just drank straight from the glass. Sinj thought Iman Shah would be drunk after a few drinks, but he himself was feeling a bit tipsy, and Iman Shah still showed no signs of inebriation. Sinj looked at Siyu with a distressed expression, who also made a helpless gesture. Iman Shah could really hold her liquor, and Sinj was no match for her. He intended to get Iman Shah drunk, but he ended up getting tipsy first. After another drink, Sinj nearly fell off the high chair, but Iman Shah caught him. You're still a super hacker, yet you got drunk after a few drinks. Sinj shook his head and slurred. Who said I'm drunk? If I were drunk, could I still talk? I told you about Iman Shah, and you almost didn't see me. Now there's an assassin who is determined to kill me. You know Lovelo, right? She's the one who hired the killer. That wretched woman. If I catch a trace of her, I'll rain down missiles on her. Iman Shah was taken aback. She knew Sung-gu had a bit too much to drink. But this was definitely not nonsense. Siyu also recounted yesterday's events to Iman Shah. Sung-gu leaned on the table, pointing at the cup with his finger, saying, damn Lovelo. After thinking for a moment, Iman Shah asked, do you have any ideas? No ideas could help. Lovelo had hidden herself in a place even she couldn't find. What could I do? I even went to the agency to look for information yesterday, but came up empty. The agency? If you could find anything there, that would be a miracle. You might not know this, but after the cyber warfare, the government realized that the most valuable things, aside from the economy, were those top-secret documents. So, after the cyber conflict, the agency sent all the data to a highly classified area. Future top-secret documents will all be in that area, and the government has restricted access. Unless authorized by the president or senior officials of the agency, no one can enter that zone. That area? When Sung-gu thought of it, he immediately associated it with aliens. There were so many secrets, and he never imagined they had a second agency. No wonder no information could be found on the public servers. Iman Shah continued. It said that the supreme leader of the Nirvana, the creator Clark, is still alive. Only the president and a few high-ranking officials know where he is. Publicly, they claim Clark is dead. Johnson once raised doubts, but later it was dropped due to the lack of concrete evidence proving Clark was alive. In fact, Sung-gu never believed Clark was dead. The technology he possessed would make any country a dominant force. After suffering heavy losses in the last cyber war, they realized that the human social structure built on the network was supposed to promote the development of civilization, but unexpectedly, the network became the key technology controlling human civilization. If the network breaks down, over 90% of the cities or countries on Earth would collapse along with it. Thus, once they recognized this, it was natural for them to prioritize cybersecurity as the highest development direction. If they could obtain Clark's technology, who would they fear? So ultimately, they still thought about their own interests. Sung-gu was considering how to obtain intelligence in this regard. Using open cyber attack methods would definitely provoke widespread conflict. The best option would be to choose secret attacks or other means to obtain the information. Sung-gu was fully capable of doing this, and the plan had already formed in his mind. Chapter 485. The Grim Reaper's Scythe. Sinj's plan consists of several steps. The first step is to deal with Imantha. His plan to get her drunk has already failed, so he decides to take a more straightforward approach and let her do as she wishes, as long as he can keep his composure and not let her succeed. Additionally, Sinj suddenly realizes that Imantha seems to know a lot about intelligence related to a certain country. After all, she is an employee of one of the most secretive departments there, which gives her access to core secrets, but her limited clearance means she cannot see everything. Imantha has already hinted to Sinj that she knows certain things and will share them with him, but anything she doesn't know is simply unfortunate. In the end, Sinj still poses the question, I want to enter Area 51. Do you have any good suggestions? Her response is, my advice is that you better not do that. Area 51 is a core facility and one of the most securely guarded areas in the world. If you recklessly enter and accidentally stumble into an alien's room, you might regret it. Sinj doesn't say anything further. Some things simply cannot be discussed, even when intoxicated, unlike some individuals who, when drunk, share everything. Even the most embarrassing stories. At noon, Sinj invites her to lunch, and he discovers that Imantha is quite the foodie, devouring 2 roast ducks by herself, shoving everything in sight into her mouth, making Sinj's facial muscles twitch in disbelief. After spending the entire afternoon entertaining her, he thought she would be satisfied and return the next day. However, she presented him with an itinerary for the next day, insisting on more activities. Sinj placed her itinerary on the table and said, aren't you going back to work? I'm not going back. I want to play here for a week. You might not be working, but I have to. The assassin is still not dealt with, and I'm really not in the mood. Imantha laughed and said, do you have a photo of that assassin? I can help you deal with it. You don't mean you want to find him and seduce him, do you? Don't forget, I work for a certain agency. Although I only handle cybersecurity and don't have access to core secrets, I can still use some departments to help me gather information. Sinj thought about it and found her reasoning somewhat valid, so he described the assassin's appearance in detail to Imantha. The next morning, Imantha placed the assassin's information on Sinj's desk. He had to admit that the intelligence network was indeed powerful. Within just one night, based on Sinj's description, they were able to locate the assassin. Imantha said, his name is Lewin Urban, and his codename in the assassin world is CJ. He is a core member of the International Assassin Organization, known for his ruthless methods to complete missions. He once executed an assassination in a certain country where he didn't spare even children, making him one of the most notorious assassins. Sinj looked at the photo of CJ, and the scene from that day reappeared in his mind, along with memories of Aquilella, the proud beauty. Sinj rarely thinks about women, aside from Shiyu and Qinnan. Aquilera is the only one who can actively appear in his mind. After reviewing the information, Sinj instructed Yuehan to take Iman Shah out for some fun, as Yuehan was the only one available to complete this task. Following that, Sinj called Tianwu into the office and briefly recounted the incident where he was almost assassinated. After listening, Tianwu suddenly stood up and asked, why didn't you tell me sooner? He felt undeniably that he had failed in his duty once again. Fortunately, Sinj was unharmed. Otherwise, Liao Ximin would have certainly killed him. The last failure almost got him reassigned, and this time, if Liao Ximin found out, there would be no excuses. Sinj smiled and said, don't be nervous. I have no intention of telling Director Liao, but I need you to complete a task. With that, Sinj placed the information about CJ in front of him. This person is the assassin. He was also the one who infiltrated our villa. The employer is Luofu. Find this person alive. I need him to locate Luofu. Tianwu carefully read through the information and nodded, saying, leave it to me. Now, Tianwu was itching to act. He made multiple copies of CJ's photo and gave a batch to Chu Long, instructing his men to keep an eye on this person and report immediately if they found anything. Additionally, Tianwu pulled Xiao Jie from CNC to help him find this individual. The capital was vast, and finding one person was not easy. It would take time. He needed time, but Luofu, far away in Huagua, did not want to give him too much of it. Recently, Luofu seemed to have forgotten the taste of laughter, primarily due to Aquilera's betrayal. The world's top assassin had failed in the mission to assassinate Sinj and, instead, had protected him from harm, a situation no one could accept. As for the Ghost Butterfly Forum, she could not attack it directly, but she believed that Ghost Butterfly could not make all the networks around him so resilient. Thus, she once again assembled a cyber unit to prepare for an attack on the networks of Longhua. This was Luofu's brilliance. She never did these things herself. And even in failure, she could retreat unscathed. She even gave this operation a codename, Grim Reaper's Scythe. The targets of the attack were the military networks of Longhua, including communications, radar, guidance systems, etc. The Grim Reaper's Scythe plan was not meant to destroy these networks. Luofu's task for the cyber unit was exceedingly wicked. She provided the unit's supervisor with a super software, believing that with it, Longhua would soon be plunged into war. Even if Ghost Butterfly intervened, it would set Longhua's economy back at least 50 years. Sinj lay on the desk, dozing off, his exhaustion evident as he succumbed to sleep due to the heat. In the waters near a certain country, A luxurious yacht bobbed on the waves. A man was installing a radar scanning device on the yacht's mast. On the surface, it appeared to be just marine meteorological detection software, but the computer program it was connected to was something else entirely. Another man plugged a USB drive into the port and quickly double-clicked on a file within it. The software installed rapidly and, once launched, displayed all machines and equipment within a 10 nautical mile radius, whether in the sky, on the sea surface, or deep underwater, on the radar screen. Chapter 486. Sinking. Singe finally woke up. It was unclear when the heavy rain had started outside, and even the curtains were soaked through. He gazed out at the curtain of rain, as if all his thoughts had been thrown into the pouring rain, flowing far away. From the adjacent bar, the occasional sound of singing mixed with the rain, creating a heavy and ethereal atmosphere. Raindrops splattered against the glass, sliding down. This was their moment of arrival in the human world, merely to obscure the world in people's eyes, making everything seem so abstract. Walking down the dimly lit corridor, Singe stepped back into a clearer world. The club was already packed, with many people seeking shelter from the rain. He made his way to the bar under the eaves, wanting to have a drink to settle his mood. A woman was singing on stage, and many were applauding her. Perhaps she was singing well, but to Singe's ears, it sounded no different from shouting. In contrast, he preferred to hear Ku Yi and Yu Jia sing, as he could feel a touch of emotion in their voices. Who cares? On a rainy day, one should listen to some music, right? After all, there's nowhere to go. He ordered a slightly warmer cocktail called the Emperor's Flower. The bartender diligently prepared the drink for his boss, even adding a tiny umbrella on top, though it was too small to cover a hand. After the woman finished her song, a man in his 40s took the stage and sang Sister, boldly moved forward. Singe felt like crying. Was this singing or a desperate struggle? Sister, move forward. What's ahead besides a bed? Are you afraid to let people turn back and see you undressing, turning and running away? In the maritime area of the certain country, affected by the weather, the waves were at least 10 meters high. An ocean-going freighter struggled to move forward in the heavy rain, with visibility reduced to nothing. The lookout had to retreat back into the cabin. The captain ordered the first mate to navigate strictly according to the coordinates on the map. The first mate nodded, glanced at the coordinates, and noticed nothing unusual. However, at that moment, the entire freighter suddenly shook violently, causing the first mate to slam into the steering wheel, injuring his head and collapsing to the ground. The captain stood up, holding onto the table. Looking out the window, he saw that they had collided with another large vessel, causing all the containers on board to fall into the sea. The bow of both ships was completely destroyed, and water surged in rapidly as the entire hull began to sink. The captain immediately ordered an evacuation and sent out a distress signal to nearby ships. Just as he finished issuing the command and had not yet stepped out of the cabin, another cargo ship collided with their vessel, shattering all the glass on board. The hull was severely deformed, and sparks flew from the generator inside, which then caught fire. Thick black smoke billowed into the heavy rain, as if a demon were smiling. After finishing his drink, Singe felt somewhat better, but he still left the bar, knowing that if he stayed any longer, he would be overwhelmed by the man's voice. Back at the library, he happened to see Siyu talking to a waitress, dressed in a black cardigan, short skirt, black stockings, and peep-toe high heels. Her sexy outfit made Singe's heart race. He took Siyu's hand and returned to the office, locking the door behind them. Siyu immediately knew what he wanted to do. Although she was very much inclined, she said, "What are you doing in broad daylight? Who says we can't do anything during the day? Seeing you dressed so provocatively, I can't help but want you. Stop right there, don't run." Just as they were playfully teasing each other, there was a loud banging on the office door. It was clear that someone was trying to force their way in. Singe turned around to see the door nearly collapsing. Oh no, are they here to cause trouble? He opened the door to find two unfamiliar officers, both of colonel rank, with very serious expressions. One peered into the office and, upon seeing Siyu seated behind the desk, said, "Sorry to disturb you, Mr. Song, but we are from the Divine Realm. Director Liao has urgently requested your presence." What happened? Singe knew that Director Liao would not send officers to summon him unless there was a serious issue. The officer glanced around and said, "It's not convenient to discuss here. You'll understand once we get to the Divine Realm. The situation is urgent. We need to leave now." Singe nodded and turned to grab his computer. While Siyu playfully traced her fingers on his arm, he thought for a moment and said, "Can we go in half an hour?" "Absolutely not. Not even half a minute is acceptable." Singe arrived at Director Liao's office in the Divine Realm. Before he could speak, Liao said, "We're going to Nandu now. We'll discuss it on the helicopter." "Huh? To Nandu?" As the helicopter slowly ascended, Liao detailed the incident where several ships had collided. He pointed out that the radar on board had shown no abnormalities at the time, yet the vessels still collided. There was initial suspicion that someone had deliberately interfered with their radar signals. The radar team that reached the nearby sea area did not detect any interference signals, which was initially considered normal. However, while they were scanning, A flight from an island to a certain country lost control near that sea area. Fortunately, the captain activated an emergency landing, and there were no casualties reported. It is worth mentioning that when the flight lost control, all the equipment on board failed completely, and communication was entirely cut off. However, upon entering the airspace of a certain region, as the emergency landing occurred, all the equipment and communication resumed normal function, which is why no casualties were reported. Liao Ximin now claims that it was the weather's influence that caused their equipment to malfunction. However, Liao Ximin has reason to believe that this was man-made. Sing Ge looked out at the rapidly receding land and said nothing. He hoped it was not the work of a specific individual, but rather that of a terrorist organization. This was a form of self-comfort, as Sing Ge knew that if it were indeed that individual, then this attack was just beginning. At this moment, Liao Ximin continued. The Divine Domain Department received orders from higher-ups. This time we are here to assist other departments with their investigation. Therefore, if you've discovered anything, it's best to inform me first, as those departments are not very convinced that network technology could initiate a terrorist attack. It was normal for them to think this way. Because at sea, where would the network come from? How could it possibly be a hacker attack? Originally, this mission was not intended to involve the Divine Domain. They were only responsible for intelligence gathering, and going to this region was solely for that purpose. Thus, Liao Ximin had to remind Sing Ge to be somewhat restrained in front of the other departments. Chapter 487. Base in the region. Sing Ge had no objections. He was someone who preferred to stay low-key, and it was better that no one recognized him. The helicopter landed directly at a naval base in the region, where several major officers personally came to greet them. Under their guidance, the group arrived at the meeting center of the base, where leaders from the Maritime Security Office, counterterrorism units, and local military districts, as well as the Navy, were all present, discussing the recent maritime disaster. Liao Ximin nodded to a few leaders and quietly took a seat, while Sing Ge sat quietly behind him, listening attentively. At that moment, a major general from the military district was saying, "So far, no terrorist organization has claimed responsibility for this maritime disaster. According to our investigation, it was due to a malfunction in the cargo ship's radar coordinate system that led to the collision. It is initially determined to be a man-made interference with the radar signal. The higher-ups are taking this very seriously and have formed a special investigation team, ordering us to clarify the situation within the specified time. If anyone has any opinions, please feel free to share." A leader from the maritime office added, "Up to now, 3 cargo ships have collided and sunk, with 257 crew members rescued, 14 confirmed dead, and 5 missing, leading to a direct economic loss of 450 million. In addition, a flight from a certain island to another region had to make an emergency landing. Now, all vessels in the vicinity of that sea area have dropped anchor, awaiting further instructions." A rear admiral from the Navy said, "Our warships are heading to that sea area to search for missing personnel while also conducting reconnaissance." At this point, Sing Ge suddenly pulled on Liao Ximin, who was drinking water at that moment. The sudden tug caused the bottle to spill onto the table. The meeting room was very quiet, and the sound drew everyone's attention to him. Liao Ximin glanced at everyone awkwardly, and then turned back to ask in a low voice, "What is going on?" Sing replied, "We can't allow the warships to approach that area for now." Sing was considering things from his own perspective, as he had to be prepared for the possibility that it was Lovro who initiated this attack. Although he didn't want to think that way, the scene before him forced him to consider it. If it really was Lovro's doing, she wouldn't just stop at damaging a few cargo ships. What if she did it on purpose? If she could alter the radar signals of the cargo ships, she would also have the capability to modify the data signals of the warships. If she got more skilled, controlling a warship wouldn't be far-fetched. Therefore, Sing suggested to Liao Ximin to prevent them from sending warships to that sea area for safety reasons. Although Liao Ximin had authority, he couldn't overstep his bounds. This time, he was assisting these departments by providing and gathering relevant intelligence, and he had no reason to stop their decisions. However, Liao Ximin believed that Sing wouldn't speak without reason. After thinking for a moment, Liao Ximin felt a bit embarrassed and said, "Deputy Commander Tu, I have a suggestion, but I'm not sure if I should bring it up." Tu Lei helplessly smiled and said, "Old Liao, when did you become so polite? You even need to ask for permission before speaking. Go ahead, what do you want to express?" Liao Ximin wiped his nose and replied, "Isn't it that we have orders to assist you? What if I say something wrong and you bite me back? That wouldn't be worth it." Tu Lei sighed. "Stop wasting time. Just say what you want. Let us not deploy the warships for now." The people at the conference table exchanged glances, confused as to why he would say that. There were currently 5 crew members missing, and those interference signals had yet to provide any news. Why couldn't they send out warships? In fact, Liao Ximin didn't know why either, so he turned to look at Sing. Sing wrote a few words on a piece of paper and handed it to Liao Ximin. After taking a look at the paper, Liao Ximin continued, "What if the enemy is deliberately trying to lure the warships into that area? If they can control the radar of the cargo ships, They can also control the radar of the warships and even the weapon systems. As soon as he said this, everyone started discussing it. This was indeed a question they hadn't considered, or rather, it hadn't crossed their minds. However, Liao Ximin's words sparked their speculation. Tu Lei remained silent, but turned to look at the maritime map. He noticed that this area was less than 100 kilometers from the land. An ordinary shipborne artillery could easily bombard it. If it were missiles, they could directly strike the inland areas. Seeing this, Tu Lei turned back to Liao Ximin and said, "Old Liao, you work in intelligence. Have you gathered any information? What information could there be? It's only been a few hours since the maritime incident occurred. How could intelligence collection happen so quickly?" Liao Ximin stammered. Or are you going to the restroom? Tu Lei couldn't bear to watch anymore. What are you doing? Why are you mumbling over there? I'm not going to the restroom, nor do I have any intelligence. I just feel like we shouldn't deploy the warships. And doesn't anyone else think it could be a hacker attack? What? A hacker? Tu Lei shook his head and said, "Old Liao, what are you thinking? That's a maritime area. How could there be a network? Are hackers attacking with fish?" Sang said in a very low voice. "Isn't it true that radar also lacks a network?" Yet it was still attacked. Liao Ximin heard this and repeated it. While Tu Lei added, "All right, old Liao, stop talking nonsense. There are no hacker attacks here, but I can agree to not dispatch warships. We will change to civilian vessels for the search and rescue of the missing personnel. It's an urgent situation. Is there any problem?" Everyone fell silent. And Tu Lei stood up, saying, "Okay, let's take action." After the meeting, Singh immediately grabbed Liao Ximin and said, "Uncle Liao, can I apply to accompany the rescue ship out to sea?" Liao Ximin thought for a moment and felt it was reasonable to agree, as Singh might discover something. He then mentioned it to Tu Lei, but Tu Lei replied, "During the meeting, I saw you whispering with that young man. What exactly is he doing?" "He is a network engineer from our department. I brought him along this time mainly to leverage his technology and see if he can be of any help. He doesn't need to help with anything. This is a military task. You two stay at the base, and once we collect the data, we will naturally share it with you." "Old Tu, that's the rule." Tu Lei suddenly turned around and shouted. He was already quite annoyed and had no mood to deal with a network engineer. This was a terrorist attack, not just a network outage. As he walked close to Singh, Tu Lei glanced at him and then turned away without looking back.